Ready? Hi everyone, and welcome to another of the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge workshops. We are joined by so many wonderful filmmakers today, in addition to a multitude of special guests that will be here from 9:30 until about 5 today when we wrap. We are located at the AFI Library in, I learned, what is called the Omniscient Room, which is full of history. We are surrounded by filmmakers from every generation of AFI. And wonderful scripts. And so there's no better place to host a writing and producing workshop than this building. So I'm very thankful for AFI to be hosting us here. So thank you so much to AFI. Now, let me bring in, I am Indiana Underhill, one of the co-founders of Cinematography for Actors. Haley Royal, I'll have you join me and just say a little hello, because you'll probably pop in and out, who's also one of my co-founders at Cinematography for Actors. Hello, actor side, cinematographer side. And most importantly, before we begin with Dee Dee Feldman, who I'm very excited about having today, the man, the legend, Nick Novicki, founder of Easterseals Disability Film Challenge. Come on up.
Hey! How's it going, everybody? I am so excited to have a room filled of talent in the room here and a virtual room filled all over the world that are taking part in the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge, that are learning about writing, about producing. We have incredible speakers today that are going to be teaching us all different elements of writing, of producing story. We have disabled writers. We have Oscar winners that are going to be coming to talk specifically about writing, about producing. But we sent everybody a little note that said that we would like later in the day for everybody to do a 1-minute pitch about who they are. Now, this is a really important thing for me. I've been a comedian, a producer, for a lot of years, and selling yourself is always a big part. So later on, we're going to give that full pitch of who we are. We'll talk about that a little later. But for right now, just so that we're able to have our amazing instructor here, learn about the room, I want everybody to do a quick 15-second pitch. Later on, we're going to time you, so don't go over a minute. We don't need to know your full what happened, everything in your life, but make it concise. But we want to do a 15-second pitch of who you are, specifically if you're taking part in the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge, if you're a writer, if you're an actor, and just say your name. I'm going to start, and then we'll go around the room real quick. I'm Nick Novicki. I am a little person with a beard. I'm an actor, comedian, and producer. I'm the founder and director of the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge.
Great. And we have a mic coming.
We have a mic.
So that everyone can hear this wonderful pitch. So why don't we start at the end of our table here? Yes. We'll come over with Florian with the mic. Thanks.
All right. Good morning. I'm Aisha Singleton. I am a BIPOC woman, she, her, and I'm a photographer, filmmaker, artist who is participating in the Film Challenge for the 2nd year, and I'm super excited to be here.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Jennings. I'm a filmmaker, actress, new TV show host, and I'm participating for the 3rd time this year in the Disability Film Challenge. I am a Black woman. I go by the pronouns she, her.
Fantastic. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
So,
yeah. Yes. So interpreter, can we get the microphone, Florian, to the interpreter? Thank you so much. Should we introduce our wonderful interpreters as well? Yes. I think we should. Great.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tim Lane. I'm a sign language interpreter providing language access for the Easterseals workshop today. Hello, everyone. My name is Megan. This is my 9th year here at the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge, and it's been a wonderful experience networking with everyone. I'm a writer, I'm a producer, and an actress. And I'm seeing everything that's happening here. It's wonderful. It's been such a positive experience, and I'm very grateful to Nick for that.
Awesome. Welcome.
Oh, I also don't want to forget, I'm a white deaf woman.
Everybody, we're going to have time to do a full 1-minute pitch. We want it to be really quick, just to keep it moving. Remember the elevator pitch here.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Yannicka Olin. I'm an actor, writer, and a TEDx speaker, and I have the superpower of alopecia, which explains why I'm bald. I am participating in the Disability Film Challenge for the 4th year this year.
Fantastic.
Hi, my name is Shauna Lena. I'm a producer, director. I like to make films that inspire and entertain, and writing is my Achilles heel, so I'm super excited about today's workshop.
Hi, my name's Mary Brown, and I'm a amateur writer, producer, and I've only done 2 films ever for Easterseals Disability Challenge, and we're going to do our 3rd this year. And I am a mom, and the reason I write and produce is so Jordan can have more opportunities to act.
Hi, my name is Jordan Kawala. I am an actress. During the free time, I do love to sing and dance.
What's up? My name is Alyssa Richards. I am an actor and director and a sun chaser. So I'm often found outside.
Hello, my name is Chrissy Bushel. I'm a writer, director, and Fun fact. I just love writing about disability representation and sci-fi and dark comedy.
Thanks. Hi, I'm David Radcliffe. I have cerebral palsy. I'm a white guy in a wheelchair. I've written on The Rookie and most recently on Tracker. They actually just re-aired my episode last night, so I made a little bit extra. Nice to meet you all.
Hi, my name is Angel Jafria. I am a white femme person. I have a congenital limb difference. I am an actress, writer, consultant, producer, anything I can do in this industry to do disability representation. I really enjoy sci-fi and dystopian comedies.
All right, we're going to hear more. Oh, wait, sorry. 3 more. Stay with us live stream. We're going to hear the full pitch from everybody later.
Hi, I'm Brenda Casas. I'm a writer, and this is our 2nd year with EDFC.
Hi, I'm Jason Casas. I'm a graphic artist and director, and 2nd year doing a film challenge with EDFC.
Awesome. Last but not least.
Oh, hi, DK Greenlee, writer, director, producer, and it's my 1st year doing the Disability Film Challenge.
Yay, welcome. Awesome.
All right, let's back to Indy.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Once again, I'm very excited to announce our first guest speaker today, educator Dee Feldman, who is someone that our entire CFA team adores after meeting at Holy Shorts for your film that was there. And so I have a little bio just so that everyone has a bit of context. I'm like a big proponent of context in my life, so I know that everything, what I'm doing in my life all the time. So Dee Feldman is a writer and director born and raised in the wilds of New Jersey. Oh, amazing. A member of the inaugural class of the HBO Access Writing Fellowship, she attended the UCLA Professional Program in Screenwriting, and her short films have screened at the Oscar-qualifying Holly Shorts, where I met you, New Filmmakers LA, Burbank International Film Festival, among others. Previously, she worked in publishing as a senior editor at Simon & Schuster and an executive editor at Oxford University Press. Titles she's developed have been New York Times and Washington Post bestsellers, and have won the Bancroft Prize, the Wyndham Campbell Literature Prize, and the Helen Bernstein Book Award for Excellence in Journalism Prize, and has been shortlisted for the Booker Prize. She continues to ghostwrite best-selling books at Book Dr. West and is a writer whisperer for working TV and film professionals. Wonderful and welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, I'm going to let you take the floor. Buddy comedy is this year's genre for the Disability Film Challenge. And because Dee Dee is such a fantastic educator, I put her on the spot and was like, let's focus on buddy comedy because it's so relevant to what we're doing this year. Instead of every genre, let's target one. And so this will be an interactive class. So I will ask that everybody pull out their notebooks and get ready to begin some writing exercises. But I'll let you take the floor. Welcome. Thank you so much. I'm here if you need me.
Thank you so much. This is such a terrific, two terrific organizations sponsoring this. I'm so excited to be here and talk to you guys. As Indy said, in a different incarnation, this was a horror workshop. So there's been, a lot of, let's say, a little bit of last-minute replacement of slides. So I'm just going to give that little caveat up front. But I'm really, wait a second. Something's wrong with the. Oh, yeah. Carlos, I'll grab those. I think you have to log into your. Oh, no. You have to log back into your computer. Yeah. We left it. There you go. Okay. So, and we can skip all the intros because you already met me. But this is also, one thing I did want you to know is that this is an abbreviated version of a full workshop, and we'll be doing the next iteration on March 17th. And we are going to get through what we can get through in our short time together. As Indy said, I want this to be super interactive. I'm going to be asking you to write things down and then sharing them back with the class so that we're progressing. We're going to do this step by step so that you are progressing on your concept as we go. And the other thing is that I want you to know that you can take an existing concept, like if you already have worked on your buddy comedy idea or you have a pilot or a film or something else that you want to polish the pitch or the concept for that, that's fine. But it's also fine if you're literally just coming up with it as we go. In addition, I recognize that there's a wide variety of experience here. So, we'll just try to go with the flow a little bit on that. I know that some of you know a lot more than others. And that's totally fine for those of you who, again, are starting from scratch, and is totally fine for those of you who have a little bit more experience. But what we're going to be doing today is developing your concept so that you can achieve clarity. Clarity is like one of my favorite words because I feel like what goes wrong for a lot of people when they pitch is they aren't being clear. And sometimes, and this is why it's a revision process if you've already written your script or have a pilot you're talking about, as much as it is a development process, because sometimes you get so far in the weeds, you have to sort of, pull the camera back a little bit, take the step back, and refocus on what your essentials are to pitch it effectively, right? So we're just looking at, sort of like the bullet points of what you're doing. We're not actually developing a script here, but we are developing those key elements that you are going to highlight in your logline / synopsis / pitch. Okay, as we go, if you have questions, please just interrupt me. I'm very used to being interrupted. I have lots of students and dogs and all the rest of that, so anytime you just feel, a little confused, again, I'm a big one on clarity, so if you have confusion, please raise your hand, just shout out, that's good. Okay, so let's get started. And again, some of this is stuff you're going to know, but we're going to go over it so that you're clear on how it applies to the project you're working on. So as we know, all writing is personal, right? Especially nowadays, people want to hear your stories. You are each individual, you are each unique. It's partly what makes your pitch and concept a killer pitch and a killer concept is what you bring to it. So a lot of this process, I'm not going to say you should all go to therapy, but I do often recommend that to people. A lot of this process is sometimes getting to know yourself. Who am I as Nick stole my line earlier. You know, who am I? What am I bringing to the table? Where am I emotionally? You know, what is this emotion? And those of you who are actors know that we don't just come to this as an intellectual puzzle, although I'm good at puzzles and I like looking at it as a puzzle, but we come to it with like an emotional area we want to explore. And this is all, like I said, highly personal stuff. So one of the ways I want to start our very first exercise, and I'm going to give you some hints because I know it's not always the easiest one, which is I want you it feels like a lot of you know each other. So if you know the person next to you, you can ask the person next to you for some help. But I want each of you to write down 1 to 3 adjectives that describes you. And you're going to have, some of you, we're going to go around, not everybody's going to answer every question, but be prepared to be called on to tell us your adjectives. Okay? How would you describe yourself? And like I said, these are, if anybody needs prompts, these are some prompts of adjectives. But I don't want you to rely on them. I would rather you just choose your own adjective that you think best describes yourself. And like I said, or ask your friend, what describes me?
Or we describe ourselves.
Yourself, yeah. Or like I said, you can ask your friend to do it if you feel really stumped. Yeah. But ultimately, I'm going to be asking you for the adjectives that describe you. All right, I'm going to give you 2 minutes. You guys look stumped, or did you already do it? Did you already do it? No. Are you just thinking? Do you two know each other? No, okay. Okay. What is your first impression of her? There you go, there's number 1. And what is your first impression of her? There you go.
Struck right out. This guy, like, read the contract and, like, it was like, we pretend he's from the
And by the way, if you are describing each other to each other, which I highly encourage you to do, accept the praise. Accept the compliment. Sometimes when we think of ourselves, we're automatically gravitating toward.
Oh, I had a complete breakdown. Got it all. Yeah. Yeah, no, I was
Okay. Are you wrapping up with your 3? Okay. Let's get some answers. Hopefully you all picked some kindness to yourself. Because I know the first time I did this, I just said only negative things about myself, which tells you something about me. But okay, who wants to start?
She helped me out, kind of, she helped me pick some adjectives. She said I'm determined, I'm organized, and ambitious. And she's right.
Determined, organized, and ambitious. Wait, keep it for a sec. Is that a character?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
Yes, it is. So I just want to ask the question, plant the seed. We will come back to this. These adjectives are not just floating out in the ether. We are going to be using them. Okay, who wants to go next in terms of three adjectives to describe yourself?
I said funny, surprising, and dedicated.
Ooh, and did you do those yourself, or you got hints from your partner?
35 years, I got hints from him.
It's amazing sometimes. I mean, it really helps to ask people who know you in addition to doing it yourself, because you don't always know yourself as well as you think you do. So I strongly suggest when you do this exercise to ask other people as well. Yeah, go ahead.
Unfortunately, I know myself very well because I wrote down charismatic, straightforward, and defiant, and then the amazing observation I got was black cat with golden retriever energy, which I feel like is exactly that.
Black cat with golden retriever
like a little
energy.
Trying to be like going towards edgy, but I am who I am as a person.
But you're actually the loyal golden retriever. So this is great, because not only now do we have a character, we have an image that we are tossing around in our minds.
Eliza for that. So.
Okay, one more, and then we're going to move on. And don't worry, you're all going to get chances to talk about other things. But who else wants to go? I'm picking you. Yes. Yeah.
We see Daniel was really studious and hardworking, prepared. Yeah, we felt like he just presents a very educated, well-spoken manner.
Oh, you're not. I was saying that about you. I was confused. Okay. That's very nice, though.
Okay. Hardworking, studious, prepared. Great. That's definitely a character. We've seen that before. Okay. But part of this is, all right, well, we'll keep going, and then I'm gonna come back to this, like I said. Oops, next slide. Next thing, now that we have some adjectives about who we are as characters and as ourselves, I want you to think about your emotions. What emotions are you tapping into for this buddy comedy, please? Okay? And let's look at just, some of the emotions of some characters we might or might not know, depending on how old you are. Some of these references might or may not be familiar. But Issa D, or Issa Rae, who is Issa D, she's insecure, right? She's unsatisfied with her boyfriend and her life. She's uncomfortable in many situations. And I think I read something where she said she came up with the idea that everybody in Hollywood assumed that, like, if you were a black woman, you were supposed to be a strong black woman, and she created the opposite because that's who she was for her Awkward Black Girl YouTube series, right? So these are all insecure, unsatisfied, uncomfortable, but also she's a very loyal friend in the show, right? So these are all emotions she's tapping into, her own insecurity about being a performer, going on camera, being in this world. The boys in Superbad, they're anxious, they're uncertain, they're vulnerable, they're also hopeful. And so one of the things I want you to notice is we're balancing, right? You have some negative emotions. You need some of the negative emotions because that's what's going to drive the conflict. But you also want to tap into some positive emotions as well, especially in comedy. You don't just want to dwell on the negative. This is a new film called Bottoms, and the girls in the high school are enraged. They are frustrated. They want to go out with the cheerleaders, and they can't because they're not the cool ones. But they're also really excited. She brings a lot of excitement, when she starts the fight club. So again, we're balancing that kind of typical teen, I'm enraged, I'm frustrated, but I'm also excited because I'm a kid. Next slide. And these are all just to give you some ideas of what we're doing here. The mother in Everything Everywhere All at Once, she starts out very fearful she feels completely unprepared for what's happening to her in the multiverse. But ultimately, she's a very loving character, right? And that's hidden a little bit up front, but we learn that more and more as we go along. The girl in Fleabag is, she's grieving, she's depressed at certain points, but she's also exuberant at others. She has exuberant sex. she has depression sex and she has exuberant sex. And ultimately, she's a very confident person in most situations. She's not anxious and insecure like Issa D. She comes into most things very confident. In fact, she's kind of overconfident because she's hiding all her problems from people, especially her boyfriend and her family, her boyfriends and her family. And then we have like more of our classic detective emotions, which, you know, he's puzzled, he's mystified, at times he gets indignant, but ultimately he's also very assured and capable. So what I want you to do for the exercise is, as you've probably already guessed, I want you to think of your own 3 emotions that you're bringing to this piece. And like I said, 2 of them can be sort of the dark place, but 1 of them has to be lighter. Because we want some negative, but we want some positivity. All of screenwriting is about balancing, right? Your positive ends of scenes, ends of acts, ends of the script with negative situations, okay? And again, you can ask your partners for help, but this is something which I strongly encourage you. Just go into what do you want to talk about and what emotions do you feel when you go there, you know? What is the story you want to tell? Or just stay in the emotional place. Yeah, what's your question?
So when we're talking about balancing, are we talking about the overall of the project, or are we talking about characters and balancing each other out?
Either way.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's good. We are going to do 2 characters because it's a buddy comedy. We aren't going to do more than that, but we are going to do the exercise for 2 characters. So yes, if you've got characters on different kinds of the spectrum, like I'm going into depression with this character, but I'm going into exuberance with this character, you can do it by character, but generally overall, like where are you going emotionally in this piece? Any other questions? All right, again, you get 2 minutes. Okay, so I want you to write down 3 emotions that capture where you are going emotionally in this piece overall. It could be, as we were saying, it's a buddy comedy. So maybe one person is depressed and one person, you know, is exuberant. That's okay. You can have both those emotions. But I want you to think about, you know, given whatever your idea is, or whoever your characters are, and we've already started to think about maybe some characteristics of characters, where are they going to be emotionally? And I know this is a little bit tricky. For those of you who are used to starting with plot and situation, I'm doing this on purpose. I am putting you in your discomfort zone on purpose by starting with character. But honestly, I think if you go back to who am I, what makes me tick, what do I want to explore, where do I want to go emotionally, you're actually going to be in a stronger place once you start to develop your plot. Okay, you got an extra minute with the questions. Okay, we're almost, maybe another 20 seconds. People need a little more time. Okay, let's get some answers. And these are all things, by the way, this is just the beginning. Especially like if you're doing development, you go home, you refine all this, you think about it some more. But this is like, for me, this is a good process in terms of like, how do I even get started on this? How do I get clarity on this? So don't worry if you're not feeling like, I got it all nailed in 2 minutes. That's not the point. It's more just to like go through the process, and each time you revisit a process, it's a better step. Okay, who wants to start? Or should I just start picking on people? I'm looking at you.
Okay, I picked for like the two characters, anger, frustration, and remorseful.
Ooh.
And then to juxtapose with empathetic, hopeful, and curious.
Oh, yeah. I love that. I love especially remorseful. It's so funny. I often talk about this with my actors, that I am not a big fan of anger. I feel like it's one of those things that's too easy. Everybody knows how to do the angry, over-the-top character. But when you can start getting the shadings in between, you know, frustration, remorseful, I love that. Then I feel like you're actually creating, you know, something a little more unique. And what were your positive ones again?
Empathetic, hopeful, and curious.
Okay, yeah, I love that. Now again, you're going to be thinking about, curious I think is more adjective-y and less just like pure
So
emotional.
Yeah, what would the emotion be for curious?
Well, it depends on what kind of curious, because, you know, there are confident curious people and there are uncertain curious people. There are people who are curious and looking for things because they're...
Confident curious.
Confident curious,
Yeah.
okay. So then it's more like the emotion.
Like the detective, like I wonder what would that
I think-
emotion be?
Yeah, I think that is more like just confidence, I would say, yeah. Maybe even overconfidence sometimes, if you want to look at both sides of it. Okay, who else emotionally? Detectives, by the way, are like the worst characters sometimes for emotional development, because they are often just that. If you notice in Knives Out, you know, she's the main character, not him. She's the one we're attaching to. She's the one, you know, who is about to get accused of murder and, you know, is afraid and has the immigration status. The detective is often just like the wonk. And I think if you can do something where you actually make your detective a well-rounded character, that's a great twist, because a lot of times they aren't. Okay, sorry, go over here.
So we're doing two characters, right? Two versions.
Yeah, whichever.
Okay, cool. Well, for my first one, I said unqualified, unstable, but giddy and witty.
Okay.
You know.
I like that. Unqualified and unstable.
Mm-hmm. Like emotionally unstable and also unqualified.
Okay. So let's think about like, and if they're unqualified, again, that feels more like the adjective than the emotion. What are they feeling emotionally if they're unqualified? Are they the unqualified guy in Suits who is, you know, got a lot of bravado about pulling this off, or are they, and again, is almost overconfident, or are they unqualified and terrified they're going to be discovered at any moment?
I think this is insecure. You know.
Underqualified.
Insecure,
and
yeah, insecure in
about
her being underqualified.
Great. Because, you know, part of this exercise is you're digging beneath the adjective to the emotional state. So that's exactly what you want to do. You know they're unqualified or underqualified, and that is making them insecure. Great. And what were the positive ones?
Sorry, what?
Witty, the positive.
And giddy.
Witty and giddy. I love that. Because giddy is so specific. Again, it's like anger and happy, they're kind of useless. Right? But giddy gives you a very specific notion of emotionally where they are. They might even be a little bit over the top kind of person. If they're giddy, they're someone who displays that on their sleeve, maybe to the point of even making other people uncomfortable. We don't know. You're gonna tell us. But I love that. You. People.
I have abandoned, out of control, and then new life. I kind of explained them after I wrote it. So under abandoned, I have no sense of relief, assist others, what about me, belief that all will be well is gone. Out of control, it's more of a pain thing where you don't have control over it. It's something you can't control. New life, sense of renewal, like you're climbing mountains, you're ready to take charge again.
Great. I love that. Abandoned, that's very specific, right? Like we know what that, she says abandoned, we immediately feel like, ooh, that poor character. And again, with the kind of the out of control of it. Yeah, that's great. And what was the third one?
New life is a sense of renewal, like you're climbing mountains.
Okay, renewal or hope or, yeah, great.
Rejuvenated.
Rejuvenated.
Would be the, yeah.
Yay, I love that. I use the word rejuvenation very ironically in my latest short, so I've been staying away from it. But that's a great. And we do feel that, right? Like we're looking for the feeling words when we feel rejuvenated and we feel like everything is new, right? Okay, let's keep going because again, I'm mindful of the time. Those of you who have not spoken yet, I am expecting you to raise your hands on the next exercise because I'm going to lose track. Okay, so where are we going from here? Well, as I said to you earlier, I believe character first, which is not to say that I don't believe in plot. I very much do believe in plot, but especially if this is for a short film, people want to get to know your characters. They want to understand them, and the more you've thought them through, once you put those characters in a situation, that's going to be super, super interesting. But if you just create the situation, and I'm looking at you sci-fi people in the back without the character first, it's much less emotionally involving, right? So we're not going to go over all the character things, but generally, when you talk about creating characters, you're looking at their strengths and their skills, you're looking at their flaws, you're looking at their core wound or backstory, you're looking at their contradictions, and you're looking at their goals. So starting with their strengths. Don't forget your character's strengths. You often hear executives say as a note on a pilot, what does this person do well? And you look at any procedural, they always have a skill. They may have very crippling flaws, but they always have something they do well. So it's always helpful to identify up front what their particular set of strengths are. So, you look at a comedy like, well, I don't know, you can debate whether it's actually a comedy. It's a big debate in Hollywood. But you look at a comedy like The Bear, dramedy, whatever you want, and you have these two very different characters, Carmi and Sid, and Carmi is very quiet, he's very observant, he's very focused. He also is flawed in the sense that he's a workaholic, he doesn't do self-care, he has high anxiety as we see at the end of the season. But he also has a very particular strength, which is he's an amazing chef. right? He's one of the best chefs in the world. He may be bringing it to a sandwich shop or the original beef, but he's a very talented chef. So you want, these strengths and skills, not just, the fact that he's focused and determined and that. You want his very specific skill in there. And on top of that, you want to know his flaw. Sid's ambitious, she's intelligent, she's driven, she's smart and talented, she's respectful. She's also, on the flaw side, very impatient and very green and thinks sometimes she knows more than she bites off more than she can chew. But again, what is her skill? Yeah, she's great. She's great with all this stuff in the kitchen, and she's also really great at organizing. She's like the organizer of the place, right? So again, she doesn't have the exact same skill as Carmi. She's not as talented a chef yet. She's the mentee, but she has a skill of her own, which is this organization skill. So you're always thinking about what are their skills, what are their strengths, and what are their flaws. Fraser Crane. Now we've seen we've actually seen 3 iterations of Frasier at this point. We've seen him in Cheers, we've seen him in Frasier 1, and now we have a new Frasier. But he's pretty much all the same guy, right? What's his flaw? He's pompous snob. He's a little more snobby in Frasier than he is in Cheers, but they really play up. He's a pompous, overconfident snob. What's his strength? He headbutts people a lot too. Yes, he's never afraid to get into conflict with people. What's his strength?
He's compassionate, I think.
He's very compassionate. He's basically a kind person, and that relates to his skill. What's his skill? What's his job? He's a therapist, and when you actually hear him on the radio, he does often give good advice. He does genuinely care about people, and he genuinely cares about his family, So again, we think of all his negatives. They're the first thing that come to mind. He's brash, he's pompous, he's, all the Boston things, which I guess eventually is in Seattle too. But, he has skills and he has strengths. So part of what you're doing is you're balancing all this stuff. So we're going to speed through some of this because we sort of did flaws and strengths together. But this is Amy Lau from Beach. She's a small business owner. She's very conscientious. She's a good businesswoman, except her deal's not going through. So she gets easily frustrated and then turns vengeful when somebody smacks into her car. So she's got some really great strengths and she's got some really big flaws. This is Ava Coleman. Are any of you Abbott Elementary fans? Okay, what's Ava's strengths and flaws? She's just laughing.
Both are overconfident.
And look at her. She's vain, guys. She is very, very vain. This is a woman who is always like, I put myself together. She thinks she's the most beautiful person in the room. She's outlandish. She's always making all these crazy claims to fame, right? She exaggerates. She has a lot of, she's a very different kind of person than Frasier. There's similarity in that they're both overconfident, but, her spin goes in this, like I said, vain, outlandish, more, she's often very dismissive. What's her strength? Confident. She's actually a lot of fun.
She's charismatic.
Yeah, she's charismatic. She's fun. She's always got wacky ideas. Occasionally they work.
And things just work out.
Things just work out for her. Okay. Do any of you guys watch Loudermilk? Matt. I love him. He's my favorite character in the whole show. I don't know why. Maybe because he's this is me when I was young. Smart, sarcastic. I was not a rock and roller. But What's his strength? What's his flaw? Anybody want to venture? Those of you who know the show?
I just think, so strengths and flaws are hard for me because I feel like, so you as a writer, you're doing like value judgments on like certain characteristics. Like when we say like overconfidence, like versus like vanity. You know what I mean? Like, so you have to make that choice of whether you think that quality is a bad one or a good one.
But this is sort of the genius. We're doing some categorization, yes, but that's the genius of it. Is that you're exactly right. Every flaw has a strength buried within, and every strength has a flaw buried within, right? So my confidence, that's when we were talking earlier, like confidence can easily become overconfidence or arrogance. And yeah, like my strength of being very good at helping people on the radio could very quickly turn into me being dismissive of those very people. So yeah, I mean, it's always a balance, but you know, some of it, like I said, is trying to give you vocabulary as much as anything else, and making these sort of finer distinctions. Because like I said, when you stay on the level of like happy, angry, you know, talented, that's not telling you as much as, you know, this is the guy who lost his brother's suicide and has a lot of anxiety about his own performance, about his ability to carry the restaurant, about wanting people to have, you know, dignity and respect. I forget whether I actually mentioned that, but both those characters are very respectful characters in The Bear. So you're digging, you know, and you're trying. In the ideal world, you're not staying at the level of just the obvious polar opposites. You're digging to the specifics of, like I said, you know, the adjectives that describe them and the emotions they're feeling. So yeah, and what?
What was this character's name of the show?
Oh, this is great. I was actually going to mention this because we didn't ever actually get to his strength and flaw. His name is Roger Frostley. And Loudermilk. And what I love about that is that people often do that, right? Like they'll give the character name that indicates.
I haven't seen that show before.
Oh, you haven't seen it? You should watch it. It's about a group of sober friends.
I think Nick's in that show. Yeah.
Oh, is he in the show? Oh, he's in the show. That's amazing. I love it. I just discovered it on Netflix and started binging it. But yeah, as his name implies, Roger Frostley, he's not all that warm and fuzzy. Okay. Everybody, I want you to, oh no, wait, let's just keep going because I think for time reasons, we're going to keep going too. So now you've got some idea of your strengths and your flaws for your character. What do they want? You have to know your character's goal, right? And the reason I'm doing the goals together with their strengths and their flaws is that in comedy, what they want should be opposite to what they are most temperamentally suited to achieve, right? So if you've got a very shy person, you're going to give them a goal that's going to require them to be very outgoing. If you've got a very overconfident person, you might give them a goal that's going to require them to be humble. This is where the comedy comes from, is that clash between what they want and what they are most temperamentally suited to achieve, right? Let's get this, all right. So, classic buddy comedy. If you haven't seen it, you should watch it. Midnight Run. Not only do we have characters who are total opposites, we've got a bounty hunter, Jack Walsh, and we've got an accountant, Jonathan Duke Merdukis, who are temperamentally very opposite. Jack is very aggressive and determined and in your face, where Duke is very quieter and more strategic and more calculating. And, but they also have very, very clear goals, right? Jack's goal, what he wants, is to bring Duke in. He's a bounty hunter. He wants to bring him to LA and get his bounty. Duke does not want to be brought in because Duke has embezzled $15 million from the mob. And if Jack turns him in, he's afraid the mob will come after him and kill him because the police are corrupt. So if he's in custody, he's afraid he's going to die. This sets up character clash, right? That you've got two opposite characters, and goal clashes. One wants to bring the prisoner in. The prisoner does not want to be brought in. There is a ton of comedy gold in this. Also, to layer on top of it, like I said, you've got the idea that each of these people are not temperamentally suited for the task at hand. Jonathan is an accountant. An accountant is not your usual, like, Liam Neeson. In terms of escaping somebody who knows all the little tricks, you would not think that this guy is the right guy to, escape his policer. Jack is temperamentally, it's very clever the way they do it, because at first it just looks like, oh, he's an impatient guy, or, that's where the clash comes in, but it's deeper than that, which is that Jack also does not trust the cops. Jack has had experience with corruption before, so even though he's supposed to bring him into the cops, it turns out we keep getting reveals as to why he is the least temperamentally suited person to hand this guy over to the police, because he doesn't trust them, and he's had all these bad experiences with corruption, and his ex-wife marries a corrupt lieutenant, and we keep finding out all these different reasons that he is the wrong person to bring this guy in. And in fact, spoiler alert, he does not bring him in at the end. But so these are the things I want you to think about as you start to create your first buddy. What are their strengths? What are their flaws? What are their goals? And what are some of those contradictions? Like, why are they temperamentally unsuited to do whatever the goal is? Now, what I want you to do in terms of the first two exercises are take some of the adjectives and emotions that you articulated up front for yourself and put them into your character. Maybe this character is the exact opposite of you. Maybe they are very similar to you. And by the way, you're going to get to do this again for the buddy. So you're going to have a chance to do somebody, or maybe you're going to mix and match. Like one character has things that resemble you, and the other character has a different set of things that resemble you. I remember I went to a talk once with Steve Levitan, who is the showrunner of Modern Family. And somebody said to him, like, are you the husband or are you the wife? The husband is very loosey-goosey, whatever goes, goes. The wife is incredibly tight and controlling. And Steve Levitan said, I'm both. I can be in my room with my writers and be really like fun and all the rest of that. But when push comes to shove, I'm completely anal and controlling. So, a little piece of him was in each character. You're going to write down your first character's strengths, flaws, their goal, and some of the contradictions. Now, again, we're going fast, so, I know that. But let's try, and you get where you get. Yeah.
Some of this reminds me of two shows that used to be my favorite, which is the George Burns show, where him and his wife were totally opposite. He was more businesslike, and she was just totally opposite. And then, of course, The Odd Couple.
Yeah.
Sorry. No, of course, The Odd Couple.
And that's the genesis of buddy comedy, right? It's everybody is an odd couple. So I'm going to give you a couple of moments. If you have time, do it for both characters. Do it for your buddy number one and do it for your buddy number two. But again, strengths, flaws, goals, and contradiction. We'll come back, we'll discuss, and then we'll do a really quick wrap up with your log line because we're getting close to time.
Would you say that, like, choosing like three different like adjectives or emotions is like the?
You know, it could just be one. It just depends. You know, yeah.
That would feel incomplete if I don't find this better.
No, because you know, again, we're looking at strengths and flaws, and you know, so it could be one strength, one flaw, one skill, one goal, you know, and then one goal for sure. It'll stop. Okay. I think it'll stop. Is it okay just to like take another 5 so that I can get through the examples? Or you have like 2 minutes, I think, because they have hard outs. Okay, that's okay. Cut the break. Okay. So, does anybody have at least one of their characters? Because we only have 2 minutes, and I want to get at least one example out. Okay.
My character is a disabled young man who is fearful and defiant of a shared danger with his buddy, and he expresses confidence to solve the issue for the two. And the buddy is excited because he's sentient and he's confused about his role in this relationship, and he's zany, and it comes from a place of protecting his other buddy.
Great. And what is the goal?
The goal is to get rid of a shared danger, and they're coming at it very differently. And one's coming at it as a tool for the enemy, and one's coming at it as a useless deterrent of the enemy. So the zaniness is how they express how they come at the common goal very differently.
Right.
One doesn't have the physical means of protection, but he's confident, he's defiant, and he's clever. And the other one is zany, confused, and excited. And then we have the third character that is just he's your bad guy. He's just
so one of the things you want to think about is, do they have a common goal, or do they have slightly different goals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it could be that you've got two very different people with a common goal, or it could be that you've got two very different people with slightly different goals who have to learn to come together.
I think it's circular, because one wants to get rid of this, and the other wants to protect the feelings of like I know we're after this bad guy, but how are you doing? Do you need coffee? Do you need tea? No, I need to get rid of this thing. Yes, but would you be comfortable if I did this for you? And if I attack him, will that make you happy? No, that's not going to solve. And it's this. Yeah. It's the way they communicate.
So one wants to attack the enemy, and the other wants to figure a way out. So that's where I was saying, like, correct. The more you sharpen the difference between those goals, the better.
Okay.
That in the end, yes, maybe they want to survive, but one wants to run away, or like I said, escape, and the other wants to attack.
Okay.
So then you've got two very different goals, and you've got two very different personalities, and each is sort of temperamentally unsuited to deal with the enemy. You've got something really going there for comedic gold, right? Great job. One more. Is there like one more person, or are we timed?
I'm timed, but I'm gonna come over and ask you a question.
Yeah.
This is amazing. So how can we, because we're short on time today and we're so back to back, how can they take what they've learned thus far and translate it into their log line or the development?
So that's the last slide.
Yeah, let's look at it.
And the way this all, you can see we have a lot of buddies. Think opposites.
Nice.
Each
I loved the
temperamentally
holdovers.
unsuited.
Yeah.
And then you would work more on your situation, and then you might look at your world. You might look at your theme, like what it's all about. In case of Coda, it's about voicelessness. You might look at your images and your poster. Like I said, this is technically a much longer workshop, as you can see. And then at the very, very end, what you're going to do, although we've done all the pieces for the log line, so what you're going to do at the very, very end is, for your log line or your pitch, you're going to put them in a specific world. And again, you want your world to be as specific as possible. You're going to, as we just did with her story, your flawed character A wants their goal, but flawed character B wants goal. And then the situation is almost like you were saying, the danger, or there's an assassin coming after them, like whatever your big obstacle to them getting their goal is. So it's in a world, flawed A wants the goal, but flawed B wants, so flawed A in your case, zany John wants to escape, but organized and vicious Chris wants to attack, but the enemy is coming after them. So they both have to, survive, right? So you're basically, this is where I'm saying the puzzle part of it all comes into being. And again, what were your emotions originally and your, do you remember? It was hopeful, I think was one of them.
For me or for my character?
Either way.
Mine was funny, surprising, and dedicated. My character was fearful, defiant, and confident.
So funny, surprising, and dedicated sounds like you've got a little bit of each of that. You've got zany character. She's got the funny in. Surprising in the zany character. dedicated, probably more in the guy who wants to attack and who has like this whole plan. But do you see, you're connecting back, maybe in each character, like I said, a little bit of A, a little bit of B. You're connecting them back to you, because this is something that you want to explore about yourself, about where you are emotionally, about a situation that has happened to you. Ultimately, like I said, I don't want to undermine plotting, but you got to start with the characters and yourself and where you are emotionally, not just the thing that happened to you. And maybe the thing that happened to you helps you define what those emotions are. Somebody treated me badly or undervalued me or whatever, and therefore I felt insecure. But really, when you're storytelling, it's those emotions that are connecting with your viewers. And that's, if you don't have an emotional core to your short, the plotting usually won't go far enough. You don't have enough time. You've got to invest people emotionally right away in these characters. And the best way to do that, like I said, is to draw on yourself and the people you know.
Amazing. Thank you, Dee Dee. This is awesome. Thank you so much. So knowing that this year's challenge is under the genre buddy comedy, and we started to dive into kind of how opposites attract and also similarities and differences, I think this rings true for those that attended our cinematography and directing workshop as well, because I think I kept repeating, everything must be motivated, everything has to be story. And this again is like, we have to understand the depth of our characters, the depth of our situations, the depth of our world in order to draw together something that our audience can resonate with but also understand. So thank you so much for diving into that. Thanks, Dee Dee. Yay!
Thank
now,
you.
Yes, we have one question. Yes.
You mentioned earlier on that this was part of a longer
workshop. Yeah.
That you're doing in March, did you say?
Yeah, March 17th.
Where can we get information about that?
Can I send you the?
Yeah, so I will grab the information from Dee Dee and send it out to the participants for today who are on the live stream. And then as well, we're going to be hosting Dee Dee soon at our studio too. So I'm very excited about breaking down this more and more. And yeah, so I will definitely post that.
And I want to send a special thank you out to all of you for sharing your stories, because I know it's intimidating sometimes to do this in public, and doing this so last minute. You guys are amazing.
Yes, great. We'll be back in 5 minutes for our live stream participants, where we'll go on a panel for writing. Thank you so much.
Yay.
Awesome. Thanks. All right, Jack, we'll go to intermission.
Back is good?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm always checking the battery on, so if anything ever changes, I'll come back there. One up if possible would be great. If not,
Everything's on. Just popped in. Is you all day? Yes. Yeah. Okay. I've seen all this stuff online.
Every freelance.
Just like Santa Barbara or no? Yeah. Perfect. And that went well? Really? Yeah, great. What's the...
Carlos, what's up, buddy?
What was
Too much. Just trying to keep busy.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Fun.
Got anything else going on?
I want to see it.
Yeah, too many things.
Really? Like, you got shows going on?
Yeah.
Really?
I'll be in improv tomorrow, a lot of stand-up, a lot of touring, a lot of other kind of side projects, reading.
How do you book yourself with like the improv? Do you just whenever you have time, you just like throw yourself in there?
Yeah, I would put out spots. You know, we have to schedule. It's not scheduled because I'm going on a major tour next month in April, around doing arenas around the country. So I have to do warm-up shows because I'm going to be in front of 20,000 people. So I need to get back on stage. So I need to actually book as many as I can to get like unrusty.
So since it's improv,
no, not improv.
Oh, it's not. Yo,
stand up. There's a comedy club called the Improv.
That's
so that's where I'm performing at. But I don't really do improv, whereas he does improv.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I want to come see you sometime.
Yeah.
They are my
I have shows tomorrow and Tuesday. Tomorrow at the Improv and Tuesday at Yamashiro.
Oh, cool.
Yamashiro is a really cool spot.
Yeah, I've never been there. I wanted to go for a while.
Yeah. In Hollywood, the Yamashiro.
You're
in the hood.
It looks like a really cool spot.
Catch me and I'll try to get you on the list.
Yeah, we'd love to watch you.
Good. How you doing?
Good. How you doing? Can I help you in any way?
I'm all set. I pose that same question back to you.
I am set as.
Are we?
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah. Can you? Are you?
Yeah. Can I get? Hey Jack, can I have your first aid kit?
Absolutely.
Thanks. Yeah.
It's my own fault.
It's okay.
I heard it yesterday, so I have a different hand when I'm testing.
Oh, cool.
And like,
I have it on it.
the wrist rope here has like this really rough material on it, and I got the hands. So I was trying to stop. I just went on the call with my prosthetic and the manufacturer. So
Which you're like, okay, why?
oh, good. So the manufacturer knows. They like they hire me to do because I do a lot of tech stuff. Yeah. So it's fun. So I get to like. The problem is that I go like too rough. Yeah. I was like this hurt. Okay.
Like
so,
okay guys, cut me.
yeah. Which like my bad to tell them. I was like, hey, sorry to tell you, but like this material is not gonna work.
You have to tell me how you control it.
It's actually pretty easy. It's EMGs, so like there's sensors that sit on the surface of my lung. I just do like
Oh wow.
so I can use the app and program in what the little movements in.
So if it's to the right versus when you can't.
Right, left, how I do it.
Come on, this way.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, go here. That's fine.
Oh, like the
And then Haley, can I get 3 waters?
You guys need you don't need a table, right? Or anybody? Okay.
Yeah, it just picks up the.
There you go.
That's what
I love it.
Yeah.
Technically, where is that? It's like
10 people who have chips implanted in their brain.
I know, right? They can do more than this.
Can you give me your name again? It was early when we met. So I was like, okay. David. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
It was so nice. It's like definitely 2 days.
Yeah.
We got to like, but then it was 10 o'clock and I was like, let's just
Yeah, so did you guys film? So you only did the film and after together?
No. So like, you know how we did it?
Crisis averted.
We just kept it to where everything that was like outside of AI to just start fresh on these. So we just like filmed a record player and like little detail shots that were really.
When I had you guys doing stuff on the couch.
Exactly. So like after that, we lost a few other people.
Yeah.
And then we were just like, everything's really good so far. Let's just start fresh. But it was fun.
I'm not wrong.
Yeah, fun.
I hope you have a enjoyed it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I definitely feel like incompetent at some of that stuff. You know, I'm so much more of a visual person. Like, I do think it always feels kind of like a scam to be a director without doing a lot of that stuff. But also, it's like my imagination and my visual aspects are really, like, I feel so confident in those. In terms of, like, building and shaping light, I'm like, no. So that's why it's cool to kind of see. Yes.
Haley, I'm late for a call.
Well, so it should just be the top plug in.
And so, yeah, I just hook it off. Oh, here it is. He gave it to me already. All right. I'm giving Haley my mic because I have a call. All right. Are they all mic'd up? Levels are good? Great. I'm going to go outside if you need me. But I haven't called
Vicky, because I say no. I was like,
that's
she's
adorable.
killing the timing. And then I tried it on
Haley's
stage.
going to announce it.
Okay.
Because I just have a quick call.
Yes.
But Haley's going to announce it, and then you guys are good. You're framed up. You sound good.
Sweet. Thank you.
And then Haley's going to do, so they're going to do 1 minute pitch. So just time it on.
That we did earlier, the 15, 20-second pitch, but also learning how to do your 1 minute pitch and also making that personal at times and figuring out how to explain who you are and what you do. That is very important. So we're all going to do that later on today, and we're going to be able to get to do that in front of a very special guest that's coming in later. So for right now, I put myself on the spot right now that I'm going to do a pitch. And I put these fabulous gentlemen here on the spot that they're going to do a pitch. Now, how are we going to know that it's a minute? Well, we got Haley here coming in. Cinematography from Actors.
Hi.
Look at this. Thank you so much.
I'll time you.
She is going to be timing us to make sure we're not going over a minute. A bell's going to go off, and that's going to go for all of you later, and we're going to stop you, cut you off. So if you could do your pitch in 30 seconds, 40 seconds, under, that's better. Always less is more. But I'm going to start out. Hey, I'm Nick Novicki. I'm a little person wearing a plaid shirt. I am an actor, writer, producer, comedian. I'm a proud dad of a 3-year-old. I'm a husband. I'm also the founder and director of the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge. I created that because ultimately I needed to create opportunities for myself. And I was like, look, I want to be the romantic lead. I want to be the gangster. So I got to start learning how to write, produce. And that ultimately ended up leading to opportunities for me. And I have been in over 40 TV shows and movies. Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, The Good Doctor, Loudermilk. All these opportunities came from me creating my own content. So I created the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge to help other people with disabilities tell their stories. I have no idea when that 1 minute is going to come up. I would normally go. Is it time? See, I wanted to go longer, but I was like, I'm going to get cut off, and that's okay. So, you know, I'm going to turn it over to Brett here, man.
That was great. That's pro. He's a pro. Okay, am I going now? Okay, sweet. I'm Brett Moline. It's very nice to be here. Nice to meet all of you. I am a dirty blonde dude with light blue glasses. Got a jean shirt on. I was born with severe scoliosis, Klippel-Feil syndrome. I'm niche because I'm from small town Nebraska and I drive a crappy PT Cruiser. Haley saw it. I am excited. I got to just perform in the 2024 CBS Paramount Showcase. Before that, thank you. Before that, I was accepted into Inevitable Foundation as a cohort where I got a little bit of money and some executive mentorship to develop my scripts for TV and film. And then I got to write on the second season of Marvel's Loki while developing my half-hour TV show at Sony with Sony Pictures Television. And I continue to write, produce. Yay!
That was good.
My name's David Radcliffe. I'm a white guy in a wheelchair. I have cerebral palsy, which is television's favorite palsy. It's seen in Speechless, Breaking Bad, Special, and I think almost nowhere else, but those are pretty good. I've written on The Rookie and most recently on Tracker on CBS. They just re-aired my episode last night, so thanks to everybody who watched. And I'm an alum of the Disney Writing Program, so excited to tell you a little bit about that process.
Look at that. 3 seconds left on the pitch. That's pro.
3 or 30. Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's more. It's okay.
So, you know, I mean, I think there's something to be said about this, that this is like a whole art form. I mean, literally, we're going to end up doing a whole pitch, like a whole day seminar about pitch. There's body language involved. There's being comfortable. There's all these other side things. And believe it or not, a lot of people that I know literally have sold shows from not the actual pitch, but the pre-pitch. So sometimes you can also tailor your pitch. If you are writing a show, you know, like Breaking Bad, you know, something like that, and you have some kind of a tie-in where you're a teacher, you come from a teacher, maybe you sell meth also. You may want to bring that up, you know. And I think that the important thing too is like when we're able to talk about our disability too, we're throwing that out there, and that's in the back of somebody's mind for opportunities. So really, this whole section, we want this to be interactive. So if you guys have questions along the way, you know, make this open forum. This is an opportunity for you to talk about yourself, you know, or ask us questions. Not talk about yourself. That's coming later. So first off, like, what's up, guys? I know we went right into like hardcore, like I want you to know about my life. Yeah. No, but I think that is kind of cool and a fun way to just, you know, throw everything out there. But both of you guys brought up so many different things in your, you know, within your credits, you know, and I think it's amazing that you're both working writers with disabilities. Can you talk about a little bit more about your story now? There's no timer. You know, backing up, there was a lot of different things. I don't know who wants to go first, but I would be curious to know how you got that first, opportunity to really take it to the next level as a writer.
I think you should go first.
Okay, cool. First of all, I mean, I just want to, in a general, if and when you start having meetings, the first meetings you'll start taking, did they already go over this?
No.
Okay, I don't want to repeat anything.
Yeah.
They're called generals. And that minute that we just did and that you're going to do later, that's the beginning of your meeting. They'll say, oh, so great to meet you. We read your script or we saw this thing you made. And then they'll say, tell us about yourself. And then that's when you got to go. And they're staring at you on the Zoom, or they're staring across from you from the coffee table. And you just got to tell them about yourself and be comfortable with it. And it still is weird for me to talk about myself. I don't like talking about myself. I think that's probably, maybe a thing across the board with disabled folks. Like, we don't, I don't know, at least me, I'm like, I don't want the spotlight on me too much, and anyway, so that's it. I love that you're doing that, because that is a really important thing that starts every general meeting you have. Anyway, with that, I came up through the improv sketch scene here in LA. Did some Groundlings stuff, came up at Groundlings mostly, and then did stuff at UCB. Thank you. But the thing that really kind of helped get me to the next level was I made a short film that I wrote, directed, and starred in, because I'm clearly a narcissist. But the reason I made that short film, I went to a short film festival in New York, and I saw this. It was a pilot. I saw a pilot that starred this this character that had a made-up disability, and had a person who did not have a disability playing the character, and the whole time the character was being mistreated solely because of their disability, because they look different than anyone else. And they never had the disabled character responding to this mistreatment. They just were like smiling. They had the character smiling and just like unflappable, And then at the end of the pilot, he goes into the therapist, and I'm like, okay, finally we're going to hear from this guy. We're going to hear how he feels about all these people being dicks to him. Oh, can we cuss? We're cussing. All these people being dicks. And he goes to open his mouth, and the therapist stops him, and he's like, you don't have to say it. I know that you have an abnormally large head, and we don't need to talk about it. And then the pilot ends, and then it gets a standing ovation. And I immediately, because
it was framed with from what you described, the therapist is supposed to be the hero.
Yes.
Because
hey, it's
the
okay.
nice person that doesn't talk about it.
Yeah. And so that was in 2018, not that long ago. Okay, and that pilot goes on to win the entire festival. Yeah. So so I walked out of the festival. And I called my buddy, and I said, dude, I pitched him this idea, and I said, I'm done. I'm like, I'm going to write this in the next month, and then we're going to shoot this. And he's like, I'm down. And so that thing, it was called, this short film was called Hypocrite. I made Hypocrite. It got a nice little festival run. It got in front of the right people through me giving it out. That's the other thing. If you have reps, make sure they're working for you. If your reps aren't sending the stuff that you're passionate about out to people, it doesn't matter if your reps think if they think it's good, or if they, if you're passionate about it, send it out. The only reason I'm saying that is like I didn't have a rep that was sending it out, and I sent it out myself. And through that, that's what led to me getting my first studio deal. That was the half-hour TV show was based on that short film that I made. That was a response to that pilot that I saw in 2018 that was marginalizing disabled folks.
Did your rep tell you why they weren't sending it out? Did they give you like a song and dance about?
It was a difficult conversation, because I had been friends with my manager for over 10 years. And I told him, hey man, we're going to festivals and we're getting meetings, I think we should start sending this out. And so, he just didn't, he fessed up to it, hey, I haven't sent it out. Because basically I put it out online and people were responding. Anyway, all this to say, I'm a big proponent, and even before that, I have a YouTube channel. So fast forward to, I'm very lucky, I'm in a studio deal with Sony, right? I get a random cold email saying, hey, my friend texted me a YouTube video of yours. I thought it was funny. I checked out some more videos, wanted to see if you had a writing sample. And I'm not your average internet weirdo. I'm a head writer for a Marvel TV show. And so I had my sample script ready, and I immediately sent it to him. And, weeks later, I get to do an interview, and that's when I got hired to write on Loki season 2. And it was, thank you.
I watched yours.
Oh, hey, thank you. And so it was an amalgamation of, and the person that sent him the text of the video, she'd seen me perform at Groundlings. And so it was an amalgamation of performing at Groundlings, having a YouTube channel where I had a bunch of different videos that she saw and that sent to him, having my sample ready, and then also that sample was connected to the short film that I had shot and that I was developing with Sony. Mm-hmm. And I don't know with that, I think I needed all of those to help me get the job. And that's a lot, I know. But that's, having all of those things, that's how it happens a lot of the time. Especially if you're an unknown entity like I still am, like a relatively unknown entity. It takes a lot of these things to help vet you, to help get you in the room.
And first of all, that's such a great story. Really though, when I'm thinking about this too, there's a lot of different things that I'm thinking of that that we can unpack here. One, the experience you had, that you were coming from a place of now I'm super passionate, you were inspired to create something.
Yeah.
So now you're coming from a place of inspired. Now for me, my whole background on how I started to make my own short films and all this stuff was always, I was very good at pitching people to be like, I need a camera person. Here's the idea, and I think that is, to be honest, something that I am good at, of selling somebody to really explain why I need them and letting them feel appreciated and feel like they're part of the journey, whether it's a DP, whether it's an editor, whether it's somebody. That is a really important piece. But when you have look, I really need to make this film because I was a part of something that was such an awful experience, and now we want to change it with art.
Yeah.
It's a really strong pitch tool to be like, now I'm going to bring in, instead of shooting this on a phone, a fancy camera, or instead of filming this in my living room, we're going to get a free fancy space. So if you can find any time, any way to really make an emotional connection to why you want to do a project, you're going to get more people interested in it. Or at least it's going to be a harder way for them to just give you a hard no when you're this is really important and the reason why. And then, honestly, again, we were talking before about pitch for character and emotional connection. I've been doing stand-up for 22 years, performed all over the world. I was listening to other comedians that have been doing it, 30 years, that have been everything you can do. They talk a lot about an emotional connection. You need to make an emotional connection to the audience, whether it's thousands of people or 15 people. When you can figure out how to do that through comedy or through anything else, that really helps you, let everybody else into your world. And through comedy, that helps, but also through pitching. So, for my pitch, I feel like I could have redone my pitch in a bunch of different ways. I could have, if I was trying to somehow have a project I'm trying to sell about that involves me as a swimmer, I would lean into that. I used to be a lifeguard. I used to teach swimming, because that's also something that people be like, that's interesting. A little person that could be in the water kind of as an actor or in the writing room. So sometimes altering your pitch. But I think that was so cool that you were able to take that crazy experience that you're super passionate about and bring people in. And ultimately, to me, I feel like at the end of the day, once you get into the room to pitch that TV show, what a great pitch is that? Yeah. That you had a bad experience, and did you sit there and do nothing about it? No, you created something, you know, and this awesome thing. And I know you, and I've seen you, and he's hilarious, unbelievable at improv and sketch comedy. And I've seen, you live, and I saw him at that CBS showcase, and he killed, and it was very funny.
You should mention
but I feel like
the name of your YouTube channel.
Yeah.
Oh, Genuine Jerks.
Genuine Jerks.
If you wanna, yeah, Genuine Jerks.
I'm also Brett's agent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're both we're his PR team.
Yeah.
And by the way, the filmmaker that made that really bad film, he's in the back. Guys, let's bring him in. Come on. Everybody, let's bring him in. Hey, I'm sorry, man. No, he's not there, really. But, it would be great
That'd be hilarious.
if he was like doing the next section and he's just sweating the whole time. It's just like, I was going through a tough time in my life.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, you never know, too. Like, I think also, to a point on that, sometimes people don't know until they're exposed. Honestly, I feel like a lot of people, the industry is changing a lot, at least for me, I feel like, from my starting out, in the early 2000s to now. I feel like the industry is much more open to, bringing in people with disabilities and also people that, studio execs that may not have met a little person or somebody with scoliosis or CP or Down syndrome or deaf or blind. All of a sudden, they're meeting us now, and they're interested. So some of it is like, being able to sell yourself and finding ease in the situation. Mm-hmm. I think when you can, for me, that's been a part of my life, has always been to open with a joke of like, address the situation. If I can't reach something, I would, do a joke about who forgot the stool or something as a kid. But that was like my instinct. But I think that same philosophy, I think, is helpful when you're pitching, because eventually, even if you don't have a disability, it is, as you said, a very awkward experience, at least for me. When you're going into a room and you only have a half hour with people and you have to pitch yourself, sell your story, and they have a lot going on. So I think it is very important to work through some of that. And then, some of the other things that I thought that you brought up, which were really interesting. And by the way, if anybody has questions, this is interactive, so you can ask as you go. But something else I thought was really cool to point out is, one, all the different layers that were there that got this job. Because, at least for me, it is like, yeah, I have my reel, I have stand-up, I'm in these clubs. You end up meeting somebody in a Ralph's sometimes, and you have a connection about, something about pasta sauce. And then all those other, I love Rayos. I don't know.
I think Jerry Jewell, who, for those that don't know, was one of the first disabled actors on a network show. Got her job on Deadwood because David Milch saw her at a pharmacy and had a conversation with her and found her to be funny and interesting. So yeah, you never. And then also with social media now, you never know. Sometimes I forget how many people see my tweets. Or there was someone that I met on the picket line for the Writers Guild strike. We didn't know each other before the strike, but the strike brought a lot of people together, and she messaged me the other day. I messaged her because she's up for a Writers Guild award, and I said, congratulations, I hope it works out for you, fingers crossed. And she was like saying, since following you on Instagram, you've opened my eyes to so much, because I post a lot of things about disability, and I know that the vast majority of the industry is not thinking about disability as much as they should, even though it will eventually touch everyone's life. So you're really bringing in, just by being yourself, you're already bringing in a perspective that they probably hadn't considered before.
Yeah. We have a question here. You? Yeah.
Cool. I guess my question is, I think I struggle with being put in the disabled box you know, obviously I don't come without it. We can't be separate. But, you know, I always, you know, am wanting to do the same thing, like sketch comedy about disability, making it more funny so that people that don't know anything about disability feel like they can join the conversation and have fun and learn. But also I'm just like, sometimes I feel so afraid that they find me and they're like, oh, she's disabled, like we can't put her in quote unquote common or normal roles or rooms. So do you both of you or all three of you find yourself struggling with that balance? Or, you know, because some days I feel like really proud and I own up to it, but some days I'm like, maybe it would be easier if I tried to, you know, not only talk about disability, you know, because it seems like it's so prominent. That's what you want to push the narrative for. But I also want to be able to do characters that are able-bodied. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would love any insight or emotional advice on that.
I think that is a big challenge, and it's a place where, you know, there's sort of a two-pronged approach of making your own material, which Brett talked about, but also making friends with writers who are willing to write characters that may just be deaf because they're a deaf person who happens to be a school teacher or whatever. Like, a lot of the decisions that get made in a writer's room are so unconscious that really one of the benefits of being in a writer's room is just kind of being there and showing, you know, when I finished my first job, one of the PAs who I had become really good friends with over the course of the job said to me as I was leaving, and he was very candid about it and I appreciated it. He said, when I saw you in your wheelchair on the first day, I wasn't sure if you'd be able to do production, but you did a great job. So it changed his point of reference. So I think, like, unfortunately, we are in the business of changing people's point of reference all the time. So I'm a big proponent of being yourself, but I also recognize that comes with, like, pluses and minuses, because we shouldn't have to go around and explain everything. We should be able to write or perform as, you know, the school teacher, the boyfriend, girlfriend, next door neighbor, the soldier, whatever. But I think it's just going to take a little bit of time, at least within the network studio system. In the independent world, you can go make awesome stuff and prove that it's worth watching.
Well, I want to hear Brett's take on this, but I feel like, you know, that's really the benefit of, to me, when I created the Disability Film Challenge, that was the goal. This is the opportunity for you to go and make a film during a shortened period of time and give yourself a deadline with zero stipulations about how much you want to talk about your disability. You have to have one person with a disability in front of or behind the camera. So the films don't have to be about disability. So how you choose, as when you're making your own project for the challenge, you can, you know, address it or not. I think, to be honest, that there is something too that is interesting, where for me, I can't hide that I'm 3'10". So if you have an invisible disability, that's an interesting, that's an experience I won't really know, because I pretty much, that's my world. People know what I look like right away. It's addressed in public frequently, a lot, as well as in my comedy, and but it's not solely, you know, what I want to do in terms of art. So I think I would say to somebody starting out, you know, at the end of the day, you will get the opportunities to run into somebody in a grocery store, to run into somebody, to get to talk to somebody, and that networking opportunity, but you also have to have materials. At the end of the day, you have to have, you know, Brett used that example of all those other things he had, his YouTube channel, he could be seen live. There's probably clips of that, I'm assuming, somewhere. You know, all these different things that, you know, are useful for you to be able to be hired. So I think, you know, my advice would be to do some that really tap into that world, but also if you're feeling that you don't want to do that as much, or you want to do other stuff, also do that other stuff. And then maybe figure out a way to show your disability without talking about it. So let that be, you know, which I've been very lucky to have been really written into stuff where it's really never mentioned now that I'm a little person, you know. But I think that adds a cool layer to my character, you know.
Let me just
Angel, both of you, you guys I want to hear your both of your thoughts, because Brett didn't talk about it too. But after, and then we'll get to you, Angel.
Go ahead.
What's your name? Alyssa. Are you talking about with your scripts or you as a creative?
I think separating me as a creative. You know, like I feel like right now, all of my art infuses disability.
Yeah.
You know, that's like the lens I see through.
Mm.
But I think, you know, now that I've seen characters, I've seen, you know, some of Nick's work where the storyline doesn't change based on disability. It's just kind of like lightly infused.
Right.
Which I think is so much more interesting,
Yeah.
you know, because it's not this person getting bullied, you know, like they live full and complete lives. But, you know, I feel like all of my art, because it infuses disability, I think, you know, is there just a way to almost not infuse it, right? Because it's part of who we are, like in our DNA. So I think it's just like wondering, as other artists or other creatives, how you navigate not always including maybe your own personal experience, right? Being able to write other characters that don't have any disabilities, you know, and just like kind of broadening that stroke of color of creativity, you know. Like sometimes I feel like it's a social responsibility to change the narrative. So it's like, how do you let go of that social responsibility and just like almost have fun again, you know?
Right. I think it's so I'm going to answer on two different levels. One, keeping it real. Hollywood wants to specify you. Hollywood wants, because it's like, how do I, from your reps to if you're selling, if you have a show with a company or a studio and they're trying to sell it, how do we sell this show? When every person that meets with you, if they love you, their job is to sell you to their boss, right? And so it's like the one line thing of like, how do I sell this person to my boss? Like that's literally everybody in Hollywood. How do I sell this idea? How do I sell? So know that, and know that like it's so much more specific to talk about your disability, and that is a powerful thing in a room. And able-bodied people don't have that. And a lot of times, we can get made to feel like talking about disability is wrong because it makes people feel uncomfortable. Don't give in to that in a room. With that, I feel like every marginalized group has been through this, where we are made to feel like, and also because of what's been bought and what's being made and what we're seeing on TV and film. The stuff, for us to be on TV and film, it has to be about the disability. It has to be, we have to be going through something we have to be struggling because of our disability. We have to be, the storyline always has to be like, well, how does that go back to their disability? And I think that we're going to be there for a little bit in Hollywood. That's just how it is. It sucks, but that's the journey. The beautiful thing is that we get to be the pioneers and we get to lead the narrative with scripts and projects we make. That's why this Easterseals challenge is amazing, because then we get to show people. The tough thing about disability, I feel like, is that like with other marginalized groups, when people are marginalized, you know, for the most part, it's like a, you know, it's an, I don't know, lack of a better term, hateful thing, right? Like you can see it and you're like, oh, but for me, a lot of times when I get marginalized, people, able-bodied folks think they're doing something nice or they're doing the right thing, right? So it's like, for us, this is our chance to show people that like, oh, hey, we know that like a different side of it. You're just not seeing the whole picture. And that's something that we can do with films. Now, with scripts, for instance, I have an hour-long script to your point of like, oh, I want to write characters that aren't disabled. So I have an hour-long script that it takes place in small-town Nebraska at a high school where the band is like the football team, where like it's not the jocks and the cheerleaders that are running the high school. It's the band. It's a championship band and the bandmates that run the high school. That's the main storyline. There's a character that's a wheelchair user. There's a teacher that has scoliosis like me. In their daily, goings on, yes, of course, we see how Dev, the wheelchair user, moves through the halls. We see how the dude with scoliosis, he's the new teacher, how he naturally deals with meeting new people that haven't seen people that look like him. But again, the storylines are not about them being disabled. We just see that. So I think there's a lot of different ways to do that, but I also want you to know, like, disability is specificity, and that is, it's so golden in Hollywood. And so anytime that you can use that, and obviously you don't want it to feel inauthentic and that you're forcing it, but anytime that you can infuse that into a POV, even if we are just watching the character behave, even if we are just watching them get up and make breakfast, it's interesting.
I think there's also a way to sort of pitch it in a metaphorical sense. Like, so so I went through the Disney writing program. They do a lot of work in terms of like, kind of what we did at the beginning of this conversation, shaping your personal story and then putting it out in the world.
I wanted to have you, after you talk about this, talk about your journey getting into that program too.
Oh, yeah. So I got staffed on The Rookie through the Disney writing program, and my meeting with the showrunner, I was a little nervous because they were already positioning The Rookie as like ABC's big show. This was during season 1. And I don't have any police experience. I don't, it was going to be my first television job. I hadn't been an assistant before. But anyway, what I said was, after reading the script, because the framing of the show was, this is the oldest rookie. He's older than all the other, all his contemporaries on the force. So he's going to be a little bit slower physically, and he's going to feel a little out of step. And so that was the part that I leaned into. So I said in the meeting, I already know what I'm not the age of the character, but I know what it is to be physically slower than my friends and colleagues and to have to work 3 times as hard to get half as far, both physically and creatively. And so that was where I just sort of like steered the conversation. So that was that a conversation about my disability? No. And there was no explicit disability in the show, but the experience of disability and living with cerebral palsy all my life and sort of leaning into the perseverance that it requires was beneficial for that character, especially in that season. Over the course of the show, they've become less and less focused on his age difference. It's more about the cop stories in general now. But at that time, that was, I think, an asset in the meeting.
Which is a great pitch tool, too.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, this all goes back to, he made an emotional connection to be able to talk about why he was the person that is right for this job. Now, to be 100% honest, it is so insanely competitive to get on right now, cast in a TV show, in a movie, to sell a show, to work as a writer, to work as a comedian, to be on like a guest spot. You like being able to talk to a decision maker and convince them why you are right for this in a quick period. Now that sounds like, to me, I don't know everything else here, but that 10-second pitch about why you would know how to write for that character, to me feels like a huge part of why you got that job. And being able to lean into your disability, this is an advantage. If you had been a cop and your dad was, the police chief of, Chicago or something, that would have been your main thing that I think would have been your way in.
The funny thing was, so this was my first TV job. I was coming in as a very eager staff writer being the lowest rung on the ladder. The next rung up is story editor. And the story editor on our show was a police sergeant of 18 years. So every time he was pitching, I was like, I have to follow this. He was taking stories from his own life, really amazing, some of which could never be on network television, like really dramatic stories of, you know, crime fighting. And then I would be like, so I read this book once where, or I saw on NYPD Blue that they did it. But you're just kind of always finding your own, especially in a writer's room environment, you kind of find your own little pocket and try to pitch into that pocket, and also not pitch the same thing 2 or 3 times. Just like be able to pitch things and just let it go. Whereas again, that's a distinction between, you know, making your own film. There aren't these layers of, frankly, bureaucracy or, you know, a sort of hierarchy. You are the decision maker. So that's very different from working in a room where you might be the lowest rung of the ladder.
Yeah. Which is awesome. Again, with the Disability Film Challenge, there are 0 limitations. So do whatever exactly you want to do. And I would say, because I know I'm looking around a lot of actors, also create something for you or your, you know, the like a character that is something, you know, that really showcases the best way that this actor, whether it's you, the actor, could be. Because the casting directors of America, like, you know, the CSA is going to share out all the films. You know, we have a lot of people that are going to be watching these films, including people that are part of these workshops. They're going to be checking this out. So this is an opportunity to be seen. You brought something up too, and then we'll get to your question, Angel. But you brought something up about don't pitch too many times.
Yeah.
I feel like that's for me. I'm like, I love this idea. I'll be like, I'm dead set on a joke working, and then it like doesn't work a bunch of times, and I'm like, it's so funny though. But like society tells me it's not because it doesn't do well. But
especially on the comedy side, like the danger of pitching something over and over would, like if you're working on a multicam comedy, for example, they do want alts to every joke. So you have the writers literally standing offset. So like if this joke didn't work, we have 6 others. But in a writer's room where you're collaborating, it's actually professionally dangerous to be the person that pitches the same thing multiple times, or that gets personally offended if a pitch doesn't go. Like that's a way to not keep your job.
And then talking about something too, about that whole process of getting selected, getting jokes selected. Talk about the Disney application process, because you didn't get in the first time.
I did not
correct?
get in the first time. The first time I applied, it was at the suggestion of a teacher of mine. I was just finishing school, and he told me about this program. I had written a spec episode of a show, of a half-hour comedy, and I submitted, and I got to the finals of the Disney program. And I was like, in the back of my mind, I was like, wow, I went from like college to grad school to ABC. This is going to be sweet. And then I didn't get in. But they have this sort of like gauntlet of a process to go through, during which, you know, they read your work and evaluate your work, obviously, and then you might get a phone call at the semifinals level, and you have a conversation with one of their executives to tell more about your personal story. Again, we're coming back to how personal all this is. And then if you get past that stage, they send you an email to invite you to the finalist mixer, which has sort of a multi-tiered additional gauntlet to it. Part of that finalist mixer, so as I mentioned, I have cerebral palsy. Sometimes I use crutches. And if I'm going to an event where I don't have a general sense of the layout, I'll often bring my crutches just in case there's stairs. So I show up to this thing on crutches, and their format was a ballroom, nowhere to sit. And they said, we're going to bring in executives to come talk to all of you. I think there were 30 finalists. They were going to pick 8 of us. And you'll know that these executives are executives because they'll have a green dot on your name tag. So when you see someone with a green dot, go run over there and talk to them. But don't talk to too many people for too long, because you want to be able to mix it up. So I was suddenly feeling like, oh, wow, this is a surprisingly physical experience. And there was like food set up against the wall, but I thought, I'm not going to get food because I'm not going to be able to carry stuff. I'm just going to focus on talking to people. And I was on my feet for, I think, almost 3 hours. So that's not the best version of me. That was not, you know, I didn't get into the program. But then later, I applied again. I think I applied 3 or 4 times. And I kept getting to the semifinals, which was good enough to like give me encouragement to keep trying. Disability wasn't a diversity and inclusion interest. I think I'm only the 4th disabled person that program has had, and it's been around since 1990. So they're getting better. It just took a little time. And so I got into the program, I got into the finals again. And this time, I brought my wheelchair, so I knew I'd be more comfortable because I didn't think the format would change, and it didn't. And then, as part of the process, you're pitching an episode of an existing show. So kind of like what we've been talking about, there's already a certain version of you that you bring into a room with whatever biases that might inspire. So Speechless was on the air, so I just thought I'm going to lean, and thank God to Scott Silveri and Speechless, because I just leaned directly into that show. You're supposed to come and pitch an episode of an existing show. And so I did an episode of, or an outline of an episode of Speechless that involved everyone in the family needs to get a new job because they're running out of money. And JJ, the disabled one, is having problems getting work and he doesn't understand why. Everybody else is having opportunities but him. So I just leaned directly into the employment message in my employment meeting.
Yeah.
And it worked. It was not a subtle pitch, but it worked out. So, and I'm thankful to that program because that's what got me. I had so many, previous experiences of going to shows that I loved and having opportunities to meet to be an assistant. And I would come in on my crutches or in my wheelchair and then have a great conversation and never get the assistant job. And I saw so many of my friends take that route, so many of my non-disabled friends. So having programs like the Disney program or creating your own material through the Disability Film Challenge is a way to sort of circumvent the usual assistant path that most often leads to television.
To me, I feel like what resonates in that story, though, is that it's 4 times of you applying.
Yeah.
And getting in. So the other thing to note is for something like the Disney program or the CBS showcase, to get into that, you are forget just disability, you're just dealing with thousands and thousands of other people that are applying. So the competition to get into here at AFI, which I feel so honored to be here, it is insane how hard it is to get into these programs. So, it's also not putting too much pressure or angst on yourself if you don't get into something. Because statistically, you're not going to get a lot of these, things that you apply for. So you should apply, continue to apply, and also if you, get selected into something, or even that to me, to be a semifinalist into something is a win. You're getting, the opportunity to meet somebody, now that's a door open. Whether you're selected into this or not, you've met that executive. Other people know about you. And then again, it's going back into that, that was an emotional pitch, a mini pitch about employment. And that made him more connected to that story for the executive, especially if you can figure out how to be make yourself a necessity to that project. Oh man, no one knows about employment like this guy.
And if it's a comedy, because I was trying to get into the comedy side, it was a half hour, and then so I matched it up with Speechless, and I did so the pitch itself, if it's a comedy show, the pitch itself also has to be funny. I think sometimes people forget, you don't want to. If you're pitching on a comedy and you come in and just pitch personal trauma and there's no joke to it, they're going to kind of wonder if you belong in that space.
Okay, so we got about 5 minutes left, but I want to get Angel. What was your question?
I don't know. So my question has to do with working in these rooms and acting, just various things that you're doing. When there are roles or things that are discussed in the room that you're okay, this doesn't line up with my experience, and voicing how you feel about it and either being listened to or going, the scarcity of work means that I need to continue on. Like we said, we kind of just have to take these roles. I know, Brett, you were talking about, you're okay, this is what the industry is right now. Because I consult on a lot of projects, and I feel that is something that I've come across is I give you the note, but the note's not taken. Do you feel like being in the writer's room has allowed them to take a lot more of these notes that you have, and do you get listened to, and how do you frame that to make it so they listen to you?
I mean, this probably is, I don't know how good of advice this is, but when I was developing with Sony, I guess this is different. It's different in developing than it is in a room. In a room, I feel like if you bring it up in a respectful way, but you bring it up in a way that is where you make it known, like, hey, this is there's a way to do it where they get that you're coming from a place of like, hey, I'm trying to give you a gold nugget here. Like, it would be very good to go at it from this angle. It's all, that's what's nice, when you're in a room, it's a conversation. And people can feel the shift in conversation when someone has that tone. Yeah.
I think it's very room dependent. I think that, one of the differences between consulting and being in a room is you have time to build the relationship first so that it doesn't feel like you're necessarily pitching or changing things too much. But the hierarchy thing is really real. So it depends what kind of a showrunner you have. I mean, I worked on Waffles and Mochi, and my proudest contribution to Waffles and Mochi is not in the episode that has my name on it. By that time I'd already worked on The Rookie, so I knew that the best pitches are the things that are going to be cost effective and producible. And so we were thinking of different places for the puppets in Waffles and Mochi to visit. And I found a restaurant in Oakland that is run by deaf employers and has a deaf wait staff. And I said, I think it's so important, especially for kids, to see disabled people, deaf and disabled people working and running businesses and being professionals rather than like leaning into a charity model. So what if we had I almost said Muppets, entirely different. Somebody's going to sue me.
I'd like to see that. The Muppets.
What if we had Waffles and Mochi go visit this restaurant and like learn sign language? That wasn't even in my episode, but I felt comfortable in that particular room with those particular showrunners. And not coincidentally, like it's helpful because one of those showrunners has a mother who's disabled, and so it was already sort of primed to be, how can we make this even more inclusive? So it really depends. There are certain shows where they're less interested in that sort of conversation, but I think, you just got to find your people and hope that you work with them again and again, which is how everybody builds careers.
Yeah. And I think something else too. I mean, there's different points here from a writer's room, and you're part of this, so you can bring this up and where it's in that decision level. I do think that it is important to bring up that there is a hierarchy to things. I don't know how many people have a lot of set experience or being on TV shows or but when you're part of the process, if you're a guest star, you're a co-star, even you're recurring, as an actor, you will get the opportunity to get embedded into the system. But in many sense, sets are really, for better or worse, like the military. There is like the executive producers, there's the directors, there's all these things. So it's finding the right time to bring something up. And also, if you do have something, which I have had as a little person, things that I was like, I don't know if I love this, it's finding the right time to bring it up and bringing it up with a solution.
Yeah.
When you can come up with a solution as a writer too, I'm like, what if as a little person, I just kind of like, I don't really love this thing if I'm, we're spending so much time about me with this light switch. What if we just go this instead? Yeah. Because I wouldn't normally do that. You can bring this up to the director at the right time or, before, maybe through, so I think it's finding the right time for those moments, but also, again, being comfortable in
also strategically, if you can point to an example of a show or a movie that got dragged.
Yeah. Well,
because it's a business, so it's like, hey, I'm just kind of curbing against the possibility that we get the sort of response that this project did. It's important that we maybe revisit this joke.
But yeah. And I think it's, we got to wrap out of this segment. But again, to recap, a lot of this is the perseverance, telling your own story, the pitch element within, being able to pitch what you've done, continue to create. Where can we follow you guys online or find, again, your YouTube social media plugs?
I'm on YouTube at Genuine Jerks, just how it sounds and spelled. And then my Instagram handle is Breezy, BREEZY. _F_baby. It's a Lil Wayne lyric reference. Yeah.
My this is boring, but my Instagram and my Twitter are just my name, David Radcliffe, DAVIDRADCLIFF. No E on the end. I have been tweeted at as if I'm Daniel Radcliffe, which is flattering, but he makes a lot of money.
Harry Potter in the flesh. Yeah. Anybody want to take a photo of us? And while we're in this, and by the way, you can take photos as we go. Tag at Disability Film Challenge. You know me. You know I'm going to do a group photo at the end, and that'll be at the at Disability Film Challenge channels. So let's. I'm like David. I'm like you're in the. He's going to be looking at his phone. He's like eating in the background. We got a photo shoot. Hey, look at this. Live stream audience, we love you. We're switching over into a new segment in a second. Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, we're going to take photos on the way. And guys, take photos on the way. Again, all of this will be online later, but tag us as you go, social media-wise. Thank you so much, Brett, David.
Thank you.
Great.
Bringing it back to Indy.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful conversation that I was able to catch the very end of. And I felt the energy in the room when I walked in, so that was awesome. We are going to take a quick 5-10 minute break, and then we will be back for something that I will be moderating with a close friend, Max, who you will meet in a second. So stay tuned. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah.
When we are live. Hi everyone and welcome back to the day one of our writing and producing workshop here at AFI. Thank you for hosting us, AFI. This is for the Disability Film Challenge participants, and we have some wonderful filmmakers here participating in person. And for those of you at home, thank you so much for joining us today. To continue on with our agenda on the writing side, before we dive into producing this afternoon, we are learning now about how to write a script. Where do I begin? Just because I think there are so many formalities within script, but at the end of the day, we have a lot of story and we have a lot of character and world building that we need to tell. So how do we convert that and transition it into something that people can read that we can actually get to shoot? I am a cinematographer. I am one of the co-founders of CFA, so I'm very much on the crew side. So I'm going to be learning today just as much as you are, I hope. I have a dear friend with me today that I invited on, Max, but also one of the longest names of any of my friends, which is Gianmarco Maximilian Giacomelli. Is that right?
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right. That's right.
But Max,
But Max,
for short.
it's way easier.
Yeah, great. I love it. Now, Max and I went to school at AFI when I was here from 2018 to 2020. We also have some other fellows joining us today from my class. We have our producer, Doug Barden, who is sitting in to join us later on for independent producing. But it's a wonderful community that we've built here today, and I'm so happy that all of us are a part of it, some familiar faces and some new ones. So I am here to moderate the conversation. Max is going to lead it. I will just probably ask for clarification and guide the conversation sometimes a little bit and just be your support companion to hang out.
That sounds great.
But Max, why don't you start by telling us a little bit about you as a screenwriter and yourself to begin?
Yes, please. First, thank you for having me, Nick, as well. This is incredible. I'm so happy to be here. A little about me. I'm an Italian-Canadian man. And for those visually impaired, I have fair skin, a short buzz cut, because my wife told me to cut my hair, a dark brown beard, jeans. I'm wearing my New Balance dad sneakers because I just became a dad. And thank you. And when I was about 15, I was diagnosed with a rare neurological disease called monomelic amyotrophy, which affects the nerves in my spine and the muscles in my hands and arms. My voice might sound a little scratchy today. I apologize. My son got me sick, and also I've been chasing him around because he just learned to walk and throw stuff and break stuff, and that involves me having to chase him around and yell a lot. I'm going to give you not a long, but a bit of a backstory about me, and for a reason, which I'll get to. I grew up in Toronto, Canada, in a fairly Italian Catholic family. I always loved books, films, usually involving epic love stories, magical creatures, castles, anything historical. Right now I write in the darker genre space, be it thriller, sci-fi, fantasy, horror, dark comedy. And most of my work focuses on broken people and broken belief systems, but with a lot of heart. I've always loved writing, but I never realized I could do it for a living, which is ironic because my father is a writer. So instead, I decided to study math and economics. I figured it would be a good career. I was wrong. Not that there's anything inherently wrong with them, but it was not right for me. So after quitting my first job, I went to visit my grandmother in New Mexico. Sorry, Mexico, not New Mexico. And I traveled and I met a girl and I moved to China and she broke up with me, so I stayed for 5 more years. And I used my economics degree and background to work, which I hated and I was miserable. So I started writing again. Short stories, journalism, and eventually I worked my way up to write a script. And after a few scripts, I worked my way up to finally finding the courage to apply for graduate schools in screenwriting, one of which was here at AFI, and I was lucky enough to get in. Where we are today. And this room, literally, this is the first room I sat foot in. I sat here and prepped for my interview, looking up at all these pictures and books, and I was terrified. And for the next 3 weeks until I got word back, it was like the most terrifying weeks of my life. Since then, I finished with Indie in 2020, and I've gone on to have a pilot of mine get into the Sundance Episodic Lab, and I've worked on some projects in mini writers' rooms, development rooms for Amazon and Disney and Hulu. And I am currently working on a project for Paramount. But most importantly, I got married and I had a kid since I moved out here, which is very exciting. And I tell you all this long, boring story because, not because it's interesting, but because this is where all writing starts with, is you. your experiences, your ideas, your successes, but probably even more importantly, your failures. There's not one thing that's happened over the years, big or small, good and bad, that shouldn't be part of your writing, subconsciously or consciously. And it's usually the smaller moments that make the best story. A writer much more talented than me once said, you don't write about the horrors of war, no, you write about a kid's burnt socks lying on the side of the road. And what he's hinting at is at the core of writing. It's finding moments that we can dramatize in a visual way that profoundly affects the characters we create and forces them to make big decisions that define them. This is what makes a good character, and every script should start with character. Whether for TV or film, Aristotle was wrong. Plot does not define character. Character should drive the plot. And what I mean by this is you want to get to a place where you know your character so intimately that they're making the decisions in the story for you, not the other way around. You're not imposing decisions on them. The characters are so well defined that there's only a few valid choices that they can make in a given situation. And some might argue that, wait, no, it's up to the writer who's creating these things, that they get to decide what happens and why it happens. And that's partially true. But if you've created your character well and you know them intimately, then eventually they start making decisions themselves. So before you start writing, outlining, we need to know who our character is. And we're going to go through this process here bit by bit. First, I'm going to give you the writing process overview in a second, which sort of details going through the character work, going through log lines and beat sheets and outlines all the way to the end, and then we'll talk about each of them in detail. And there's a simple process to figure this out. Character detective work, which I've learned along the way, includes doing biographies of your characters, backstory, what makes them tick, and this can help you figure out exactly who they are, what they want, why they want it, most importantly, and how to orchestrate the rest of your story in an impactful way. And you might already have a story in mind, or maybe you have an idea, a world, a basic sequence of plot and events. But before we go any further, we usually want to dig into our character. And figuring that once we figure that out, it becomes a lot more clear and more evident what this type of person would do. And at the heart of writing, dramatizing a story, is putting your characters at a crossroads, forcing them to make a decision. And not an easy decision. If the choice is between $1 million or getting punched in the face, it's a pretty easy decision. You're going to take the money. Making hard decisions is what defines us. And just as an easy example, they usually do this in all of the Batman movies. They take his love interest and they put him in him or her in one burning building, and they take another character that needs to be saved for the good of mankind or the good of the city or the good of the story in another burning building, and he's got to choose between the two. So building a story, outlining, all stems from knowing the character in the first place. If anyone, does anyone want to share just a thought on an amazing character they love from a movie, or it could be a TV show? Protagonist, antagonist, it doesn't even matter. And if you don't want to share, that's fine too. I know you've been here for a long time today.
Yes.
So I'm thinking when I was watching Young Sheldon. When I was watching Young Sheldon, that was the character that I thought was just amazing.
Young Sheldon.
Love Young Sheldon. This is fantastic. Anyone else, guys, let's just get them out there so we can and please interrupt me. I want this to be, if there's questions or if it's not clear, stop me and we can talk about it more. Young Sheldon is a fantastic example and something, TV, yes, not film, and we could talk about TV later if you guys want. But obviously a character that they created that had so much success and that they decided to make another TV show about him. Anybody else?
Yeah, Brenda.
I'm really enjoying the character of Reacher and learning the backstory slowly through the series. I'm really enjoying the drawn out drama of how they're piecing who he is. You meet him and he's stoic and you're learning why. And I really love that a lot.
Absolutely, absolutely. I've watched a few episodes of season 1. And this applies to all genres, whether it's comedy or action or sci-fi. it doesn't matter. It's the character at the heart of the thing. If anyone else wants to, yeah, please.
Yeah.
Of course.
Paul from The Holdovers.
Amazing. And the goal just for talking about these people is touch points and references when you're creating your own work and your own characters, that you can think about the amazing characters that you've seen created. Not that we want to, create a carbon copy of them, but it's touch points, and we'll get to it later, about how to look at these characters that have been created, and we can reverse engineer them to figure out why the writers chose the things they did, or figured out along the way why these characters have developed into who they are. And for me, this is my process, and everyone might do it differently. There's no right or wrong way, but I found this is what works for me, and I'm going to give you a cheat code, which all of us already know. There's a beginning, a middle, and an end, Act 1, 2, and 3. Every story needs to have a character in the middle of those Acts 1, 2, and 3. And they need to want something really, really badly. Not just kind of want it, they need to need it. They want this thing more than anything in the world. And there's got to be someone or something, an idea even, that's trying to stop them. And that's basically it. You can all go home now. But seriously, that's as simple as it gets. And when we start out, we might have an idea of that, a character. Maybe sometimes even for me, I don't start with the character. I have to get there. I start with an idea or a moment in time or a theme or a world. But before you start writing anything, we got to go back to our character and do these bios, which we're going to get to in a second, the detective work about your main character and who they are and what they like and don't like and what's really driving them. And we could do the character bios as well for antagonists and love interests and allies and minor characters. The more the better that we understand who these people are and what makes them tick. That is the goal of all of this. And once we know who our main character is and really know them, we can start to think about it. You might already have it, theme and premise. And the theme, sometimes you don't figure it out until after a first draft, whether it's something like great love conquers death, or crime doesn't pay, or maybe the opposite in your story, that crime does pay. That's a valid theme. The core, the important thing is that a good theme should be a question, not a statement. It should be a question that could be answered on both sides, and maybe not rightly, maybe not everyone answers in the same way, but the protagonist and the antagonist can both be on either side of that thematic question, and their actions and their words in your story serve to answer and explore that theme.
Now, can I ask you a question? What are some examples within your own work of questions as themes as questions?
Sure. The project I'm working on right now, most recently, is it's about my relationship with the Catholic Church, of which I was a member for years. I'm no longer. It takes place in the 1300s. It's a dark, dark, dark comedy about a guy who gets hired to kill the Pope. And there was a period in time where there were two popes. The Catholic Church elected two popes, which I thought was ridiculous, because you've got this guy who's supposed to be the voice of God. How can you have two of them? And they elected them, both of them. And the question at the core of this thing is about this guy who gets hired to kill the Pope. His name's Harry. And it's a question of spiritual exploitation in the context of it being who is responsible for doing something about that, the institution that has taken advantage of him, or the victim of this abuse. And on the one side we have him, Harry, and his sister, and on the other side we have these two popes who keep taking advantage of them. And so they explore this theme from both sides in a very comedic way. So we've got character, we've got theme. Usually those things kind of come hand in hand once you've picked a character, because usually they're doing something that's very specific, and it's like, why are they doing this thing? And this might be overly simplistic, and you probably all know what a log line is, but having a log line, a 1-2 sentence of the entire story, I can't even stress how important something like that is. And I take mine and I put it literally at the top of my computer screen. And it might change, but you've got in there, you've got your main character, you've got a drive, something they want, something stopping them, and usually the theme and sort of the tone of what the story is.
I love that.
And
you keep coming back to it.
Yeah, and if you ever get lost or confused, why am I writing this? What do my people want? It's right there in front of you. And after going through the log line, the character, and you've thought about your theme, we can, depending on where you are with a project, for me, if I've been sitting with something for months or years, I might jump right into a beat sheet or an outline. But if I need the extra work, you can sit down and write, I find it very useful to write 1, 2, 3 page sort of treatment in prose, like a short story or a novel, and you can get everything out there on the page that you can't put in a script. Things that people are thinking, backstories and motivations, and it just takes it from your head and puts it on the page. And doing that is the biggest first step in starting before you write the script, of getting it all out there. You have something tangible then to look at, to work with, to talk to other people about. And this should be, if we're talking about films, the entire story from beginning to end. You don't save anything, you don't save your twists and your mysteries, you get it all there. And once you have that tangible document, we can move on to a beat sheet. 30, 40 beats, which is usually what comprises a feature film, broken down by Act 1, 2, and 3, starting with an inciting incident and moving on to your end of Act 2, all is lost. If you can figure those things out while you're doing this work of a treatment and a beat sheet, all the better, but it's fine if not. And it's not until we've figured all that out, though, that we can move on to an outline. Which I know Nick wanted to focus on today, is getting to the final stage where we can actually write a script through outlining. But there is so much work ahead of time that we need to think about before even getting there. And just for, I want to get onto this character section, but the outline is essentially just a more fleshed out beat sheet where we can use slug lines, interior, exterior headings of where we are, who's in the scene. We can have bits and pieces of dialogue even to really bring the characters to life. And once we have finally nailed down a detailed outline, we can move on to a first draft. And if you've done your work early on, figuring out your character and the story and the beats and who these people are, it can often be a very quick process to finish a first draft. And we want to finish it quickly because a first draft is never the final draft. There's going to be so many notes and rewrites along the way. And at the core of writing is rewriting. It never stops until someone buys it and makes it, and then finally you can stop, kind of. And we're going to talk about rewriting and notes at the end. I'm going to leave that for now because I want to do some character detective work exercise here, where I'm going to ask you guys. These are prompts. This was something I've learned along the way that I find helpful. And it's an exercise to dig into your subconscious and dig up some tools, moments, ideas, characters that you can use in your script. And for each of these prompts, you can write down or make note of 3 different answers. And some of these things might make you feel uncomfortable or hesitant, and that's the point. Writing should never really be easy. We're here to say things and write things that make people think and have conversations. And this exercise is meant to warm you up before a day of writing, or while you're in the midst of a script, or while you're rewriting a script. And it's to get you to think and mine your experiences. Whether they apply to your characters or that story is almost besides the point. It's just getting into that headspace of thinking about these things and these tools we have at our disposal. So let's start with a strong physical sensation that affected you deeply. And you could take all of these right here, and I'm going to give everyone a minute to jot some things down. Number 2 is a smell that takes me back to childhood. A toy from when you were little. A time when you were scared.
Can this be bigger? Yes, it can be. Here, do you want me to just quickly?
Yeah, I don't know how to.
Yeah, I got you. I will get you in a second. And then we go over. And I'm going to make it 200%. Does that help?
Can everyone see that?
If not, I can make it full screen as well. Here it is full screen and bigger. Yeah, great. So,
and how do I go down though? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay.
So let's read them out again.
Yeah, we're going to read them out. So a strong physical sensation that affects me deeply. Not me, you. Smells that take you back to childhood. A toy from when you were little. A time when I was scared. I never get to, something you never get to do. I had a dream with an incredibly upsetting image. Something I do that a family member does as well. I want people to think I'm something, but really, in reality, I feel deeply about blank, and my body reacts to blank in this way. A moment I knew I wasn't the same person anymore. I was ashamed when blank happened because blank. I pretend to care about blank, but I don't really care. Here's how I would get even with, for anyone writing a action revenge story.
Now, should they take one that really resonates with them and break it down, or how do we want to?
Well, here's what I want. Here's what I want. If people are jotting stuff down right now, I'm going to start at the top. And if anybody feels comfortable sharing something, by all means, you can. If you don't, please keep them to yourselves and use these things when you need them later on. I'm going to share some with everyone, just so like this was something. We used during the Sundance Lab, and I used it to break open the pilot I had written. There was somewhere I was stuck, and we did this exercise over and over again, both for myself and some of my characters, and it opened up this nagging note that I couldn't figure out what the problem was. And I started getting ideas from this. I'm not even kidding. So let's start with the first one. Is there anyone who wants to share a strong physical sensation that affects you easily, deeply? For me, it was the cold waters in Kernville in January. This is this river up in the mountains, and it was like 30 degrees. And I went in, and I sat there shivering and chattering. I could barely breathe afterwards. A smell that takes me back to childhood. Grass, not because I like the smell, but because it gives me allergies every spring. A toy from when I was little. I had this Ninja Turtles truck. And my sisters, for whatever reason, they would always steal it and use it with their Barbies. A time when I was scared. I found out my son might be suffering from a similar neurological disease to mine. And I was terrified. I never get to choose the furniture in my house because my wife just buys stuff and I find out when it arrives. I had a dream with an incredibly upsetting image. My sisters and I were stuck in the woods in a cabin that made pancakes as big as a horse. These huge pancakes. And there were these men coming on horses, coming to get us. And I don't know what they were doing. Maybe they wanted the pancakes. I'm not sure. The way I'm most afraid to die, being eaten alive by birds. I hate birds. 3 things I do that a family member does too. I drive way too quickly like my mother. I want people to think I'm tough, but actually I'm a big softie. I cry very easily. I feel deeply about pizza. It makes my palms sweat and my stomach grumble. A moment I knew I wasn't the same person anymore. When my son was born, he came out blue and purple and he couldn't breathe. And then he took his first breath. Ashamed when I was a kid. I used to lie to people about my disability, this neurological disease that I have, because it was easier for me and for them so that I didn't have to talk about it and they didn't have to feel bad. I pretend to care about, but I don't really care about. I pretend to care about fitness. I hate exercising. Here's how I would get even with my ex-boss. He was a prick. And I would put grasshoppers in his boiler room in his house. They breed very quickly and they're very hard to get rid of. So these prompts, you can play around with them and you can come up with some of your own.
Yeah, I would love to hear if some people have some as well. Yeah, I got you. Does anyone have any that resonated with them from the prompts that they want to share? We have a mic that we'll go around with. Anyone? I know you all have really great stories.
And don't feel uncomfortable. I get it. I didn't say a word during mine when I did this for the Sundance thing because
there you go.
I just wanted to keep them to myself and use them, and I get it. But you can use these. You can come up with other prompts, and you can use them for yourself to get started for writing, or you can use them for your characters in your stories. And do it not just for the protagonist. You could do it for the villain, for the antagonist, to figure out who they are. Because every antagonist, they think they're the hero of their own story, right? Like, they should never be written as villains. These people think they're doing the right thing for one reason or another.
And so for when you were in the Sundance lab and you couldn't figure out, you had like that block, how would you develop new prompts in order to help you?
Yeah, I would usually start with these and then start thinking about other just situations. As mundane as these are things that build characters out and let you figure out who a person is and what makes them tick. And it might lead you to a realization about someone that you never thought about in a different way, as silly as it sounds. And we're going to move on to another exercise. This one is about log lines. How do I go back up?
Yeah, you're there.
Oh, there.
Yeah.
This one's about log lines. A simple 1-2 sentence summary of the entire script. If you can write a good log line, you're headed in the right direction of knowing what the story is you want to tell. And keep in mind this can change, but the point is to put something down, to plant a flag so that there's something to work with. And a good log line should give you a sense of the main character, the journey, what they want, what their obstacles are, hints at genre and tone. And we're going to take a look at some log lines, and I'm going to see if you guys can guess the movie. We'll start here. The aging patriarch of an organized crime dynasty transfers control of his clandestine empire to his reluctant son in hopes of continuing their legacy. That's right. A teenager moves from Africa to the suburbs of Illinois, where she gets a quick primer on the cruel, tacit laws. Yeah, who said that? Didn't even need to finish it. And these things elicit like a feeling right away, but it's so concise and it's so tight, and it paints a picture for you. This needs to be, with the character work, the first things we do before we start writing. It just hammers down everything that you're trying to do. The stakes, the world, and it's easy to pitch. If you could pitch that to an executive or you know, whoever it is, it makes it so much easier. They want something they can hear in 30 seconds and say, oh my God, that sounds amazing. It's the high conceptness of it. A man from the North Pole goes to New York in search of his biological father. A depressed suburban father in a midlife crisis decides to turn his life around after becoming infatuated with his daughter's attractive friend. American Beauty. A teenager from the slums wins the grand prize on a TV game show. When he's interrogated under suspicion of cheating, he's forced to revisit his troubled past. Slumdog Millionaire. On the eve of their high school graduation, two academic superstars and best friends realize they should have worked less and played more, and so attempt to cram 4 years of fun into one night. Yeah. A young African-American man grapples with his identity and sexuality while experiencing the struggles of childhood, adolescence, and burgeoning adulthood. Moonlight. A man with bipolar disorder moves home with his parents and makes a connection with a spirited widow, which helps both of them heal in unique ways. Silver Lining Playbook. Yeah. After a bachelor party in Las Vegas, three friends with no memory of the previous night wake up to find the bachelor missing. A wheelchair-bound photographer spies on his neighbors from his apartment window and becomes convinced one of them's committed murder. Rear Window. A high school student is transported to the past where he must reunite his parents before he and his future cease to exist. To catch a killer who skins his victims, a young FBI cadet must seek help from Silence of the Lambs. So you see how quickly you grasp onto these things. It's like it paints a picture, an image. I know these are famous movies, but like the idea is to come up with something so unique and so just like specific that it speaks for itself, and it makes everything so much easier. A young prince must learn to take on responsibility of running a kingdom after his father is murdered by his uncle who wants to take the throne himself. Or Hamlet.
Lion King and Hamlet.
That's what it was based on. It's true.
Yeah, I love it.
It's true. So why is this? Why is this important? Creating and revising your log line, because it focuses your mind about your story. It gives you a focal point to return to when you get lost. It's the North Star, and you can keep bringing everything back to it. We're going to talk about beat sheets. Let me just hold on. Let me just go back to the top. You don't need to.
Does anyone have any questions?
Is there any questions so far? Yeah.
No, we're good. Yes.
With this, can we get a copy of after?
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, Angel. Yeah.
With the log line, it seems like it's like pretty concise. So like tone or anything like that. So do you feel like being more descriptive in a log line actually hurts you rather than helps you?
So here's the thing. In the early stages, you're doing detective work, maybe you've written a 1 or 2 page treatment to kind of summarize the story, which will have a lot more detail about tone and genre and world. It's okay to start with a longer, more detailed log line. Maybe it's not even a log line, then it's like a story summary that's a paragraph, a few sentences that does get into all that. But being able to get back to this 1-2 sentence thing, it's almost like the elevator pitch. Like you could give, if you can pitch it and summarize your story in 1 sentence, 2 sentences like that, it makes it more pitchable and it really focuses your mind. So it's a dual purpose kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Brett and Nick and I all have disabilities that are immediately evident. And we were talking about that a little bit on the panel, but something that you had said about how you used to feel shame around your disability, and I'm wondering from like a pitching perspective, whether it's something that you bring up now when you're approached for projects, or if it's something that you like explicitly link to your material.
That's a great question. It was not until I got to AFI where I started feeling comfortable talking about it and writing about it, which is bizarre. I always felt the need to skirt around it. I mean, with my close family and friends, that was one thing. It was a different thing. And I met a fellow student, screenwriter here who is also disabled. And that was what opened it up. I was able to sit with someone and actually speak with them about these things candidly. And then I found that I was comfortable enough to start including it in my work. And the project that I brought to Sundance, both on the surface and definitely beneath the surface, is about that. It's me in the center of that story. And I finally felt comfortable enough, confident enough to write about it in a way where I could explore it thematically and on a character level and what it felt like. And in terms of bringing it up in meetings, I mean, that story is a sort of beast of its own, because if we're talking about the project, we're talking about why I wrote the thing. And just in general meetings, I suppose, it depends. I mean, because yes, I am not in a wheelchair. It is not an invisible disability. If you paid attention, you'd be able to see it. And sometimes it comes up and sometimes it does not. And I don't sort of feel the need to beat people over the head with it. It's not something I'm afraid to talk about anymore, for sure. Yeah.
And we have a question over here as well.
Question and comment regarding the subject right now. We can also maybe use that to change the narrative so that people don't have these certain tropes. For instance, last year for Easterseals, I submitted a film called Suggestions. And we had a romantic theme, and E.R. Ruiz, who has, he's a burn survivor. And so it was an opportunity, because I asked him, like, what do you typically get, cast for? And he's like, scary movies. So this was an opportunity to change that narrative. Also for myself, I have a spinal cord injury, but people often think of that in a particular way. They're not used to seeing somebody ambulatory who uses different multiple mobility aids. So I think it's a personal choice, like we said, right? But I do think people have to understand it is a great way to elevate your voice and change that narrative and get away from those stereotypical tropes that we see.
I could not agree more. Thank you for sharing that.
Great. Yes, Nick.
You know, the interesting thing about with the Disability Film Challenge is we announced that the genre this year is buddy comedy. So people don't know the full assignment yet, including themes, props that have to be incorporated, other elements. You know, it feels like we have so much great stuff here, though, at the end of the day about character. People can be working on ideas and pre-production, but they, you know, fully flushing out everything won't be able to be done there. But I'm curious ideas for, you know, or any kind of advice based on all this awesome stuff about breaking down or trying to find little moments for a character or finding some of those things, because I really love these. I was just trying to think out loud in my head of like the time you were cold, you mentioned that, and I'm like, oh, I was with a dog in Alaska, and now I'm like, oh, buddy comedy, all we need to do is be in Alaska.
Yeah. So that is a simple way to go about it for something like this, is just doing the character detective work to start out and answer some questions about yourself, or if you've already got a character, answered about them, to see where the story might go. And yes, technically, if you're writing a feature film script, and maybe if you're getting paid to do it, you're going to take months and maybe years. But you don't have that. So yeah, a shortcut could be just doing the character detective work to start off before, you know, writing and structuring the thing. You know, it's a biography for a character. You could spend 10 minutes on it. You could do it for weeks, but you could do it in 10 minutes.
Right.
But, sorry, the second kind of follow-up is not really a question, but just a statement. Like in general, how much I love this, you know, and because the elements, you know, so much of this I think is can be applied directly to the challenge and writing for that. But what we've seen and what we're excited about is people are now, you know, developing, you know, into TV shows or into features that will have that longer.
Yeah.
So I just think what's so cool is like thinking, you know, for me, and for others, you know, here and virtual, that they have the ability to use this in multiple areas, and I think there's so many cool, you know, tools.
So
Most
relevant.
definitely, yeah. Excuse me.
Of course. Yes, Brenda. Yeah.
One of the writing techniques that I use is I will start with the fall. Either the character discovers the thing that he's been passionate about before we get to him, and it's the fallout of what has happened in the story is about having what you thought you wanted. It's not what you think it is, and finding this deeper history of what he thought was simply just a single answer. It's this complex, and how do you think I can apply this to that when we meet the character at his lowest? So the inciting incident is not actually the first thing that happens. The inciting incident is him finding out that there's a consequence to him getting what he wanted. So how would you suggest I look at this and apply those rules to that kind of story structure?
It's almost like, it sounds like, at least just from what you just said, it's almost like it's starting in media res, like he's about to, we're starting out in it could almost be like we're starting out at the end of what was a previous film, and now he's figuring out something and starting all over again. And that's fine. We're actually going to go over something like this in one of the examples for beat sheets and outlines with Charlie's Angels. It's low-hanging fruit. It's not going to win all the Oscars, but it's like, it's tight and it's fun and it's an action buddy sort of comedy. And they start like that at the beginning, where you think that this is what the movie's about, and then that ends, and you're like, what just happened? And they got to start again, and that's fine. Like that is a valid choice for you as a writer, as a storyteller. There's no wrong answers here, and the more innovative, creative ways you can do something that haven't been done before. Like, I'm going to go over all these things, and like ideally, you try them out and you use them for the story thing, and then you could throw them all out and do the opposite. Like, you know, having a story told in chronological order, or done according to Save the Cat or the 8-sequence approach, or I'm going to talk about the nine big beats, which I learned here at AFI, which I loved. these are all just tools. You don't need to follow them all. They shouldn't be prescripted. They should just be options or things that you could use to, get to the end goal, which is a finished script.
Nice. Should we dive into beat sheets?
Yeah, let's talk about beat sheets for a second. Most of you probably, have done a beat sheet, know what a beat sheet is. This, if the character is the heart of the story, I like to think about the beat sheet as the bones. And this is where we kind of lay out chronologically what happens in our script scene by scene. And you don't need to go into too much detail. It can be one sentence per beat, per scene for now. For reference, most films, a finished feature film that's 90 minutes or 120 minutes, an hour and a half, 2 hours long, have 30 to 40 scenes, 30 to 40 beats. And a scene is usually around 2-3 pages, sometimes way shorter, sometimes way longer, but just as an average to talk about. And that usually gives us 30-40 scenes, 30-40 beats. Beats are scenes for the purpose of this discussion. A 90-minute to 120-minute feature film.
And do we have that available on this one as well that we can go to?
Yes, I'm going to pull up, well, I'm not going to do it right yet, but after our log lines, we're going to start talking about, I'm going to show you this thing. I'm going to give you all of this.
Great, cool, sweet.
And so, for the purpose of this exercise, a beat is a scene, and the goal of the beat sheet is to find the 30-40 scenes that make up your movie. And it's, for me, I always find it better to start smaller. I'm not always like, oh my God, I know what happens minute by minute. So once you've done, though, your character work, and you've done a log line, and you've done a 1-2 page treatment, like a short story with all the nasty, messy details and backstories and things that would never be able to go in a script, you've got all that. It gives you some bones, some structure for what the story might be, act by act. And I like to do this thing I learned here at AFI. It's called the 9 big beats. And once you figure these out, these 9 big beats, they fit into that 3-act structure. Then you can go into figuring out the rest of the 30-40 beats that make up the whole movie. But it's somewhere smaller to start, which is easier. It's bite-sized. It lets you just, do something. And so this is what the 9 big beats look like. And you've probably all seen some version of this. Beat 1, the story starts. The point of origin. This is where we introduce the protagonist and his or her ordinary world. You establish tone and genre and theme, and then after you've established how life is, the old equilibrium, you knock them off their feet with beat 2, the inciting incident, or story catalyst. Different books will say different things. They're all the same thing. The balance is upset. It occurs somewhere between pages 5 and 15. This is where you introduce the big event that jolts your protagonist and creates a situation he or she can't easily handle. It poses a question or central dramatic problem that establishes where the story's going. And it eventually forces the protagonist to commit to a goal and act in order to make things right again. Beat 3, the Act 1 curtain, first big moment of decision. This is where the main character, they make a plan. It's the end of Act 1, usually around pages 25 to 30 for a feature film script. It's the first time they commit to truly responding to a situation or problem created by the inciting incident. And he or she comes up with a plan and it takes decisive action and starts a journey, an emotional as well as literal journey. And this journey's in search of a goal. Your character has a plan to solve the problem, and it sends the story in a new direction to a new level. It raises the stakes. More is at risk now. And it puts them in deeper conflict with others. Remember, every element must rise. And all that means is things should get more tense. There should be more conflict between characters. Not to say that there can't be a quiet moment between two characters in the midst of all this, but the general journey for our character is an upwards arc until beat 4, the plot thickens. An unexpected turn. Some other places might call this a pinch or a turn. Usually these beats, just for reference, happen every 15 pages or so. They've done studies where they say that people watching, and even if you're just reading a script, you're looking to feel something every like 12 to 15 pages or so. Some sort of like, doesn't need to be a car explosion, you know what I mean? It's just something that impacts our main character that makes them feel something. And you could sort of extrapolate that out if you're writing a short film script or what have you. By the midpoint, that's usually a major reversal, hugely surprising event that turns the protagonist and the story around. Things were kind of moving along, not smoothly, but escalating, and then bam, there's a huge impact that throws everything into question. Beat 6, the plot thickens again. Another major turning point, another big obstacle as the protagonist struggles towards their goal. The stakes, the problems are continuing to rise. Beat 7, the Act 2 curtain, also known as the low point, the emotional death, around page 90. An event everything has been building towards, and we've been engineering our protagonist to. And either they lose, they fail to achieve success, and it causes them to experience a breakdown, a loss of confidence or courage, and they feel the goal is out of reach. All seems lost. In love stories, this is where the boy loses the girl or vice versa. Beat 8, rise from the ashes, the climax, the showdown. Also the point of no return. This launches Act 3, and this is where they dig deep to find a final reserve of strength and character. There's no turning back. The protagonist creates a moment of highest conflict, and this is where they take matters into their own hands. They figure out a solution. They get the girl or the boy. This is where the protagonist finally wins, attaining not so much what they wanted, but what they needed. And this is where the protagonist discovers who they really are. Beat 9, and beat 9, the resolution and or a realization. Sometimes that can be as short as a page, half a page even. It's a new balance. It's the last few pages of the story. We see evidence that they've changed, they've grown, they've been made whole by their experience and become a better version of themselves. A new equilibrium has been reached, and the protagonist is ready to live out the rest of their life. Loose ends are tied up. Your ending should be interesting and satisfying and organic to the story. In love stories, the lovers do not have to end up together. Bad guys can get away, but in both of these cases, the ending was right for that story, and the protagonist still changed. People may guess the ending, but don't let them guess how you get there. Yeah?
Do you have any advice on getting through all of that in 3 to 5 minutes
For
the purpose of
format it for short films?
Yeah, for
would
sure.
Would you lose things? Would you keep it the same? But
Exactly.
What's the page limit for the?
No page limit, but there is a time limit. It's got to be 5 minutes plus we get an extra minute that you can play with credits.
So five pages-ish.
Yeah, I mean, let's just look at these things. Like, this is an expansion of the 3-act structure, right? It's Act 1 is beat 1. It's the story point. It's where the origin. You need that. You need a middle, right? So you need an inciting incident, and you need an ending. Those are kind of the 3. I think you could still, even in 5 minutes, break it down to the 5 of the beats. Beat 1 is the origin. Inciting incident, pretty necessary, I'd say. And if you call beat 4, 5, and 6, I mean, that's Act 2 for the most part. There's usually 4 big beats in there. You take the midpoint. It's a turn. It's something happens. And then the final one, there's got to be a climax. So these can be adjusted and compressed and expanded. Sorry, you're going to...
No, it's okay. I was wondering, would you, I guess it determines really what you want to highlight, but what would you spend more time on for the 3 to 5 minutes? More
the character.
Introducing the character, so the first part.
If we can really understand who this person is and what they want and why they're doing what they're doing, people are along for the ride, whatever it is.
That's true. Yeah. Thank you.
Great.
Okay. I was going to pull up this and see if I can pull this up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to send, if we don't already have all this, I'm going to send it over.
Yeah. I think to the right.
Hold on, what time is it right now? It's 1.
Yeah, we have 15.
Oh, okay.
15,
okay.
20?
No,
Yeah.
You know what? If I can pull this up, I just want to show you guys.
Has anyone made a beat sheet before? Yes. Yeah.
You have? No? Okay, let's pull it up so people can see. Like this is a one of my favorite writers, John August. He's written Charlie's Angels, he's written Aladdin, he's written Big Fish. He is a professional paid. This is his stuff. He makes it public. I'm going to share the link to his website. He shares his materials. How do I get this up here?
I think to the right. Just pull it all the way over. Right? Oh, go out of. Do you want me to do it? I think go out of full screen now. Right? Yeah. So, and then where did it go? Carlos. Help. Carlos, everybody.
Here.
You got it? We got it. You can leave now. Goodbye. No. Thanks, Carlos, everyone. Hey. Yeah. All right.
Come on.
Oh, yeah. Just click on.
How do I make it full?
Oh, yeah. Green at the top on the left.
Okay. Kind of. I'm going to share this with you. This is literally his beat sheet.
Here,
and look at these things. They're like one line. Some of them are longer. Opening set piece. Basically, big action beat number 1. Rocking title sequence. The Angels at Home. We talked about how for a beat sheet, for a feature film, it's like, this is an exact science. This is, generally speaking, 30 to 40 beats, scenes make up a feature film. Look how many are here. 30. The end. And each of them is a couple of sentences. It's not rocket science to put these things down. They don't need to be perfect. They can change once you're, doing your character work and your log line and a treatment. Getting to this point where you're putting a beat sheet together, I use those big 9 beats that I just showed you, which I'll share, to get to this point afterwards where I'm putting together, for a feature film script, figuring out my 30 beats. In general, each one's a scene, and it goes bit by bit. The Angels at Home, they get a call. Dylan wakes up with her boyfriend, horrified that they hooked up. Alex in the trailer with her actor boyfriend rehearsing his lines. I have to go save the world again. And then here's the inciting incident right here, number 7, at the office. Handsome young technology entrepreneur Charlie Knox has been kidnapped. The Angels are hired to find him by Lucy Liu, who runs his business affairs. We learn that Knox Technology has an initial IPO scheduled in 3 days. If word of Knox's kidnapping get out, the IPO will go south. The Angels have to get Knox back in time, or the company could lose almost $1 billion. Like, you know exactly what the movie's going to be after reading that. And beat by beat, we're not going to go through them all in detail. I'm going to share this with you guys, and I'm going to share 2 other examples from John August from his one of my favorite movies, Big Fish, where it's an even more condensed, simplified version of the beat sheet and then an outline. And I hope John is okay with us sharing this, because I think everything is public domain on his website. But for the purposes, please don't sue me, John August.
Because of educational purposes, I think you're allowed.
Yeah. And so this is a beat sheet. This is what it looks like, 1 to 30. And once we've done these beats, you see how short they are. The next step in the process is to do an outline. We've written and rewritten our beat sheet. You might read it over, you might show it to a friend to get some clarity. And then we can move on to a more detailed version of the beat sheet, which is the outline. And in the outline, each of these beats can be turned into what looks like a scene in a script. Interior, exterior, the location, and it's not going to be the full scene until that waits for the script, but it can have all the nuances of who's there and what they're saying and what they're doing and why they're doing these things. And an important thing to keep in mind is to understand why this beat or this scene is here, because every scene or beat should have 3 things: character, theme, and plot. And ideally you have all 3 of them, and we can live with it if there's only 2, but if there's just one of them, they're probably going to have to be cut or revised.
Character, theme, and plot.
Character, theme, and plot in every single beat, every single scene. And another thing to think about when you're writing an outline, the more detailed version of the beat sheet, is how the characters interact within each beat or scene. Ideally, you want to have 2 characters with very different motivations, desires, points of view. Why? Because it creates drama and conflict and comedy, depending on what you're writing. And it's only through conflict that we can figure out who our characters are. And once you've done a full pass of the outline, fleshing out each scene, each of these beats, so you understand the feel and flow of each scene, then we get to revise our outline. For me, I put mine away for 1, 2, 3 days. I go do something else. Maybe I've showed it to friends, so over those 3 days, someone else can read it. Usually my wife or my 1-year-old son, who does not give very good notes. And then I come back and I read it again with fresh eyes and I go, does it make sense? And sometimes I'm like, why is that there? That does not belong in this thing, or I don't know why I wrote that, and you can revise it and you can change it. The whole point is just to get these things out onto the page so you have something to work with.
Now, can I ask a question about sending it to people? Can you talk about the importance of building like a community of people around you to share your work with? How do you pick those people? What do you expect from them? What kind of notes should you receive back? Like, how do you kind of create that?
Yeah, absolutely. Things like this, you know, this film workshop that you guys are attending, and for me, being here at AFI, I found other writers that I clicked with, that I got along with on a personal level, or writing-wise, we wrote similar material. There are ways to find writers. There's online groups. You might already have some. And I'll be honest, my wife agrees to read every single thing, and my dad agrees, usually, if they have time, will read what I write. And I use that as a gut check, because who is going to watch TV shows and movies and buying tickets to them or subscriptions to them? It's not all the professionals. It's just people who like watching these things.
The audience.
And they can read something and say, I like it or I don't like it. It doesn't really matter why. It's information you could use to revise or figure out where a problem might be. So it doesn't always need to be like a professional group. It can be whoever you have access to.
So should we start like a Disability Film Challenge like writers group that meets? I'm putting it out. So I'm putting it out there without the approval from Nick, but yeah.
Okay, I'm going to show.
We're in one right now.
I know, exactly. Should we keep it going? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to, okay.
Okay.
I'm going to show you guys these two other ones.
Oh, yeah.
This is Big Fish. I'm not even kidding. This is what it looked like.
The beat sheet?
This is someone who gets paid millions of dollars to write movies. That's a beat sheet. And that being said, it's based on a book. He had read the book. He had probably pitched the book. So, you know,
yeah,
bigger?
Make it bigger.
Yeah.
No apologies.
Like, you can't even understand what's on the page. It just says snowstorm, MFE. Like, what does that mean? But the point being, it is line by line, broken down. These are the scenes or sequences. A sequence could be a series of scenes. And the characters are described at the bottom. That's what the letters are for. And so this is shorthand. He understands what he's writing and why and what this thing is going to look like at the very end. But he did it. Act 1, 2, 3, beat sheet, line by line. He calls it an outline. It's a beat sheet, kind of. And then this was the outline that he graduated to. Oh no, where did it go?
Okay. Do I go there? Carlos.
Hold on. Let me try.
Carlos. There we go.
Okay. This is what. This was the next step. This was the next step in the thing. You know, this is the next step in the thing that we get to an outline. Sequence 1. A sequence is kind of a series of scenes, as you can see, pages 1 to 6. So that's kind of like the big beat 1, the origin, meeting our character. Edward tells the same Big Fish story throughout Will's life. Finishing at Will's wedding. Will and Edward have an argument. It's simple. This is almost like a beat sheet outline hybrid. A very detailed outline would probably be more comprehensive than even this. But this is John August, and he's John August, so he gets to do what he wants to do. For me and us, you know, an outline will be much more detailed, and I'll send an example of one afterwards. Now, a final thing on everything I've just said about the beat sheets and the outlines, whether you use Save the Cat or the 8-sequence method or the 9 big beats method that I just sent you, or the Hero's Journey book, or some other method for creating a blueprint. The point is just to map out what's going to happen, why the characters are doing what they're doing, why it matters, and doing so in a creative and interesting way. Sometimes you might have been sitting or thinking about a story, a script, a character for weeks or for months, and you might feel ready to jump right in, and that's fine. These are just templates and tools you can use to get to the end goal of having a polished, finished script faster. Because there's nothing worse, and I've done this before, where I've just said, I'm just going to start writing the script, and I open final draft and I start writing, and a month later I finish, and I'm like, what the hell is this? And then I spend a year rewriting it because I'm in love with things that I just wrote, but they don't make any sense, and it gets messy. So this is what professional writers get paid to do, is beat sheets and outlines before they do the script. And it's a useful tool to get to the end here. Another useful exercise that I always do still, when I'm watching a movie or a TV show, I take out my phone or a piece of paper, usually not a piece of paper because I can't really write with a pen very well, or dictating to my phone with like Siri or whatever. And as I'm watching, I'll speak out loud or jot down the beats, what each scene represents, 5 words, 10 words, it can be a sentence. And then I'll look at it afterwards, and you'll be able to piece together the entire movie you just watched or the TV episode you just watched, and you can reverse engineer those things into the beat sheets that we're trying to do for our own stuff, and you can start thinking about why that writer might have done it that way and how it was sort of created and why it was done the way it was done, which can be a powerful tool, yeah.
So in saying why it was done the way it was done, so the difference being like describing actually what happened in the scene versus like the intention of like how it's progressing the story or like what we're actually showing kind of thing?
Yeah, because if you're watching a scene and it's like, I don't know, for example, a guy's telling a girl he loves her and she's like, I don't love you, I'm done with all this shit. You can jot that down in a quick sentence. But when you put that, all of these moments and beats, these are characters, and there needs to be context of what was happening before and after and what it's leading towards. And yeah, you could jot those things down underneath that little one sentence beat of what this really means and get into subtext and what have you.
So my thought process would be like, technically something I'm going out for right now is an audition. It's like what happens in the scene is this person helps this person, right? But the point of the scene is to make the main character look good. Like,
absolutely.
Like they're doing something good for this person.
Absolutely, and getting those things out in a, they can be part of the beat sheet, or for me is part of the outlining phase. Once I have my beats laid out logically, chronologically, it's mostly just plot. But I'll understand in my head my characters because I've done these character bios and detective work to figure out why they're doing what they're doing. And then in the outline, you can flesh them out. And these are things that'll never go in a script because you're not supposed to be putting backstories and motivations and stuff that's inside people's heads because you can't shoot it. But in the outline and for yourself, you can get away with it so that things resonate and they make sense and people can track. There's no right way or wrong way to do it until you really get to the script phase. But
and I will say we have 5 minutes left.
Yeah. And so all of this, all of everything we've just talked about, the character work, the log lines, the beat sheets and the outlines, they're all trying to get us towards writing a first draft. And once you've done a detailed outline, writing the script should be the fun and easy part. And that is usually never the case. But it should be because you've already thought about everything and you've written and you've rewritten the story in your head and in the beat sheet and in the outline over and over and over again. And you know the nuances of your characters and how they talk. Every step that we've walked through to getting to write the script has been the hard work. So you're opening final draft and putting, or whatever your screenwriting program of choice is, you're just putting all of that onto the page that's already there. And guess what though, once you're done the first draft, you're not actually done. And this is where the hardest work realistically usually comes. What I do, I usually try to put a script aside for as long as I can. Usually I open up the next morning, but 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, don't look at it, don't think about it, close all of your tabs, all of your research, don't think about a single thing to do with it. and come back in a week, and it's almost like you're looking at it with fresh eyes. And this is just for me. I don't show a draft to anyone until I've rewritten it 3, 4, 5 times by myself. And I'll do that same process of putting it aside for a week, reading it, making notes to myself like, that's the dumbest thing in the world. Why did I write it like that? And then I'll cut it completely and do something different. And then I'll do that again and put it aside for a week, and then rewrite it, and more notes, and rewrite it. And finally, maybe after I've written for 3, 4 drafts, I'll show it to friends and colleagues or my managers or whoever. And they can tell me how terrible it is so I can start again.
Yes.
Literally start fresh and rewrite it, or are you just like reading through and editing?
Reading through and editing, yeah. For me, I open my script, I get out a final draft, I export it as a PDF, I open it in Adobe, and I use those little like yellow sticky note things on the side or whatever that function is. And every time I see something I don't like or doesn't make sense, I click it and I write a really long, ranty, angry thing like, why did I do that? Hopefully with some solutions. And then sometimes I'll take all those ranty notes and put them in a separate document and then reintegrate them with the script before I go back in and rewrite it.
Amazing.
And I touched on this earlier, but kind of. I said I was going to talk about it. Rewriting and getting notes. So I said this is a very important part of the process. It is, because if we could just rewrite forever, we probably would. No one ever thinks their stuff is ready to show anybody. We might just throw a bunch of the work we just did out and go in a completely different direction. And that's okay. This is what it means to be a writer, because rewriting is everything, and we're rewriting everything we write all the time. The notes process can help you find things you missed or that don't make sense. And once you've been in the trenches writing a script for weeks or months, it can be difficult sometimes to see what's working and what's not. But notes are a subjective thing. There's good ones and there's bad ones. And ultimately, someone once told me notes are like assholes. Everybody has one. And the key to getting and receiving notes, it's 2 parts. One, I find being gracious and patient. Someone has just presumably read your script for free and taken time out of their day to think about it and give you notes. You don't have to agree with everything they said, but it's good practice to at least consider what the notes are. And I usually go about it like this. Say I have finished a script and I've done my own internal 3, 4 drafts of it, and I finally show it to 10 people. If there's one note from one person, maybe it's a great note, I'll take it. Absolutely, I don't care where a good note comes from. If I disagree with it, I can throw it out. But if there's the same note from 5, 6, 7 different people, maybe there is something going on that you're missing, that I'm missing, that I need to look at. And I'll perk up and I'll say, okay, this is something I can think about or address. And the something wrong doesn't always need to be on the surface about what the note was the person gave you. Sometimes a note might say, why is this character doing or saying this in Act 2 or Act 3? And it doesn't make sense to me, the reader might say. And the solution might not be changing what they do or say in Act 3, but going back to Act 1 to figure out how you've established the character, what scenes and moments you've built with them that sort of dictate to a reader or an audience who they are, but there's clearly some sort of a disconnect going on. So that's sort of, for me, the note process of hearing from other people about my work and how to implement it or whether to implement it at all. I'm going to pause for 1 sec. I know we said maybe we would talk about TV, but I don't know if we have enough time. I think the TV workshop would be a whole other beast.
It'll be on the next one.
I wanted to leave you guys with something, though. For me, being a disabled writer is a superpower. It's not a limitation. And for me personally, I ignored this superpower for years as I was too scared to use it. I didn't want to write about it or think about it or explore it, whether literally or metaphorically, both of which are fine. But when I did, I unlocked something I never knew existed. And while we might not have the representation in the industry that we deserve right now, we can keep fighting for it, and we need more stories and scripts from disabled writers like all of you. And I'm very, very honored to be here speaking with you guys today.
Thanks so much, Max. Awesome. Great. Now we're going to, for our live stream participants, we will be back in 10 minutes for a very special guest. The writer and director of CODA is going to be joining us via Zoom. So please tune in for that. We're going to take a 10-minute break where Max, I think you can stick around for 10 to do some questions while we set that up.
Yeah.
Great. So Max will be here to answer some questions. If you have questions for Max on the chat, we will keep those, and we will pass out everything that Max has today. And are you open to them emailing you if they have questions?
Absolutely.
Great. So we'll
Please.
pass out all that contact information. Thank you so much, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Great.
Do you have a lap?
You should. You didn't take it off.
So, if anybody would like to know about that
Now it's on.
or learn more about how to design lights, second tier, fourth book in, left. So this has been awesome. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Good to see you. We're still hanging out for you. There's ability there.
See your mic back.
Sorry, 1 second, but good to see you, Sean.
Nice to see you, Nick. How do I see who's in the room?
We could turn the laptop while we so we see, and everybody's actually part of today. We did this is Indy.
Everyone
in here. Everyone wave for in the room.
Hello. Yay. And then you're on a large screen so everyone can see you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you can't see them.
Yeah. So they could see you. So you're here. The future is now here of the virtual.
Is that the library?
Yes. I was just saying that, I feel very fancy and presidential that we have, all these books behind. My favorite book is on the second shelf, 4 in from the left-hand side. It is The History of Lighting. And, I don't know. I'm sure it is a good buy. Yes. So we're still just waiting 1 minute till we loop in this. And, oh, great. So we are live. Sean Hayter here. We got, I don't really need to do, everybody knows who you are. Oscar-winning, writer, director, producer of Coda, Orange is the New Black, all these amazing projects that you've worked on. And I think in the disability world, obviously everybody knows you. So many people within here are participants of the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge. They're getting ready for the 11th annual film challenge. This year, the genre is buddy comedy. So we're very excited about that. And the day has been very interactive. So everybody has been learning from a series of different instructors. We went through story. We did the old scary, everybody pitch themselves, go through that process. So we did a kind of condensed pitch for everybody, so everyone in the room, which have a variety of different levels and different disabilities, which is cool. So today was really all about learning different aspects of writing, different aspects of producing. Later in the day, they're going to do a 1 minute pitch. Which is we're going to have a little stopwatch, so a little bit more about who people are. But although many people know who you are, I don't know if you mind kind of sharing a little bit about yourself and your journey kind of into how you got started in writing, producing, or really the arts in general.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, guys. I wish I was there with you all, and I told Nick, but I'm getting over a flu that hit my whole family, so I'm still quarantining myself here, but I'm not that far from you guys. I wish I was there. I started out, I grew up in a family of artists. Both my parents are visual artists, and my sister ended up a visual artist as well. And so I grew up in a kind of unconventional childhood and always knew I was going to be an artist. I had the opposite, where like my rebellion was like, I'm not going to draw. Like that's my big, like, F you to my family. It's like, I won't be a visual artist. But I always knew I wanted to be in the arts somewhere, and I was like a theater kid who loved doing theater and grew up with that. And then I went to Carnegie Mellon as an actor and started that way, and then moved to New York and did off Broadway in New York and was the bit parts on like Law and Order and the things that New York actors do to try to make a living. And but I was always a writer in my own life. Like that was kind of the way that I processed the world. I was always an avid reader and storyteller and writer. And so that was something I kind of always did for myself. And then when I moved out to LA, I hated it here. I was like a total like city kid. Like I just like loved New York. I loved the energy of New York. I found LA like incredibly boring. And so I started just writing in earnest, and I started sharing my writing and then becoming involved in a lot of groups of like actors and writers gathering and reading each other's work and like hearing it aloud. And I used to go to this group called Tuesdays at 9 that was at like St. Nick's Pub, and we would just go and like people would bring in 10 pages of writing, and I started going as an actor to cold read people's writing. And then I thought, well, what if I brought my own writing in? And so it was kind of like a slow introduction to like collaborating. Very much what you guys are doing as a part of this program was how I started. Was just kind of like getting together with a group of friends and being like, I have an idea and I wrote these 10 pages, and what if we shot it and made a little scene? And I did all kinds of things on other people's productions. Like I would hold a boom on somebody's thing, or I would, you know, so it was kind of also learning filmmaking. And then I ended up applying to AFI, to the directing workshop for women, with a short film that I had, and I got into AFI and I did that program, and I made my first short film called Mother through the program, and I had no idea what I was doing. Like I didn't know what a gaffer was, I didn't know what a AD really did, I didn't understand how the process on set was supposed to go, and I was really learning as I went. I'd been an actor, but I'd never really understood the process of filmmaking. So that film was really exciting, and it also made me really know that I was a director and want to be a director. And then that short film did what no short film really ever does, but everyone tells you a short film can do, which is like it got into competition at Cannes, and then it won an award at Cannes, and suddenly it did really launch a career for me. I was a bartender for like years and years and years after that. So how much it launched my career. But it got me an agent, and it got me sort of started meeting people in the business, and was a good calling card to kind of get my foot in the door. And then it took me like 9 years to get my first feature made, which was the feature film of that short.
Wow.
So everyone always says to me like, oh, you're like that overnight success of the person that like makes a short and then turns it into a feature. And I'm like, yeah, except there was like a decade in between the making of the short and the making of the feature. But in that decade, I started writing for television. I staffed on first a show called Men of a Certain Age, and then on Orange is the New Black. And I wrote on that show for 3 seasons, and that really was my film school. Like writing for TV was just being on set, understanding what everybody was doing, how you make a schedule, how you make a day, like really getting my feet under me with production. So even though it took me forever to make my feature, by the time I finally made it, at least I knew kind of what I was doing.
Wow, that's awesome.
That's my whole history.
Well, that's amazing. I mean, it's amazing history. And in the merging of the worlds, we share a friend, you know, that you went to school with too, in Kat Coro, who at Carnegie Mellon, who has been a part of the Film Challenge for years. And, you know, it's just...
That was my college roommate.
Yeah. So she has, you know, cast people through the challenge and been a supporter and, you know, and always kind of told how amazing you are. So I was following your story along as well from the side. And it's so cool to hear, too, about you. And I think what resonates with a lot of people here, myself included. I'm a comedian and actor for a long time. I started to make my own content, you know, to be able to play the kind of roles I wanted to play, and to some extent still do, and now, you know, do that for other people as well. But that's really the background for a lot of people from the challenge. We have a lot of actors who are being first-time actor, you know, a writer as well, or a director, or a producer, and and people in the room here, which, you know, some are you know, have even written on TV shows, but they plan on, you know, directing for the first time or doing something else, or some have never done anything and they want to make their own film. And I loved hearing that kind of process of you, you know, literally just going and doing a cold reading and building your network from within there, you know, and I love that kind of idea of just, hey, I'll hold the boom, I'll do whatever, because, you know, you did kind of build out who your network was. And, you know, and speaking of AFI being here, this is definitely like a milestone for us, in that they've hosted us. I got to produce actually a women's directing workshop film and be here for that process. And it's just an incredible place, and has, you know, people like you that have come out of it. Can you talk about the process of, like, you know, how did you apply to a bunch of other programs before you got accepted into that, or you just had the right kind of project when you were originally getting into that, you know, or like thinking back of that kind of process?
How I got into it, I don't know why they let me in. I feel like I mean, it's so funny because I'm a mentor now with the Sundance Labs, and I'm always like, you guys rejected me from the Sundance Labs like 4 times. Like, I got rejected so much from the Sundance Labs. I mean, I got in the first time that I applied, and I think it was probably the strength of my script, because it certainly wasn't like, I didn't, you know, I had a little bit of a resume as an actor, but like I said, it was mostly theater and like guest stars on. So I think, you know, it was probably my script. It was that I had a really strong story and perspective. And what's interesting about that story is it was based on a real thing that had happened to me, which is, and I was talking to you guys about how I would go to this group and we would read things out loud. I had one of my many jobs. I was like a bartender and all sorts of things, and then I also worked as like a babysitter at all the 4-star hotels in LA. So I would just show up to like the Bel Air Hotel or the Four Seasons, and I would babysit for these incredibly wealthy children. And I'd pull up in my $500 Buick and like get to the valet, and it was ridiculous. But I was sort of like moving into these incredibly wealthy spaces that I had never been in before, and witnessing a kind of bizarre neglect that was happening with these children of these intensely wealthy parents that were kind of, I was showing up and they kind of just assumed that I'd been like checked out by the hotel or something, and like leaving their kids with me. And there were nights where I was babysitting a child, but like no one ever told me the baby's name, or like just weird, these very surreal experiences. So I had one really, really whacked out experience with this woman who had come to this hotel to have an affair. She'd brought it was the first time she'd ever been alone with her toddler, because she couldn't bring the nanny because the nanny would rat her out to the husband. So it was like this whole drama. I come to this woman's life. I have this like incredibly weird night in this hotel with her, to the point that I wanted to like steal the baby at the end of the night. And I was like, I can just take this baby with me. This woman is like wasted. She doesn't know how to take care of her kid. And I left the hotel crying, because I just thought, why didn't I take that kid home with me for the night? And thought, who would take that kid? And I thought about someone who kind of like, what was stopping me from taking that kid? And it's because I live in the boundaries of society where I'm told that would be kidnapping and whatever. And I kind of had this fantasy, didn't know what to do with it, came home, wrote like a 10-page scene that was just my night. I just like recorded it down, this insane woman and like my conversations with her. I brought it to this night of writers and actors, and we read it out loud. And I was crying as I wrote this scene, because it was so emotional that I felt like this kid was so neglected. And then we read it out loud, and it was so funny. People were dying. And I was like, well, that means there's something really interesting here, because if it can be full of this much kind of emotion and tension for me, and yet we can read it and it can be so funny to an audience, then that means I'm hitting on something really interesting, and you know, what should this be? And that was the short that I applied to AFI with, was this kind of weird, dark comedy about this fucked up mom. So but it was based on a personal experience, and it was something I could draw on, and it wasn't just any personal experience, it was a personal experience that had resonance for me, that like stayed with me, and like I couldn't really let go of, and I thought about for a long time after. And then that birthed my feature, which was riffing on the fantasy more of like, well, what if I had taken the kid, and why would someone take that kid, and then what would I do with the kid? And you know, so it was like spinning out, but it all came from this real life emotional moment that I had.
Yeah, that's interesting. That, like, we were talking about that a lot today. Just these little pieces, you know, in terms of just being a door into a job or a door into the industry, is like finding that personal connection. You know, and I think to the benefit, I consider that, you know, me being a little person, you know, that's how I write comedy, basically. In a lot of times is like stories of like something crazy. I can't read something, or I fall in a, you know, dressed as a penguin. It's a story. It is a bit. Now I'm not leaving my 3-year-old in, you know, so I can't be that story. But I love that you were able to kind of write that from that place. You know, and I, you know, segueing into Coda, you know, it just felt like such a personal story, and I think one that the disability community, myself included, you know, just resonated to so much about the whole kind of, you know, it just felt so, I don't know, inclusive, especially with, you know, I live a very interesting life, and my wife is also a little person. Our daughter may not be little, because my kind of dwarfism doesn't show up until you're like 3 or 4. So it connected with me in such a way where I was like, wow, there is an interesting world where my daughter may be technically a coda as well, not a child of it, you know, but of dwarf, I guess. And not be a little person. But I think that's, you know, can you talk through that world, like, of how did that project come about? And how did you get a major film that had all deaf people as the stars? Like, you know, I just like that.
I mean, so what's interesting is that everyone does talk about that film as feeling so personal, and I feel that the film is so personal. Like, so much of me is in that movie, and yet whenever I talk about the origin story of the movie, it's weird because it's based on this French film called La Famille Bellier that was made like 2014. And it was sent to me. I'd made my first feature. I'd gone to Sundance with my first feature. And it was sent to me. Lionsgate was doing a remake of it. And it was like sent to me like, this is a studio job. You should go get a studio job now that you've made your first feature. That would be the big step up. And so I watched the movie, and I was really struck by the coda experience, because while I am not a coda, I feel like I came from a family, both my parents are immigrants. I feel like my family had a very, like, a meshed quality where we were kind of, did everything together, and like, we're always in, like, there was just like, we were very wrapped up in each other, and it was kind of boundaryless, and it was like a very warm, messy, loving family with no boundaries. And I was like, oh, there's something I relate to in the intensity of this familial relationship. And then also in that age, like what it is to be 17 and like knowing that you're leaving home and trying to like extricate yourself from your family when your whole identity is very wrapped up in your family's identity. And so there were like themes that really hit me hard on a personal level where I, again, like you relating to it in this other way, I was like, this is affecting me so much, and it's not my family, and yet there's something in the core of the story that feels like I really get it. And there were so many things that were just absolute missed opportunities about that French film. Like, all the deaf characters were played by hearing people. The one son, the son character, who was a much smaller part in that movie, was deaf, but the parents were both hearing, like very famous French actors. And I was like, bizarre things, like the lead girl like spoke through the whole movie, and it wasn't even captioned. Like, she spoke her parents' lines out loud. It was almost like, oh, there's such a seed of a good idea in here, and they did it so completely wrong. And that was kind of my inspiration for wanting to do the movie. I was like, how could you put a deaf family on screen for really the first time that I've ever seen in a movie, like a whole movie about this deaf family? The parents were complete side characters. They weren't fully realized people, and they're played by hearing people. So I was like, what a missed opportunity to put this culture on screen. So then, of course, I went to Lionsgate and I pitched my heart out about how, also I grew up going to Gloucester, Massachusetts as a kid, and like knowing this fishing community, and I was like, this feels like working class America, and like a working class America that's dying, and that's a really interesting thing to mesh with the story. So I went in and pitched this family as this fishing family in Gloucester and the whole thing, and they were like, great. Hired me to write it, no commitment that I would direct it. So I wrote the movie. In writing the movie, did just a ton of research, both sort of getting my way in, my footing in the deaf community and reaching out and starting to learn at ASL and really trying to understand for myself. Like, I was a total outsider to this world. And then going to Gloucester and hanging out with fishermen and going out on their boats. Like, I was just deeply in this story on every level. And as I was writing it, it became more and more clear to me, like, the way that the movie needed to be made, which was that I wanted a good percentage of the movie to be in ASL, and I didn't want any characters speaking through that. I wanted just like fully realized ASL on screen. I didn't want to fill the whole movie with music. Like, I wanted to live in silence for a lot of the movie. I knew that those characters had to be played by deaf people. There was not an option there for me. So as I became more and more certain of like how I wanted to make the movie, it came time for them to decide whether they were going to greenlight this movie. And it's not that long ago, but the reaction of the studio to me wanting to cast deaf actors was actually like, what? Like, why? And it was such a crazy uphill battle for me to explain how important that was. Go in, kind of explain, like, it was like I was being educated by new deaf friends, and then I was going back to the studio and being like, it's called crip face, and it's like blackface, and like, this is how it feels in this community. You have to understand why this is so important. Still a completely uphill battle. Then Marley got onto the movie. I got Marley involved, and Marley and I both went back to the studio and basically said, there's no version of this movie that exists where the dad and brother are not played by deaf actors. So we together got the studio on board with that, and then they were like, great, then Ruby has to be a pop star. Because there's no other way you're financing this movie. You have a 17-year-old girl, and you have your 3 other leads, and basically there's no financeable actors to play these parts. And I was like, I don't want a pop star to play Ruby. I want someone who's gonna like fully commit to either I wanna find a real coda, or I wanna find someone who's gonna like learn sign language for like a year so that they can play this part. I need someone who can sing their ass off and also carry the entire film. There were just all these things, and basically the studio killed it. They were like, we're not making the movie. And it was one of the biggest heartbreaks of my life, because I worked so hard on the script, I worked so hard on the project, I could see the movie, I knew what it needed to be, and they were like, no. And so it was dead at the studio for like 7 months, where I moved on. I like was writing another movie, I was trying to get another project made. But I was weirdly at peace with it, because I felt like that version of the movie should never exist. So if that was the version that they were willing to make, then it should be dead, because that movie shouldn't exist. And then this kind of turmoil happened at Lionsgate where all the heads of Lionsgate got kind of fired and there was a big like leadership turnover. And Patrick Waxberger, who was the head of Lionsgate, who had been the big champion of the movie, left the studio, and he got the movie, he bought it back, like as a part of his exit package.
Wow.
And we took it to Europe and we got it set up with European financing, and we made it as an independent film for, you know, a third of the budget that Lionsgate was gonna make it for, and made it the way that I wanted to. So that, it was like really, it was really a journey, but also a lesson in like knowing when to dig your heels in and just say no to something. But like, there's that story will find its way somehow out in the world.
And it definitely did, you know, and, you know, obviously, you know, Troy winning an Oscar too, you know, and, you know, Marley, I mean, it just felt like so much, the whole family, you know, just did such a great job. And you know, we're almost out of time, so we're starting to wrap up. But
Anyone have any questions?
Yeah. No, we do have a question in the, so let's see, you want to come up? Come on.
You can flip the laptop around.
Yeah.
Do I need to stand in the square?
You could sit either in or come on in.
Hello, how's it going? Hi. I'm Alyssa. I'm also hard of hearing, so fun synchronicity today.
Yeah.
My question is, you know, when you're first starting out, there's all this like hustle and bustle of like how you need to get an agent and a manager and like, you know, get people to put you inside rooms you don't have access to yet. But then when I come to things like this, I'm like, oh shit, you gotta be nose to the ground doing all this hard work on your own, you know, and not expecting anybody to help you get there. So I guess I just kind of want like an honest answer as a creative filmmaker. You know, what are we really expecting our agents and managers to do for us? You know, like because we talked a lot about specificity today and how we need to be so specific with them so that they know how to sell us. But like, what do you rely on them really? Even is it really just for them to help you get meetings in generals? Like, no shame or judgment. I'm just like curious.
I feel, so I got my agent off my first short film, which was amazing. The way that I got my agent was I sent out a letter to everyone I'd ever met in my life asking them for like $20 to make my first short when I was at AFI, and one of the people who sent me money was like my boyfriend at the time, who's now my husband, like his friend who's like a vet in Utah. And as a thank you at the end, I sent her like a DVD of the short film, and she was like, oh hey, my brother's the head of lit at ICM, do you want me to like pass this along? And I was like, yes please, like oh my god, please. So he did, and he ended up signing me, which is kind of a miracle because I was like, had nothing, you know, however, I didn't have nothing. So I had that short, and then when I got that meeting off that short, I had 2 feature film samples that I had written. Like I'd written 2 features on my own. So I could walk into his office to that meeting with those 2 features and be like, look, and he's not like, oh, this is my sister told me to meet this girl and she has this one short film, you know, she's got these 2 scripts. I think it's a combination of like, you can get in the room, but if you're in the room and you don't have the work to back it up or the work that they can go like, that's undeniable and I'm gonna say yes to that, I don't think it matters that you're in the room. So I would say the real thing was like that I had written 2 feature scripts so that by the time I had my short done, I also had these other scripts to present. And I would say my community has been the best resource for me in terms of making work. Like your agents and managers are there to like get you the meeting or whatever, but they're not there to like workshop a script until it's good or give you those golden notes that are going to make you like click in and like, oh, that's the story I want to tell. So I was always in a writer's group. I always had a community that I was showing up to like read friends' scripts so that they would show up to read mine when I needed to. Like, every opportunity I can look at that was like a major jumping point forward in my career was something that I created. Aside from like when that opportunity came up for the remake of La Famille Bellier, like my agents got me into that room. So, but they couldn't have gotten me into that room if I hadn't made a film that had gone to Sundance on my own. So it's kind of like that weird combo where I think the work has to be, you have to be your own critic, source of kind of, what's the litmus test of like, is this good? Is this something that I would go watch? Is this something that I would believe in? And like use people that are smarter than you, writers that are better than you, to like give you feedback on your work and take it and get those projects on your own to a place that, you know, then you look incredibly impressive when you walk in the room. I'm going to quickly beg this story because I just turned in a first draft of a script to Apple. They were like, oh my God, this is like the best first draft we've ever read. Because it wasn't a first draft. It wasn't. I had written a first draft. I showed it to like 3 people I really trusted. I got notes back from those people. I did another draft. I showed it to another 3 people I trusted. I did another draft. I did a reading of it with some friends to hear it out loud. I did a whole other rewrite. And then I turned it into Apple as a first draft. And they were like, wow, really good first draft. I'm still doing that work for myself, even though I'm in a place where I could probably turn in a kind of shitty first draft to Apple and they'd be like, okay, and like give me notes. But I think that kind of rigor around your own work is really important. Like, test it. Like, don't be afraid to bring people in the room that you really trust to give you notes, even if they might pull your thing apart.
Yeah.
Because I think that's like how you create the thing. So yes, agents and managers are important because they do get you those opportunities, but I think the work also gets you the opportunities. Like, you make a great film, you get into a festival, then an agent is gonna want you because you've made this great film and had this. So I don't know, it's hard.
Yeah, it's like the preparation meets opportunity quote, you know, and that is success.
I think that's really true, you know, and I think the problem is like who those rooms have been open to for so long. And I think that's the amazing thing, Nick, about what you do with this challenge is like, I don't think that, you know, disabled artists have had access to those rooms. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of like, it's access to like the mentorship and the like how you are trained, right? Like how do you actually learn the skill set to make the stuff? And then also, like, once you have it, how do you get into the right rooms where you can actually, like, be considered or be in a conversation? So, like, hopefully we're starting to, like, bash down those doors because I think they have been closed rooms for a really long time. And fancy agents have been the only way into them.
Yeah. Well, I mean, also, I got to say that it definitely helps when, you know, your film, you know, Coda really, I think, smashed through a lot of the. Thank you for that question, too. I know we're running close to time here, but, you know, it really did. I mean, I've said it before to you, and, I mean, I really think that, you know, I want to thank you, you know, for, for making Coda and for that commitment to make sure that it was done authentically and casted authentically, and the results of what happened, and that it ended up being a record sale at Sundance. So all these notions that you can't do it with this model, it's not going to work financing-wise, were proven wrong. And then obviously the connections and the audience, you know, getting behind it, you know, was just incredible. And you know, everybody, whether you're a little person or cerebral palsy or blind or, you know, the deaf community or all the different disability communities that are, you know, within the subculture of the Disability Film Challenge and things that we're doing, we're all talking about it and on everybody's feed at the same time when it was, you know, in the theaters or online. And so I can't thank you enough for that. And
well, just just to respond to that, Nick, because I've like looked at like why was Coda resonant with people like as a new thing, or why did it break through? And I think the thing people always say is like, oh wow, like it felt like my family, like that felt like my dad, or that felt like, you know, the way I felt when I had my mom, and like the way she was kind of like a narcissist and all of me. And I think honestly, when I talk about like bringing something really personal to that film, it was the specificity of the characters. And I think that's what is so important. I think particularly in films, I think particularly when you're dealing with, you know, an underrepresented group, like the, you know, disabled community, I feel like there's a lot of generality. And the more specific the perspective and experience and the characters, to go like, this isn't representative. I did not try to make a movie about like the deaf experience. I tried to make a movie about like this one fishing family in Gloucester that were kind of like Boston yahoos, like living on the fringes of this small town. Like that was the story I was telling. And like Frank's identity as like a Boston fisherman was just as much a part of his identity as being deaf. Like it was a story of like this guy with this kind of like blue humor, and the way he related to his family and his daughter. And so I think that kind of like, I would also urge you guys to just like drill down on like specificity, like make your characters kind of as uniquely themselves as you can.
Yeah, no, and we talked about that before too. That just that it was the subculture too of fishing and all that other, you know, elements too, and that's something too from the challenge. It's always been, look, this is an opportunity for you to be a gangster, and you happens to be a little person or a wheelchair user or all other things. And it really, you know, it showed in Coda, that world. I mean, I wanted to go fishing and eat fish. You know, after I was like, oh, I want to get out to Boston.
Really? Because I like never wanted to eat fish again after once I saw those nets come up with like those people stomping through the fish. But yeah.
Well, Sean, thank you so much. This was just so incredible. We can't thank you enough for taking the time out. And hopefully you see some of the Film Challenge films that'll be coming out.
And thank you guys for including me, and good luck with your movie making. And know that it's hard for everyone.
We're gonna turn you out to the audience here.
All right, thanks everybody.
Hey!
Bye guys.
Thank you so much. We're gonna end the call now. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
we'll see you
Sean.
later.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh wait. Oh well. I was gonna do a photo, but I forgot. You did. Oh, sorry.
There we go.
I'll email and say sorry.
Right.
All right.
So we're going to go to lunch now for our live stream participants. We'll be back in about 30 minutes. And for everybody else, Haley and Florian will guide you to where our food is. If you have special dietary restrictions, we have accounted for them. If you have any questions, we're here for you, and we'll grab those meals out for those that need them. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
We'll be back in, let's say, like 30 minutes. segment of our one-day writing and producing workshop here at the AFI library. So thank you, AFI, for hosting. I'm Indiana, one of your co-founders of Cinematography for Actors. We are joined today by some wonderful filmmakers in person, so thank you for joining us virtually. This is for the Disability Film Challenge educational series that I am very excited to be a part of and continue to be a part of. But I am also stoked. I always say I'm so stoked, but I'm also so stoked because I get to bring in one of my dear friends who I have worked with on many projects, and that is Doug Barden, who is a freelance producer working in the independent space and always with projects in the works. We've done 4 or 5 projects together now.
I guess it's been about that many, right?
Yeah, so yeah, and that comes from our time at AFI together when we were he was a producing fellow, I was a cinematography fellow. The first project I actually worked on at AFI was with Doug as the producer, and then that just spiraled into working when we graduated and being a part of the same community of people. And I'm a big person saying of community and the importance of community and networking and building that out, and I will always vouch for that. And so I'm excited to have Doug talk a little bit about, from the independent side of producing, how we begin to break down the script that we just learned about into an actual shooting schedule. How do we block that out? How do we have enough time? How do we estimate the amount of time that we need, especially for the relevance of the film challenge, where you only have 5 days to really get it together, make it, and then cut it and submit it. So let's dive in because we have a limited amount of time today. So hi, Doug, how are you?
Hi, Indiana. Thank you for having me. Thank you guys for being here after lunch. All right.
Doug.
Thank you guys.
Doug.
And if you're just gonna leave it to me to talk to you all day, you will fall asleep. So please, please, please ask questions about anything, whatever we're talking about.
So I'm going to be moderating the discussion just because I know it works really well in conversation mode of me having questions for you because I'm not a producer, but understand it enough to be let's dive in, So.
But you think like a producer.
I do. Thank you.
And I always have to ask this: what to you is a producer? What does a producer do?
That's actually a great question to open it up. Does anyone have an idea of what producers do?
What do they do?
Find the finances.
Okay.
Find
what else?
The finances.
Before I produced anything, I thought that was the only thing they did, and then I was like, yeah, I'll produce.
What else?
Legal call sheets, securing locations, going through
legal forms.
Okay.
Yes. 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 Whatever you say is yes. Yes, you literally cannot give a wrong answer to what does a producer do. On my first feature, I literally swept out the actor trailers at the end of the day. So literally whatever needs to be done is what a producer does. So you're all right. Congratulations.
And we're done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thanks for being here. Now, because that answer is so massive and because there's so many things a producer does, it's hard to cram that into a session to talk about producing. So I thought, let's make it relevant. We're all independent filmmakers. We are at a stage of making our own content. We have to have the necessary tools and mindset to make those films in a short amount of time. And so I wanted to do a little interview, and then we'll dive into some of the sheets you've given me that actually are from some of the sets we've worked on together, and break down how we can organize a shoot. But first of all, independent producing, what is the importance of order of team? How do you bring in the collaborators? Does it first start with you? Does it start with you pair up with a writer? Do you work more with writer and director, and then you bring in the PD and DP? I
think it totally depends on the project and what kind of producer you are for whatever that project is. So I have a project right now that I have a producer credit on, but all I am is the liaison between the investment team and the other producers. And that's it. That's my job on that project. And then I have the other one, Rager, which I really want Indy to shoot, that one I'm much more of a creative role. So I sat down with the writer and, how can we pull more heart out of this script, and took much more of a creative lead. And then, we do have a director attached. A lot of it does depend on the director and, is this director a director for hire? Is a director a writer-director who's very passionate? This is their passion project, and they want to select, all the department heads. With this project, it's more like I'm going to find the right department heads that I think we can make this film for on a budget with the right kind of people, with the right mindset.
And what kind of directors and writers do you like to work with?
collaborative ones, Indiana.
Cool. Great. Great. We have
Collaboration is the key to this industry, and if you're not collaborative, you'll make your own life and everybody else's life miserable. So be collaborative.
So that sounds like you've been on both ends of
yes.
the spectrum. Now, with the projects we've worked on, because the Disability Film Challenge is like a short film, 5 minutes, or yeah, right? 5 minutes is your length? Yeah. So yeah, around 5 pages, and then you have like a minute for credits or playing around. So I wanted to really just like dive into other short films you and I have done together so we can see how you've broken it down. Now, this is a little longer, some of the stuff you have here. So Terry is something we shot together 2 years ago. It's been through its festival circuit now. You were on board from the very beginning, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's talk about that process. You get on board of a short film, you have the director with you who's also the writer. What happens next?
You say, okay, what's the budget? And he or she tells you the budget, and then you're like, okay, so we can shoot this, and and then you read the script, and you're like, okay, this will take about 5 days to shoot. And then the writer-director would also say, like, okay, we need to shoot it in 3. And you're like, okay, well, that's not possible. And then you end up shooting it in 3. That's pretty much kind of how the process goes.
That's what we did. Now,
you find a way. You always find a way within your parameters. So there is no, like, this is how you do it. This is like the set way. It's just like, this is the budget. We can't go over 3 days, so we have to cram all this into a tangible way. And then that's when you get to work closely with your department heads. And that's where, and I've gotten to know in Indiana, which is why I like to work with her, because she's very, she knows the shots that she needs, and she's able to create her shot lists. And then you're able to, talk to her where it's like, okay, well, if we're shooting this and we're start going over, and I'm really starting to worry that we're not going to make our day, I can go to Indy, and she's like, okay, I can cut this shot, this shot, this shot, and we can still, the editor will still be able to cut the film.
Yeah. So. Shout out to Mario, who's editing all of our stuff here as well, who edited Terry. Now, how do you arrive at 5 days? Like, you look at a script, you run through it, and then you're like, I can do this in 5 days. Like, what is that equation?
I think you got to look at your, that's a great question. And like, so I just scheduled out a feature, and I have it at 25 days. Can we shoot it in 25 days? I believe we could shoot it in 25 days with the right collaborative team. Could we use more time? Absolutely. Could we shoot it in less? Probably. And that's just the collaborative nature of it, right?
Is it an experience thing where you start to read it and you go, okay, well, we have 1 stunt, so I know that's going to do a half day. I have, children, and I know they can only work X amount of hours, so I can only, schedule them in for 5 or 8 hours, depending on how old they are. Is that like, is it the pieces of the script that you're like, the logistics of it that you're looking at?
Yeah, so you might look at a scene, and a scene might be, let's say, 3.5 pages long. But the scene is 2 people sitting at a table talking, right? Indy can light that, we can shoot that, we can get, a master over, maybe a couple different shots, and you're out, and you can shoot that 3.5 pages in, an hour, right? Or it could just be, 1/8 of a page that has a big stunt, and you're like, that's half a day. So it's just, you're kind of looking at what the big set pieces are, and you try to schedule it around. What I always do is I obviously try to lump everything into a room. So if we enter a bedroom, let's shoot the bedroom out. So if bedroom is also day 1 and day 6 and day 5, and we got to do some costume changes, fine, at least it's lit for that, and we can shoot that whole room out.
So strategy-wise, when you're looking at your priority list for scheduling, do you start with talent, availability, and things like that, or do you start with environment and then base actor availability? Like, at this level, what's your priority list?
Environment, I never base it on talent unless, and it hasn't happened to a project with me where it's like you get some big actor and it's like, oh, we only have, if it's a role that you're going to get named talent on and they're going to have like kind of a tight schedule, you always try to shoot them out really quick, right? So my first feature, we did have 1 named talent, and, my goal was to get him shot out in less than a week. So we shot him out in 5 days. We could have done it in 4, but it would have been uncomfortable. That's the other thing. And he was available for those 5 days, so we shot him out in those 5 days.
Gotcha.
But the goal would be not to have to bring him back for 1 day the following week.
Gotcha. Talent aside, priority list starts with environment, grouping things into rooms?
Yes, typically. And then working with, the DP where it's like, okay, let's say we're in the bedroom, like we did with Terry. I think we were in the bedroom, and then we had to I think we had to turn something night, didn't we?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then we like went outside while Grips turned the bedroom into night.
Mhm.
Maybe it was different. I don't know. But so, and then you come back. So you're always trying to maximize the time that you have.
I love the idea of leapfrogging,
Yeah.
where you can be prepping in one
Yep.
area and shooting in the other one.
Yes.
And yeah. Now, working in small spaces, because for the Disability Film Challenge participants, you're using available locations. And
Mhm.
so if you have big locations, great. If you have small locations, great. But how do you maximize use of space and wrap your head around that?
In terms of
Like for the bedroom for Terry,
That was
very
so small.
tiny.
Yeah.
So how do you organize and communicate to different departments the amount of time that they have to do things?
In terms of prepping that space?
Yes.
So so I'm always talking to the department heads. So I'll talk to Art, so I would talk to our PD and say, okay, how much time do you need for X? And then she would say, okay, we've got to give me 10 minutes. So we're like, okay, 10 minutes. And then I go to Indiana, and how much time do you need to light this? So you're always kind of judging where that is. I don't think space has much to do with that, as that's just
Yeah.
managing time.
Okay.
My big thing, and he knows this, is just like, if it's 10 minutes, make it 10 minutes. If don't be afraid, like if you're gonna break my heart and it's gonna be 30 minutes, tell me it's gonna be 30 minutes, at least I know what we're walking into,
Yeah, I'm terrible because I just say 7 because people think I'm being like very specific.
Andy's like
and-
7 and 35 minutes later, you're like, oh my God.
Yeah, sorry. I'm working on it. Okay, so let's break down an hour by hour. You mentioned eighths. For those that don't know about eighths, how do you, why eighths? How do you break down a script into eighths?
Yeah,
when you're
so
looking
a
at it?
script, when you look at a page, you break it down into eighths of a page. So it's 1/8, 2/8, 3/8. So half a page. So if a scene is half a page, that's 4/8 of a page. And so you break that down. And again, the famous one that we've taught here at AFI was, if you read the script of Gone with the Wind, it's like opening scene, Atlanta burns. Okay, well that's 1/8 of a page, but it's going to take you a heck of a lot longer than like 1/8 of a page to shoot Atlanta burns, right? So it's all a matter of context. But if it's dialogue, it'll be kind of heavier with that. But that's how you break down a script, is you break it down. So if it's a scene that's 1.5 pages, it's usually that scene is contained into that one area, and then you're going to know what you're dealing with, and that's what you allocate your time towards.
Gotcha. And okay, so now going into the hour by hour, what is an hour by hour?
An hour by hour is just exactly that. It's just like, okay, this is the amount of time that you have in a day. This is how long you have your actors. This is how long you have your crew. And this is our plan for the day.
Okay.
And yeah.
And first, I guess you would want to go into your breakdown.
So the first thing you do is
I'm going to make this big for me.
Yeah, so the first thing you do is you schedule out. And that's, like I said, you break down your script into 1/8 of a page, is the whole script. And then you put together a schedule, and then through that schedule, like there's detailed, each scene has its detail, and through that you come up with a strip board. This is a strip board. This is a very common strip board.
Yeah.
This was a strip board for Terry.
Yeah. Which is a short film.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a short film. So we shot it in 3 days. It was a very ambitious shoot, which we learned a lot on.
Mm-hmm.
By day 3, we had that was my biggest thing, is never save your big set piece, your big giant climax of your film to be the last thing you shoot on the last day, because you don't get another day. And it was, I credit Indy to that, because Art was behind, we were behind, everybody was behind, and we had this great big giant green screen, and they're flying with these arms, and we had 6 minutes to shoot this thing. And we got everything, but it was Indy, because I was going to call it. I was like, we're scrapping this, sorry, and we'll figure out. And we would have had to add another day, we'd had to add other time, and I was like, I felt like people were pushing it, was very high stress, and Indy's like, just give Kato 5 more minutes. Yeah. And we gave her 5 more minutes, and she got it, and they got their shots in 6 minutes.
We got one take, yeah.
They didn't even cut, they just ran and just keep flapping your arms, the director's calling out, and they got it, and then we were able to cut on time.
Safely.
So, yes.
Now, how do we read this?
So, it breaks up pretty simply. This is background actors, but let's start on this end. Scene is just that. It's your scene. Some writers are really good about breaking scenes up in terms of like, hey, Indiana and Doug are talking in this room. But if it was like Indiana and Doug are talking in this room, and then in the same scene, they're like, Indiana and Doug walk to the door to go get in a car. It's like, okay, now we're moving locations, so I would have to break that into scene 1A and scene 1B.
And is that what's happening here?
And
with
that's
the
what's happening. That's why you see
C17,
the
C2.
C2 and A2. So that's where that is. But so you can see that, you know, we had a turtle called Louie, and Louie is very high maintenance, and he's a diva. So we wanted to shoot, not shoot Louie. We wanted to get Louie, shoot Louie out of the gate. So we shot all of Louie's stuff first, and then we were in the bedroom for the rest of the day, and that's how we kind of broke that up.
And so for writers here, because we're doing a writing and producing workshop, what tips would you have around creating the script that exists and then the shooting script and how they differ?
You don't, as a writer, you don't necessarily, unless you're a writer-producer and you're thinking like a producer, if you're a writer, write. That's all you got to do.
But
let everybody else figure that out.
I was going to say, who here, raise your hand, is a writer, producer, director for the Disability Film Challenge?
Nice.
Yeah, at least for the Disability Film Challenge.
Yeah.
Great. So from that headspace, what is the difference from a script and a shooting script?
I mean, there's not much. It's just how it's broken down.
Okay.
Right. So it's. I mean, I wouldn't say there's much of a difference really anywhere. And I would challenge you to, or not challenge you, but I would deter you from thinking too much like a producer when you're writing a script, because then you're gonna be like, oh, that's gonna be expensive. Let me change that. It's like, don't change it. Like, write what your heart's saying. You know. I mean, it's like, get it out there, and then you can figure that out. Or you can find workarounds, or you can find, you know, maybe instead of 2,000 zombies, there's 5, and maybe you can pull that off. But
and you go on a longer lens and fill your frame.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like, you know, I mean, like, that's just it. Like, I mean, your real creative team will be able to find workarounds.
Yeah. So, yeah. And because do you, as a producer, and well, for this you were also the AD.
Yes.
Assistant director. Is it typical to break scenes down, or do you expect the shooting script with the director to have the scene numbers broken down already? Like for C17, C2, you know, things like that.
So when you're probably all working in Final Draft, I'm assuming. So
or Word or Pages, but
the nice thing with Final Draft is you can literally, you know, you just click a button and it'll number all your scenes for you. And so when you need so it's just, before I break it down, I'll be like, okay, give me a numbered script. And like when I broke Rager down, which is written by a former SNL writer, it was so easy to break down because it was just like so easily broken down, where it was just like, and Mikey, God bless him, his script was like, oh my God, like we're moving here and here, and I got A and B, and I got to move this, which is all fine. It's just like,
which is the director
of Terry.
That out.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yes. So it's just like, very good writer, very good director. It's just how he articulates onto a page is very different than this other writer, and everybody's different, and that's fine. It's just like you just adapt to whatever that is. So don't worry about making it easy for a first AD or easy for a producer. We'll figure it out. It's just, we just have to, you know, write it out differently.
Great. Now, let's go to the next column, exterior day. And I mean, I think this is pretty self-explanatory, but you just want to know time of day and whether we're inside or outside.
Does the script call for this in the day, or does the script call for this in the night? And, you know, if it calls for interior nights are great because you got great DPs that can black it out and make it look like night. So there's been, you know, plenty of like midnight scary monster things I've shot at noon.
Yeah.
Right. It's just like, because you can just, you know, fake that. It's the exterior nights that you got to start working overnights, and that's when everybody gets really tired.
And is that when, like, getting away from space, you would start to plan out based off hours you have in the day of like, okay, this is all at night, or this is all at day, it's all exterior night, it's all, you know.
Then you have to take in consideration turnaround, right? So it's like, you can't send your, you know, talent home at 5 p.m. and have them back at midnight.
Yeah.
Right? So it's just like, you always have to, you know, balance that out. So if you are shooting overnights, are you shooting overnights first and get those out of the way, and then go into a weekend and then start shooting days, or however you want to schedule it?
Now let's talk about turnaround. What is your advisable turnaround, or the rules around turnaround from SAG and from unions and stuff? I mean, look, I always, you know, I mean, so much of it depends on travel. But like I always work around, get people the opportunity to get 8 full hours of sleep.
because it's just like if you're really getting to a point where everybody's exhausted, you're not going to get a good quality product.
And
so I try to schedule that.
And my 2 cents is like, even though they're non-union productions, still try to abide by union rules because we want to care about the health and safety of our set.
Absolutely.
So try and stick around the same turnaround, I think, right? Yeah. Now, all right, we go from second column, third column, scene description and location.
Yep.
Correct?
Yep.
And you're creating these.
Yeah, so every time you read the scene, you just give the synopsis of the scene. So Elizabeth goes to talk to Terry in Dino Speak. That's basically what happens in that scene. And that scene is 4/8 of a page. So it's half a page.
Gotcha. And then cast IDs are just based on how many talent you have and what their number is.
As you break down your script, you'll put down, it's like, Terry is in this scene, Mom is in this scene. Clara, what was her name?
Claire.
Claire is in this scene. And those are the, character names. And then each one, so whoever basically is the one that appears in the film the most, the film star, gets usually number 1. And then there's number 2 and number 3 and number 4. So you'll know who your cast ID is in that scene. So for example, scene 7, front door, was cast IDs were 2 and 5, which means Terry is actually not in that scene.
Gotcha.
That's all that means.
Script day?
Script day is mainly for costume. So it's just like, hey, this is day 1 and this is day 2. So, obviously in a film, there's nothing happen, not all the time does everything happen in one day. It's like, here's day 2, here's day 3 in the film world, right? So it's just like, usually most people don't wear the same clothing all day, every day. So it's just, it's like, oh, this is script day 3. And then I have to do a costume change to script day 5 because I'm wearing something different. And that needs to match with the other thing we shot 2 weeks ago, right? And that's where you can see where the world is just like the puzzle.
Great. So, yeah.
Script day 0 is usually I will put a script day 0 as like, it's just something like it doesn't really match in any, we just need to get that shot.
That was a flashback scene, not specifically. So I think it's.
Maybe I did that as flashbacks.
Yeah, I think so. So I think it was something nondescript within like the script itself that they're flashing back to as a memory.
Yeah.
It's great. And then background we explained. Now this end day, number 1, how many pages is a safe page count to try and hit per day? And I know this varies based off of genre and commercial versus narrative, but for short films, what have you had luck with?
I mean, like AFI, it's 3.
Yeah.
I shot a Lifetime movie a couple years ago, and it was 14.
Yeah.
It's just like, it so depends on the team, and it depends on what kind of movie you're making. If you're really making a very deep artistic product where, you're really paying attention, it's to every nuance and detail, and you can't really push through it, and it's just, there's a lot of moving parts, less is more, right? So it's just, you'll shoot. I think at AFI, we literally, I think it was 2 to 3 pages a day, it felt like.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, the amount of pages per day, I might have lost the question, but, lost the question, but I'll come back to it eventually. Colors? What are the colors?
Colors are assigned, so this is all through the Movie Magic software. Movie Magic makes scheduling and Movie Magic makes budgeting. There are other softwares that the industry uses. This is the one that everybody in the industry seems to use. And so they assign you. So, interior days are white.
Gotcha.
Interior / exterior. Interior / exterior is always that interesting one. So that would be, so this is, for example, this is when Claire's mom comes through the door. So we're kind of inside, but we're also kind of outside because somebody's at the door outside. And so let's say you're sitting in a car and you're doing like a dialogue scene in a car. Well, it's kind of outside and kind of inside, right? So that's that world. And then purple is interior in the morning. It also works as evening. And then exterior night is like blue, dark blue or something. So
I remember my question.
Great.
This document, who does it go out to first? What kind of feedback do you need on it? Or is it you're locking it?
Oh, It's not so it's a collaboration, right? So it goes out to you, it goes out to the director, it goes out to the department head. As a producer, I always really like to have meetings just with all the department heads and say, okay, is this tangible? Can we do this? What, give me some red flags. What's working? What's not? Is this too ambitious? And those department heads give that feedback, and then you might say, okay, let's move this over here. A producer will give a lot of feedback on it as well.
Great.
Just from a budgetary standpoint.
Nice. Now, question. Yes.
I almost forgot. Do you recommend using less days, for instance, for our 5-day film, less days for shooting, so that you can give more days to post-production for a more polished look, or just depend on what?
So usually they're two very different things. Usually you have your production schedule and then you have your post-production schedule. They're typically not lumped in the same one. So that's a very interesting challenge.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but to answer your question, look, every story is different. Every single day is different. Every single project, everything you're doing everything's different. So it's just like you've got to feel what's right, because you might shoot this beautiful film and give the editor half a day to finish it, and now you don't have a beautiful film, right? So it's just like, where is that balance? And that's really what you got to, yeah.
Do you think, is there any type of editing that can be done on set? Maybe sound design?
The question was, is there any editing that can be done on set, like sound design? I'm just repeating it for live stream, but yes, yeah.
I mean, look, if you're crammed into 5 days and you can have your editor in a back room, go for it. Like one of the wildest things that I ever saw was a little bit of it. It's, again, like I look at storytelling as storytelling. You can tell any story. And there was this company, and I went to a wedding, and they had like a 4-camera shoot on this thing, and they were shot the whole thing, and they had an editor just sitting in this back room.
Live editing.
And he just was cranking away at this thing. And then at the reception, they gave the most beautiful, I mean, it was like eye-watering, just like, how did you pull this off? Because they had that machine, and he was just back there getting, feeding and just editing everything. And clearly it's like, there was like, I think a cookie cutter thing where they had it down to a routine, but it's like, they edited a beautiful, 5-10 minute, short film basically in half a day.
Yeah. And I think it also goes to show that like the amount of pre-production you can have is like the key here to success, because the more department heads that are on the same page makes your life easier, because decisions are happening quicker, and they also know how to anticipate what they need for the edit, right? Yeah.
And it's sitting down and saying like, okay, this, I'm gonna see this to be a challenge here, right? This is gonna be, so how do we head that off before it starts? Let's get everybody on the same page.
That's not plugged in,
Yeah.
so. Oh, hold on. It's not plugged in. You're good.
So thank you. I just have a quick question. I'm not a full-time producer exactly, but there's this thing called certification of insurance. I'm wondering if you have any recommendations, when we're getting equipment or location shooting. I feel like there's so many difficulties with insurance. It feels so complicated. I'm wondering if you have any suggestions, like for just a simple 1 or 2 day shoot.
I do.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
It is a great question.
And this is, part of the not so fun part of producing. Some producers love it. That's the other thing that I'll say just before I answer your question really quick is like, find out what kind of producer you are. What do you enjoy? There are some producers that absolutely love numbers and love budgets. I am not one of them. So I will find people who, I will do them. I'm not really good at it. So I'll find people so it's like, find what you're good at and find what you're not so good at and bring the people in that are good. But to answer about insurance, yes, you cannot go into production without insurance. I'll tell you, so it's a company called Film Emporium. They're based out of New York City, and they do have you used them? Yeah, they're great. And you just call them up. They're very New York, So if you're a sensitive soul like I am, just buckle your seatbelt because they're very New York. But they will get you your film insurance for your 2-day shoot, and it's affordable. And go and you shoot your film, and you're done.
I will plug that CFA has a partnership with We Make Movies that's based in Los Angeles to give discounted insurance to anyone who uses. Yeah.
And then I will use them. That's my next shoot.
To give discounted insurance to anyone who needs it.
I love that.
Through
That's even better.
Yeah, through CFA.
Yeah. So so there are tons of companies. Don't be afraid to let your fingers do the walking, as they say, and you know, and budget them out. But you know, it's not typically going to break your bank. But you can't get a camera rental. You can't rent things without that certificate of insurance. What was nice at AFI is we would just go to the AFI office and say, hey, give us a certificate, and they would just write one.
Yeah. Now, and for the Disability Film Challenge, there is no expectation that you will require insurance for your productions. If you have it, great. If you're needing to rent something, you will need insurance. However, for the productions itself for Disability Film Challenge, it's not required. So just for those that are thinking that it has to be for Disability Film Challenge and now they're worrying about it, it's not the case. But for productions outside of that, if you're doing any rentals, you will require that. Yes?
I have a question. Any suggestions or advice going from short to feature, like scheduling wise, and how to schedule that, like jumping with like more days and just to help your crew and the actors with stamina, like for like 24 days as opposed to 3 days.
Yeah. Are there any, when transitioning from scheduling from shorts to features, are there any tips on how to account for other days and also for stamina of like crew and talent, how to account for it?
Yes. You'll be very driven to shoot 6-day weeks. Don't. Shoot 5-day weeks. Give your crew a solid 2 days off. I typically, when scheduling out a feature, as unpopular as it sometimes is, I usually do Sunday, Mondays off, not Saturday, Sunday. Reason being is, let's say that you need to do a quick change, or let's say a light breaks. Most everything's open on Monday, so that'll give you that time as a producer to go and get that whatever thing fixed and then kind of get back out. But yeah, I mean, find because look, crews, it's film crews. We're like, this is a sadistic, insane industry, and we just work like crazy. I'm really big on making sure I'm talking to all the departments and talking to everybody in the department. Just how are you feeling? What's going on? What's going in your head? And just trying to keep that morale going. But most everybody that comes on a film set knows what they're getting into, you know.
That's great. Now we have to, it's so funny, that was so quick, but we have to wrap things up because we're going to go into the pitches, and you're going to stay to listen to those pitches before we go into our final guests for today. But yeah, you're going to listen for the pitches.
I would love to listen.
Great. So we're going to do that 1-minute pitch. I'll have Nick come up and talk about it. Come on up, Nick. Thank you, Doug.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Doug will stay around for questions. Yes.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Oh, were we doing a mic change here for a sec, or?
Just going to get you to announce the 1-minute pitches.
Okay. Yes. So let me. So basically, everybody is going to do this 1-minute pitch. We talked about it earlier. You heard David. You heard me do it. Also, Brett do it. This is an opportunity where, if you are able to, you're going to come on down in front of the room, doing a 1-minute pitch, and we're going to time it. So you're going to be done so that we get through everybody and we make it as quick as we can. Are you guys excited? Ready? A round of applause for everybody behind the scenes. Thank you. So who's the first one up here on the pitch? And then we're going to go clockwise. Whoever starts. Megan, you going first or second? Third. Okay. So come on down, and whoever's on deck will literally, we want you to just keep it moving. So you'll be on deck standing right here. And live stream, I may call on somebody. Maybe not today, but I may just ask you to pitch. I'm going to call you up all right, I'm ready for your 1-minute pitch. Come on, who's up first? I'm yelling into the mic, I apologize. Okay. So round of applause for our first pitcher. Stand here and take the mic and.
All right, thank you.
You gotta stop watching.
Okay, I'm not gonna look. I feel like it's worse if I look. Hi there, I'm Aisha Singleton. I am a photographer, filmmaker, screenwriter, and creative producer with Limb Difference, hailing from Boston, Massachusetts. and I'm currently producing a series of music videos for a local indie rock band. I've written a TV pilot, and it's about a bookworm who's in middle school who is catapulted into popularity after becoming an amputee. So that's working on that. I've also recently returned from Ireland, researching a feature that I'm writing, and that's just a passion project for me. Let's see, what else? In terms of my photography, I was a part of a juried installation at Grand Park, and that featured a series of devil exposures.
Here we go! Thank you. All right, next up, we got Andrea.
Can I sit? Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Light, so I think I can hold it. Yeah. Hello, my name is Andrea Jennings. I'm a black woman. I've got ponytail, black clothes, blue shirt. I go by the pronoun she, her, hers. I have a production company called Shifting Creative Paradigms, and we focus on elevating disabled talent, marginalized talent, and we are working on a documentary about Ingracia Figueroa. We're working on another one about Anita Cameron, and so Google those names. I have a master's in music and entertainment industry law. I also have a TV show. I'm a TV show host. I have a TV show coming out called Access for All, Integrating Accessibility. Let's see, and my social enterprise production company is looking for funding, and we're also looking to get a first look deal, and that's it.
All right. Look at that. Threw her story out. Also a pitch at the end of what she's doing. Megan, you come on up. Great job.
Do you want me to stand or sit?
You're good.
Okay, standing? Okay. Can you see me? Yeah, this is the interpreter. Let me position myself over here. Okay, that's better. Okay, sit there. Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Megan Cody. This is my sign name, M, because I laugh a lot. I'm from Boston. I'm the only deaf person in my family. What I look like, I'm a white woman. I have brown hair, I have glasses. I look like a scientist, really. And I should, because I have 2 degrees in science. But I wanted to tell the story. This is my ninth time here at the Disability Film Festival Challenge. I'm very excited. I'm working now. I have a company name called StartingASL.com. It's launching ASL in education. My goal is to do science fiction in TV. I produce videos, hope to do that in the future as well. I have a twin. I support disabled persons' rights, and I love you all very much.
All right. Great.
All right. I'm Yannicka Olin. I'm an actor, writer, and a TEDx speaker. And well, thanks to the autoimmune condition alopecia, I went from being the stereotypical blonde, blue-eyed Swede to now becoming Hollywood's bald blonde. So I'm very lucky. I have an award-winning one-woman show called I'm Perfect, which went to Off-Broadway in the fall of 2022. This will be my 4th year participating in the Disability Film Challenge, and I'm taking on directing this year also. Other than that, this year I am traveling the country doing keynotes and empowering workshops to companies and organizations. That's it. Awesome. I made
it. Hi, my name is Shauna Lena. I am a producer director for Easterseals Disability Film projects. I started doing the projects with my nephew, who's on the autism spectrum. The first short that we did was well received, so we took it and made a web series out of it, and we won a Telly Award with the web series. So we're hoping to do more with that project. My nephew's in his last year of high school right now, so he's excited about having a character older because we did that short about 4 years ago. I work in film and television as an assistant director as my 9 to 5, and I would like to broaden what diversity means just in general, that it's more than just color, that it's inclusivity includes all of us. So hopefully the projects that I do continuing forward, like I said, are on that line.
Oh, do you want us to go together? Yeah. Oh, we can go together. Yay. Okay. Hi, my name's Mary Brown, and I am Jordan's mom. Do you want to go first? Go ahead. Go. You're 1 minute. Oh, you want me to go first? Okay. So I'm actually an engineer, and I got into writing and producing because Jordan's an actress, and she was just not getting the roles we wanted her to have the opportunity to play. So, and during COVID, we started doing social media videos, and that's gone surprisingly well. And she has 250,000 followers on TikTok and 128,000 on Instagram, and we've only been doing it for a few years. And I think it's been like better than any acting class she could have taken, just making these short videos, just all kinds of homework practice, and we are okay. You go.
Hi, my name is Jordan. I am an actress. I'm on the Netflix series called The Politician. I'm also on the ABC series called Stumptown on Hulu. I'm also in some commercials like Starbucks, Intel, Comcast, FabFitFun, and Goodar, and that Goodar is actually my favorite. So, I've been in Special Olympics and a Global Messenger for 13 years. It's because I'm going to be 26 next month.
Okay, skip that. I already said that. Go to this.
And I'm looking for more acting work, and we are making our own projects too. So.
Do I have more time? Do we have more time for our 2 minutes or not?
What's that?
Do I have more time still? Oh,
No,
that was it? Okay, great.
No more time.
Chrissy.
Hello. Down. Down. Sleepy. Hello. Hi, my name is Chrissy Marshall. I'm a writer-director. I'm a white woman with blonde hair. I'm really passionate about disability inclusion, accessibility, and just representation in general. I am a USC alum, and I love to focus on stories that focus on deep existential drama, abstract dark humor, and sci-fi and horror. And I'm just a very tenacious, passionate, creative person who just loves sharing new, nuanced, untold stories for the disability market that is completely untapped.
Thank you.
And won Best Director and Best Film last year. And David, we already heard your pitch as a writer, and I'm sorry for not giving you time to prep that. Angel.
Wait, sitting or standing? I'm gonna sit. More power sitting down. Hi, my name is Angel Jafria. I am predominantly an actor and a consultant. I also write and produce. I am originally from Louisiana. I grew up on a swamp. I now live here in LA. I was born missing the lower half of my left arm, not an alligator attack, despite what I may have told kids growing up. I'm the youngest in the world to wear a myoelectric prosthesis, so think early gen bionic arm. I think that fuels my interest in sci-fi and different things like that. I also have my master's in psychology with my research focusing on stigma and limb difference in amputees. So I have a lot of passion about representing these characters correctly.
Great job. Everybody, great pitching.
We're going to stand. Stand. All right. Hi, I'm Brenda Casas.
I'm Jason Casas.
And we're a creative team. I'm a writer. He's the artist, and we are focused on children's entertainment and having children with disabilities be the titular character in our programming. We've been together for 35 years, and we've been creating since the day we met. This is going to be our second film for EDFC, and take it away.
I'm an artist by nature, but I'm also a director. I've worked in graphics and for films, and you're right. And work for Marvel and Transformers and all that stuff.
And we have a young adult novel that is a sci-fi fantasy novel. And we have a children's book that is about a fairy who cannot fly. We did our first film on her, and our newest IP is going to be about a young man who has
Yay! Yeah. Good job. Come on. Two more. Round of applause here.
Do I hold it? Okay. Hi, I'm DK Greenlee, a writer, director, producer. Currently working on a Native American period piece, made top 100 at CineQuest, and a quarterfinalist at Screencraft, and working on a sci-fi time travel short film.
Okay, last one.
Hi everyone, my name is Lorena Gordon. I was born and raised in New York City. I watched my first live action film when I was 8, and that was Titanic, and that changed my life forever. And I knew in that moment that I wanted to be a storyteller. I feel very passionately about representation because I didn't see myself represented until I was 19 years old. And I still remember that feeling. So I want to create a platform where communities that I'm a part of, like living with an autoimmune disease, being a part of the LGBT community and Latinx community, and so others don't feel alone like I did growing up. Thank you.
Great job, everybody. That is like a feat to come up and do like a 1-minute pitch by yourself. I find like it takes practice to be confident talking about yourself, and you all had the confidence and things like that, and it's a wonderful thing to see. So thank you so much for sharing about you. We have one more special guest today before Nick kicks off Disability Film Challenge information later, and he's going to share about himself now. So I'm glad that he felt the vulnerability, and now he can be vulnerable. Now this is really exciting. So Jack Gibson, who is one of our wonderful technical producers here at CFA, you all know Jack. Not only is it his birthday today, But we thought he would be, with his luscious voice, but also wonderful brain, we thought it would be perfect for him to moderate this next discussion because it's someone he knows very, very well. So I'll bring up Jack Gibson and Doug Wick, and I'll have Jack do the proper introduction. So Jack and Doug, please join me at the front. Great. And you're both mic'd up. Come up here and hang. I'm going to move some stuff out of the way. We're going to talk about producing now from more of a studio system perspective and also just collaborating. But I will let Jack do all of the intros. Happy birthday, Jack.
Thank you very much. Let's do a fun little, make it more conversational, you know? Okay. All right, Haley, how are we on the mics? Good? Sound awesome?
Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Phenomenal. All righty. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Well, it's an honor to be here on your birthday.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. As Indy said, this is Doug Wick. Doug Wick is not only my uncle, but he's also an Academy Award-winning producer. His films include such films as Gladiator, Stuart Little, Memoirs of a Geisha, most recently Gladiator 2. So, absolute pleasure to have you here and talk with us about all the kind of ins and outs of producing. To start us off, can you talk to us a little bit about what kind of producer you are in terms of how you do development and creative producing?
Yeah, the part that's the most fun for me, which I always try and remember what's fun and steer towards that because it energizes, has always been the basically development, figuring out what's a good story for a movie, where do you get one, is it from a book that you've read, an idea that you've had. Gladiator was someone came in for a meeting and brought research about the Roman arena and how it was at the epicenter of that society the way the space program was with ours. So it involved politics, control of the public. So basically you're always looking for a source. That's the fun part for me. It's called a creative producer, but then versus the line producer who's strictly production. But as you all know from problem solving to get anything done, it's hard not to be doing a lot of both.
Beautiful, very succinct, appreciate it. And what, I know obviously we're talking about, as we've talked about with the other Doug producer, the very strange coincidence. Producing can kind of be anything under the sun, but in your best estimation, what do you think makes a good producer? And I guess specifically, because I think there is a distinction between creative producers and like an on-set line producer.
I think there's lots of ways to look at it. One way I always think about it, because it's so much a group enterprise, is like you think of a family picnic with a bunch of really strong people who all say they want to bring the dessert. And how do you both have someone who has an overview for the meal, but also the skills to both listen to different people, understand what they're good at, see them, and then communicate in a way that isn't threatening to them. So I think that's, it turns out to, I'll just give you a quick example. In the last few years, I was working on a movie with a very fancy director and a very alpha star. And right away, there was a little bit of a two-rooster problem. And when was the meeting and who was going where? And in the big movies, it's really just the same as like the little movies, because who's got a little bit of an extra ego and who doesn't, and who thinks they're hot shit. And so the movie star didn't show up for a meeting with the director. It was all kind of about territory. So the director said, hey man, he goes, you gotta go and really tell him off. I want you to draw a line in the sand. I want you to really back this guy down. I said, sure, I'll go. So I went to the movie star and I said, you really hurt the director's feelings. And by putting it that way, he instantly softened, because it was not just territory and I'm the main one, not the main one. Yeah, so I think you're always dealing with that aspect. What was your question? What makes a good?
What makes a good producer? So it's pretty much anything you could say.
Yeah,
I guess addresses it.
Well, I think also it's a lot of common sense, because it's, the producer is the one, as I'm sure you've all encountered making something, whatever can go wrong, from someone forgetting to bring food, or it's raining when it was supposed to be sunny, or someone disappoints you, or they get injured, or something. I think in that, and having done it this many years, I've had so many practical problems. Just I'll do a funny one, which is we had, on one day of shooting Stuart Little, which was a long time ago, but it was a big movie, and we had different cats for different things. And there was only one cat who could do that day's work. And someone came running up to me and said, I can't remember the cat's name, let's call him Felix, that they said, we got a problem. Felix's asshole fell off. And I said, what does that mean? And they said, well, there's a nervous, a stress thing, it's called protruding asshole. So as a producer, I've now got like a cat with a protruding asshole, and we couldn't shoot their work. So it is a little bit as, and no, and as you know, that's the kind of stuff that someone gets, you know, it's always the silly stuff. We were just shooting Gladiator 2 in Malta. We were doing an explosion. A freak wind came along. 3 people were injured. That's the unfun part of the job. But it's in the middle of all that mayhem to try and just keep some sense of like, you're the navigator. You know, you're the person so you don't lose the way as all this stuff is happening. The little ship's going at, and you know, the one person who hopefully is looking up at the stars. Because, you know that great, there's a great military term called, wait, what's it called? It's called mission creep. And basically, you say, I'm starting off for Paris dressed in satin, and you know, you end up in some shitty place in rags, and it's sort of, there's always mission creep. Whatever idea you have in the beginning, this perfect thing you're going to do, there's mission creep. So you're also trying to manage the mission creep, so you're both aware when you're drifting, because of this problem, this compromise, but you still have some overview of what you hope to accomplish in the beginning and how you can get some approximation of that.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'm going to steal the title of a dear friend who's a photographer. His kind of life bio book was called The Perfectly Imperfect. And I feel like that's to me what I identify in good production is not keeping everything to the perfect standard you set out toward, but watching the mission creep, managing the mission creep, and keeping the perfectly imperfect, the perfect as you can actually attain it. Mm-hmm. I also, just in the middle of that, because I was focusing this way for our wonderful interpreters, I do have to see how you sign protruding asshole. You spell it out. Okay. I was gonna be shocked if there was like a dedicated sign, but I don't know. You know, who knows. Thank you very much. Wonderful. And for these fine folks who I think are learning that learning production is often just in the doing, aside from that, can you talk to us a little bit about how, so you own and run a production company called Red Wagon Entertainment with my aunt, your wife, Lucy Fisher. Can you talk to us a little bit about young producers, how they can start to learn about production and how they can kind of get in on the ground floor of beginning to produce?
Well, depending on what your ambitions are, what part of the world, I know more the studio version. We've done a few independent movies, we've done television, but more studio. And with that, and I think with all of it, it's just how do you get some access to the real thing? You know, whether you're an intern somewhere, or just getting to observe, so you're just seeing what people are doing. Obviously, 10 minutes with someone really smart is worth 10 hours with someone not so smart. And, or you know, someone who's really talented, 10 minutes with that person is so valuable to see how they problem solve what they do. But I think partly it's trying to get a little bit of access to the world that you want to be in. And whether you do it as an intern or in some way just by osmosis. you can pick up some of how it actually works. And presuming you're trying to make a living off it, then you're trying to understand how people monetize that. What are the opportunities to actually make something that would approximate a living, and how are other people doing that?
Wonderful. And you've talked already a little bit about collaboration. As we all know, collaboration is, it's not only how movies get made, but it's, I think, really the fun part of making a movie and the really beautiful thing about making a movie or a TV show, short, whatever media you're doing. Not just dealing when people aren't collaborating well, but how do you, from the get-go, try and bring together a team of good collaborators? So when you are looking at developing something, what kind of things are running through your mind aside from maybe the studio has a hard line on who they want for some position, but when you have free reign, what are you looking at to bring a team of good collaborators together?
It depends on each job. I think sometimes I think about, not that I've ever really done it, but matchmaking, which is, when there's a certain project and you're thinking who would be a good writer for that. And one of the things is to remember to listen. So the writer comes into your office and they say, I strongly think X, Y, and Z. And if you were listening, you'd say, oh, that's really not what I think should be going on. But it seems so basic, but a lot of times I forget to listen. So I'll either be thinking the person's really cool and trying to body language them towards some other place, but what all the professionals say is usually what someone said in that first meeting will be the truth. So really, really listen to it.
Beautiful. And along that same token, I know you already mentioned the story of the two, the actor and the director that you were working with. But in kind of other general ways, how are you dealing with a team when they aren't collaborating well? Even if they started collaborating well or they never gelled, what kind of things, like the form of bodying and directing that you were talking about those two?
Yeah, I think, again, that's where there's a common sense aspect. Like with a group of your friends. If there's a group that you really like and two friends are always ruining the occasion by butting heads, what would you do? And you kind of think of, oh, this person feels insecure about this, or this person feels not seen by this person. So I think there's a lot of common sense in it, and it still goes back to everything's high school. And if someone's feelings are hurt or they feel not respected. Yeah. So I think as an overview thing like that, you can do a lot to see, to try and perceive what's ailing somebody and see if you can help it. And then there's some people who we've all dealt with who you say, I'm not going to change this person. They're a little bit of a handful. Maybe I'm not thrilled that they're involved, but they are. So, what's the most constructive way to move forward? How can you, understanding that they get agitated in this circumstance, what can you do? And, we've all been in the circumstance where you end up collaborating with someone that you really just don't like. And you just have to, suck it up and be as constructive as you can.
Yeah. And I imagine also there is something kind of key to having some sort of ego death. At least, I know there are plenty of producers that we've all met or at least have heard of who have ridden high on an ego, but knowing you and Lucy specifically and thinking
excuse me. Someone else for his birthday, excuse me.
They couldn't reach me, so they started calling you. I think about you as two people who really don't apply your egos to your projects. And is that a key point to being a better producer, do you think?
Well, it's interesting. There's a phenomenon that I'm really fascinated by in Hollywood, which is really talented producers who did great work. And then all of a sudden, happens to directors too, and all of a sudden in their kind of final trimester, it really sucks. And there's an aspect of it that a lot of times when people have success, they remember it as they did everything. And they forget how hard to get it made. You struggled with this person, you push back and forth with this person, but you remember it as you did everything. So all of a sudden, you have enough power where you don't want to hear anyone's notes. Yeah. You're the alpha, and all of a sudden, the work goes to shit. And obviously, it's painful for that person because they know it's not happening, but they're not just having the clarity of getting out of their own way and understanding that again, I mean, you know what a turnoff it is if you're communicating with someone and they're only listening to themselves. It's very hard to work, and it certainly never brings out good work from other people.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, I mean, I think it's along the same exact token of the perfectly imperfect, and achieving the project is a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. And I often think of producers as kind of the binding or the glue that helps keep those parts together and achieve that kind of greater ultimate state. And I guess it is as every position is, but specifically really the duty of a producer is to the project and achieving that higher state.
Yeah, and again, all the problems, the first movie I produced, there was an actress, actually it's been written about, so I guess it's not, Melanie Griffith, who was a movie called Working Girl. And Melanie Griffith did this brilliant audition. She was early in her career, and the director was Mike Nichols, who was a brilliant guy. And we start shooting, and I'm, recently out of college, and in my era was a real drug time, and so I was very familiar with all the drugs, and
purely for research. Never inhaled.
So Melanie started to act a little erratic on the set, and I suspected that she was coked up. So I said to her, Melanie, are you coked up? And she said, that really hurts my feelings. I thought you were one of those people who understood creative people, and all the assholes just say you're on drugs. So by the way, there's people on drugs have the best bullshit in the world. So then I was friendly with the PAs, and they said they were picking up cassettes on West 10th Street. We're shooting in New York once a week. And then one of the PAs said, well, actually, I looked in, and it was coke. So I'm out to dinner, and I get a call from Mike Nichols, and they're having to shut down that night because Melanie's too coked up to work. And in the restaurant I was in, at the next table was a guy I knew a little who happened to represent Liza Minnelli. And so knowing that he had dealt with drugs, and I was young, and on the weekend I was probably doing drugs, but I just had a work ethic. And so and I was very uncomfortable being a narc. And so I said to this guy, what do I do? And he said, you have to create cause and effect for her. And go down and say that we're going to shut down and we're going to withhold the amount of money, which was a lot, like 30 grand, from your salary because of this. And then he said, put a nurse on the set and keep the nurse for the rest of time. And it's a long example, but that was producing. So that, it's not, it's relegated to how do you manage the thing. And I ended up, very friendly with her because I was very fond of her, and I did it in as least aggressive, mean way as possible. But there's just always a new problem, and how do you try and solve it in a way that preserves relationships and is as constructive as possible?
Wonderful. I also realized, just in case for people on the stream or people present, before we get too much deeper, can we talk through just kind of basic log lines of the different positions, like executive producer, line producer, associate producer?
Well, yes. In movies, in particular, the producer is the lead credit. That's why the Academy Award goes to the producer. Obviously, it's different in TV. Agents and managers have always used credits to get extra credits. The studios like to give them instead of money. So it's always confusing how sometimes this person has a credit. But when they're earned, anyone who makes a great contribution, probably there's very specific rules for who gets producer by the PGA. And I happen to be on the board that figured that out. So that's just basically meaning you were an overview person through the whole journey. An executive producer would be someone who was really important to the movie. It's a very good credit, could be a line producer. Associate producer would be basically someone just a little bit less important, but who's really contributing in a way. So again, it's there to be given out. There's no hard rule, but it's also a way of showing people respect.
Wonderful. And you know, I mean, when we talk about higher budgets and the lower budgets, I know kind of as the budget decreases, more hats are worn by more or fewer people. What kind of, in your opinion, because I think a lot of the problems are very similar, the solutions start to change, but the kind of real difference in terms of producing between something high budget and something low budget, what kind of comes to mind for you on that?
Well, obviously one, like on Gladiator 2, we had 1,000 people a day there and on the set, and it was a little bit mayhem. And we had huge number of people in costumes. We were shooting in Malta in a historic heat spell, and Malta's in the Mediterranean. The good news is it's an hour-and-a-half ferry ride from Sicily, in case you like seafood pasta. But terrible heat spell. So the size of that, with horses being shipped in, animal problems, it's just a much bigger mess, but it's exactly related to the smaller mess. And so hopefully you've got more people who have a lot of experience. We had, you know when you're young and you think there's the other room where the adults are really smart and you keep learning as we get into the room? It's just we're all the same. It's just, the difference isn't that great. And so on this giant movie, the first producer, line producer we had worked with Ridley Scott, the director, 20, 30 years ago. And it turned out that basically he was so screwing up things. We found out about a month before we were going to start shooting that crazily things hadn't been budgeted. It was almost a disaster. The studio's flying over there. Then we replaced him with a fantastic person who did amazing work. So that's the big version. The small version, it's very related, which is, I mean, we spent a few years deciding what our objective was on Gladiator, which was we had made a first movie. What's a story that's worth telling? How does it just not seem like a money grab? What's going to be new with theatricality? Just kind of common sense questions. Who could be in it? Russell Crowe was a breakout. So that's all about what your intention is. On a smaller one, it still comes back to what's your intention? I mean, you know, and do not lose that, same kind of thought. Do not lose that as you go to work with it. And it's the same problems of how do you get along with the people? How do you try and get everybody on the same program, serving the same master?
Yeah, wonderful, yeah. I gotta have that North Star. How are we for time? Do we have time for some questions? We do, we have 30 minutes. Oh, we have 30 minutes. Yeah. Look at that, isn't that wonderful? So we have plenty of time for questions. Why don't we open up for a few questions, and then we'll get back into it. Does anybody off the bat? Yes, let's wait for the microphone if you don't mind. Yeah. Watch out.
Thank you so much for coming. My question is, you've worked with some really incredible directors like Mike Nichols, Sam Mendes, and Ridley Scott. Is there anything that those filmmakers possess, like a
Quality or something that you've noticed, you know, working in the industry as a producer with these directors over the years that like make them stand out?
Well, my biggest crush was Mike Nichols, whose brain was just so exquisite. And if you know anything about him, he had started an improv. So he knew how to make a pause be a paragraph. And what he used to say, and that was the first movie I produced, so I always, I thought he was like the wise man. And whenever he spoke, he's funny and very insightful. He said that he thought the difference between great and good was an inch, not a foot. Meaning that he just, well, first of all, he was brilliant, but his follow through. You'd start to notice little things. Like I noticed little things like when he sent flowers, and I'd work for other people who sent them, he always made sure he'd write a handwritten note, it would go to the florist, and the florist would send the handwritten note. I mean, so just each touch, he did a little bit more, and he cared a little bit more. And also, in his particular thing, he loved actors, and when he worked with actors, they felt the love. So watching that, he was, and it was genuine. He would get sort of his own version of crushes on people, because he'd see their idealized self, their best self. And in his case, he was also a little bit more articulate than anyone. So if you're watching a performance and you kind of see it's a little off here, a little off there, he actually had the words for the actor to sort of express where it seemed like it was a little vague or a little. Ridley Scott is, in his particular case, he's brilliant visually. He didn't direct till about 40. He did commercials before. And I would say in his case, he was 86 directing this movie, and heat spell, long days. So just in addition to the visual talent, just the fierceness of making things better. And also, one other thing too, is in his case, it's the thing he most wants to be doing, which is why at 86, it's just a good side thing. Like talking about riding your bliss. You're better when you're doing something that turns you on. My first boss, Alan Pakula, who did All the President's Men, Clute, Parallax View, he had started as a producer. He produced To Kill a Mockingbird. So he just knew his work really well, took it very seriously. And yeah, he just, a little extra follow through.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You started to tell us a little bit about production for TV, and I know this is more about film, but if you could just give a really quick compare and contrast between a producer in docs, maybe executive producer in docs, and then film and TV.
Well, as you know, in TV, the real boss is the showrunner. And so it's a little funnier being a non-rating producer. We just did 2 years of a series for Paramount Plus called Joe Pickett. So we optioned the books, or got someone to option them for us. And then we got showrunners, and we met a bunch of people to find someone. So we were very involved, but it was just a little bit more facilitating them to do 2 seasons. So we were involved in the casting, and they'd send us drafts of their script, and we'd talk. So I think that's just more tilting towards the most essential person is the showrunner.
Were you saying the difference between a doc?
Doc, TV.
Yeah.
And film.
Yeah. Have you guys done any docs?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
I like them.
That was a great answer. Great insight for TV.
By the way, I liked everyone's pitches.
What kind of projects are definite no's for you?
Ooh, yeah.
Well, I think it's so much work. I always like to start swinging for the fences. So I think no would just be something that I just really don't care about, because I won't do it well. You know, you could say like obvious things like, you know, I've only made 3 or 4 porno movies. No, just kidding. But you know, I have no interest in that field, or
right.
You know, or just certain kinds of just exploitation action. But I mean, I love action. I love everything that works on the big screen. So you know, the way, I mean, one of the things that's really fun is just last month, in one of the scenes in Gladiator 2, the arena is filled, and this is something the Romans actually did, and there would be boat battles, and the gladiators would be on the boats. And one of the things that they also did was they would put sharks in the water, and so if you fell off, you'd actually get. So that's pretty exploitive, but in that case, it was serving story, and it's fresh like you've never seen. So, but I would say mostly stuff that genuinely turns me on.
Fix your microphone.
Oh, thank you.
And I will very slowly pose a question. It's, you know, I just talk about wearing too many hats in a small production. Mike and people doing the, no, I love it. It's very, very fulfilling, and especially, I mean, I love working with CFA, but none more so than working these events with all of you. So I kind of piggybacking on that, how much more, or rather how much less discriminate were you earlier on in your career when you could afford less to say no to a project? Was it still kind of the same ethos?
Well, I mean, I was very aware of what things could get made, or I became increasingly aware, but I still try to, you intuit a lot of that, like you start to understand, but I still try to stick with what turned me on that they would want to do.
Yeah.
So I think the more you work on it, you start to understand on a practical level what can maybe get done, but you don't want to let go of I'm so turned on by this thing. So what's a version of it? So I was very aware of getting stuff on. Like at one point I was trying to get something going, and I always loved the Invisible Man as a mythology. And I love both who you are if no one can see you, and also all the visuals of if someone was in the room and you did some smoke or you had some spray paint and all of that stuff. So that was like thinking, okay, a studio will want to do an Invisible Man movie. That's going to be a big theatrical movie. And then I got Paul Verhoeven to do it. So it wasn't one of his best movies, but the visuals were amazing. So I'm definitely thinking of the things that turn me on.
Yeah.
I sometimes think about it in geometry, which is if you drew a circle of your truest self, and then you drew another circle of the marketplace, and you know how they always have the shaded overlap,
yeah.
And you'd say, here's the overlap, and you hope it's not that thin.
Right, yeah. And if it is, swing for the fences.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking with the writer-director of CODA earlier, and I think echoed, I mean, obviously not quite producing, but still the same thing in terms of development early on. She had a really strict idea of what she wanted to do with casting. And the studio said no, and shut down the project for, I think she said 7 months. And I think that all blends into the same thing of really trying to cling to that which you love and believe in. And not only that, but what I think I hear you saying is less so figuring out what to say no to and what not to say no to, but trying to put yourself into the position that you are going out for jobs or getting jobs that are things that you want to say yes to in your arena of turning you on and riding your bliss and.
Yeah, I mean, but in terms of career stuff, obviously sometimes you just do a job because you need some dough.
Yeah.
But yeah, in terms of your career stuff, just again knowing you're going to be most effective with stuff you actually care about. So better to be in that realm.
Beautiful. Yeah, Indy. Oh.
It's fine. First question is, if you were to, so the Disability Film Challenge, they have 5 days to make a film. They have the genre already. They get more specifics later about props that have to be used, things like that. So for the, last year was 115 films submitted. So this year will probably be there and more, we're hoping. For Disability Film Challenge, 5 days, buddy comedy is the genre. From a producer perspective, or if you had the cap on of writer, producer, director, which a lot of the folks here today have, how would you begin to prioritize based on the amount of time you have to make the film and edit it? What the wish list is, what stays, the requirements, and all of that? Like, how do you prioritize that in the producer brain?
It's funny you mention it because in our company, I had them put together this week a list of buddy comedies from the last 30 years.
Oh.
And the reason was, as we were talking about in this movie we just did, Paul Mescal and Pedro Pascal are both in it, and they really love each other. We're thinking, wouldn't they be great in a buddy comedy? So we had this research done to just look for all the templates that have worked and say, would some version of them be alive? So obviously it starts with what's a good idea, understanding that genre a little bit, the things that have worked. And it's really fun, just as an aside, to look at that and then have your own brain go, why did this work? Was this just chemistry? How did they exploit, like The Odd Couple, how did they exploit the differences,
Right.
Particularly one person sloppy, one person neat, and just looking at all of that. So I would start there, because if that idea is great, and then you're really into, casting. You're casting those in this. So you're bringing friends in or actors that whatever. Yeah, that's fantastic. So then that's such a high-speed, fun question that normally I would be doing over many, many months of, okay, these two people. And remember when they did Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito? And it was just like,
Iconic.
these guys are going to be fun together. So there was a little bit of, even just in your visual brain, there's your analytical, your visual saying, when I see these people together, is yours comedic or not necessarily?
Buddy
comedy.
Yeah. So comedic, am I just the two people there? Is that putting a smile on my face?
Yeah.
And again, given that, how is my story revealing character? That's always the most fun thing. And then, that's a tough deadline. So I guess you're shooting, you're trying to get as much as you can, still having time to edit. And you score too?
Yeah.
Wow.
Music that people can use.
Oh my gosh.
The original.
I'm
the one at fault for this deadline.
Oh my God. Does anyone have any Xanax? I'm getting a little stressed just hearing about this.
Yeah.
So as Indy just kind of shared, the general prompt for this it is 5 days. The full assignment, which includes themes, props that have to be included, locations to choose from, is all assigned at the start of it, which is Tuesday, April 2nd. And so now people do know that it's buddy comedy. At one time, I didn't even give that assignment until the start of it. So now I feel like we have more time for preparation. I'm curious, though, if you have any advice. A lot of this came from me being a comedian and an actor, and always kind of putting people together from either TV shows I was on and getting my own projects so I could showcase myself as the way I wanted to be, or as a gangster or something else. Do you have any advice for how you've been able to get? I know so many people want to work on, the projects and work with you because of everything you've done. but you know, any tips for how people may be able to inspire other people to join projects?
Say a little bit more.
So whether it's cast or say you really know of a camera person. Sorry. Do you have any tips along the way? You know, it seems like you're such a great problem solver. That being you know part of your. But in terms of selling, you know, really, that's why I wanted everybody to pitch the work of the pitch for both who they are and their projects. Do you have any advice for people to be able to give a concise pitch of why the crew may want to join the project or cast?
Volunteer. Volunteer. Just to try and sell someone on your thing.
By the way, it's just funny how everything, the small version is exactly the same as the big version. Like you're going into the studio, and I was pitching something today with a writer on Zoom to a studio, and I had spent an hour thinking, knowing this executive, and her issues, how we could pull her in a little. And you could probably maybe impact that 20%, no more than that, because the content you can't. But a little bit that. So it is a little bit. How do you inspire someone? How do you say, I'm so excited about doing this? You know, this is so cool. And one of the things people always say is, whenever you want something in showbiz, it's best to first ask for advice, because everyone loves hearing themselves talk, and and then with advice, and then, you know, while you're doing that, oh, maybe you could help a little bit. That would be good. But I think it really is just if you're turned on, and also if you have a clear idea of what you're doing. You know, you're saying, here's this idea I'm really turned on by, and obviously obviously all the things you do, you smile when you talk, you know, and you're very gracious, and obviously you're presenting it that way because you want something.
Yeah. Yeah. Very very quickly, I want to touch a little bit on that, because we were doing a log line exercise earlier, talking about making. Oh, it's not just me now.
No, it's obviously me.
It's the CFA crew has.
It's me, clearly.
But we were talking about making concise, effective log lines, and I'm also a writer, and I think not only just for selling purposes, but having a concise log line comes from a true understanding of the project that you're creating or that you're working on, and that. You know, I think everyone I know you have, where, you know, you say, oh, tell me about that project, or whatever it is that you're working on, or someone, they didn't even ask you, they just started telling you about it. It's kind of like, well, it's kind of it's like this two people get together, and then kind of, you know, and then, well, 10 years earlier, you have to know that the two people first broke apart, and that you may be excited about that, but really understanding the project not only helps you choose the people that you want to work on it, if you have the benefit of choosing exactly who you want to work on it, but sell them on it, because you know what you're talking about. I remember working for a production company. I was a script reader, and part of the bit is that they help you do pitching, and so the president and the vice president help you work up to a pitch for an adaptation on a book and an original piece. And I got in thinking that I had done all my work and that I was hot shit, which is always the first mistake. And they asked me a question, and I said, oh, that's a great question. He said, it is a great question, and one you should have an answer for. And I think that comes with the understanding of your project, and really being able to whittle down what am I. You know, obviously there are certain things that'll be on the day that you can never truly know, but that understanding the core, the log line of your project helps you sell it to whomever, crew, cast, financiers, whatever it is.
One thing that everyone forgets about too much is a friend of mine who was the first female head of a studio, and she was really smart. And I was talking to her, and I was going to pitch something, and And I was always a producer, I was never an executive. But she said, do you think about it from the executive point of view? Because we too often just get so in your own head about it's this thing and it's going to be this. And she goes, for example, that person's thinking, one, how do I not get fired?
Right. Yeah.
How does this project not get me in trouble? And I never even thought of the fear-based aspect of that. But just that exercise of saying the person to whom you're speaking, and particularly if you're trying to recruit somebody, making sure you see them too, because you can be so in your own head about it, that by seeing them, pulling them in a little bit, thinking what might interest them, what might be in it for them, so you're presenting it a little bit. In this pitch today, this is kind of silly, but I said to the studio head, I said, can I ask you to put on your bathing suit? It's a Zoom. And she looks at me like I'm an idiot, or what's going on? And I say, I mean metaphorically, because we're going to paddle towards a cultural wave. And it was completely stupid. But the point is, I know she's bored shitless of going to Zoom, Zoom, Zoom. So if you just, also, that's where humor is great. You just, a little silliness, and the person just snaps out of their, and they.
Yeah, the dreaded eye glaze in a pitch is, that's pretty tough, but yeah. Yeah, some more questions. Okay.
Hi, thank you for being here.
Oh, sure.
My question is kind of piggybacking off of this line of conversation, but how do you source new projects? How do you find what you're doing next, besides what turns you on, but stuff coming in? Do you send people out to look for something that is like scratching at the back of your head? And do you ever take chances on new creators?
Well, we're constantly looking. So we have junior executives who are always looking in the field. They're talking to the agencies about spec scripts, about books that are coming up. We just bought 3 books for a TV thriller, got a very good showrunner. So books really help. In terms of new talent, what's tricky for that about movies is that the best analogy for a movie is architecture, because it's a $10 million movie or a $200 million movie. You're building this big thing, and there's certain things it has to have, like an elevator shaft, metaphorically. So it's very hard for a new voice to necessarily adapt to that. There's great spec scripts written all the time that someone out of nowhere writes a great spec script. If it's great, people know. I mean, everyone kind of agrees on 80% of what's great. That's great writing, that's a great idea. So I would say that for me, which is I'm more likely to know a bunch of agents who have great taste, and they would be more likely, because they're always searching for new voices, to then tell me, as opposed to go search new voices, because that's a much lower percentage than when they're already filtered.
I have sort of advice, last question for you. And it starts with the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge, which I think Nick did a great job in terms of shining a spotlight on talent and encouraging those with disabilities to make films. From the studio side, how would we get studios to become more inclusive, to start including more stories that we're trying to tell or that we want to say? Not saying here's the script, but you mentioned earlier that you kind of have an idea of what could get made. So what kind of things are we looking at, or what kind of things are we up against in terms of what we're trying to do in this room as a whole?
Well, it's funny, there's always been advocacy groups that, there's an advocacy group a few years ago that was trying to get the studios to deal with science. So it's always what What's the studio not doing? Studios have always been very slow on different kinds of people. They have very set ideas, and it takes them a long time to think of people as not white blonde. That took like, what, 40 or 50 years. And so the best thing is the advocacy groups that are just making them more aware. I mean, the casting, in the casting department, in terms of stories, they're looking to make money. So what's an underdog story? So if there's a great underdog story, that's something that interests them. It's hard though. It's hard with them just because, I'm always dealing with them and trying to find something that I like that they'll like. And, but it really needs an advocacy group that has enough muscle to make them pay attention.
Yeah. Easterseals. Yeah. Easterseals. Yeah.
Hi, thanks. You had mentioned, well, I work mostly in television and have written on some shows, and there's you'd mentioned that you'd pitched something with a writer on Zoom, and there's still a lot of back and forth within the guild right now, or mid-COVID, because we're still dealing with it, with the preference of in-person rooms versus Zoom rooms. But for disabled folks or for people who live out of state or have any number of family obligations, Zoom rooms suddenly opened the doors that people had been told had been closed before. So I'm curious from your point of view how the advent of Zoom as a norm has changed the way that you might pitch projects or consider talent or just prepare for how you take material out into the world.
Yeah, obviously a radical change. This would have never been a Zoom 5 years ago, this particular thing. So that's everywhere. And if someone they think is talented and has a preference for a Zoom, that wouldn't be a problem. Writer's room, which I only know from a few different shows, is more complicated because they want the chemistry of the room. And so I guess that's, hoping that people are kind about how that's facilitated or in a location that's not too difficult.
I'm kind of piggybacking on with the pitch, knowing your log line. My pitch was like a dissertation. So what's your advice for just with a general pitch, narrowing down just your golden nuggets so you can sift just for those golden nuggets?
Yeah. Well, I think it's always a little bit of work with yourself and a partner of distilling. So saying, what is this really about? The thing that we pitched today with a writer-director, she had done 4 versions for us. And we had said, and so being an audience, it was very easy to give notes and saying, this was fantastic. You kind of lost me here. But so I think it is just the process of, if you're going to speak at a wedding or at a funeral, you go through the thing where you kind of put notes in a notebook and you're kind of saying, what do I really want to say? What do I want to really say about my friend who's getting married? What do I really, as you get older, what do I want to say about my friend who died? But it's a similar process of distillation. So I think part of that is really a little bit with a notebook, really, and you just don't necessarily know it right away. It's really thinking about it a little bit, what's the essence, and it's a very smart process. I would find that if I was going to give a wedding speech, it would start off not so great. And then just by putting notes in a little notebook for a few weeks, then I would have really gotten to some wisdom about the person just from kind of thinking about it. So I think it's really just doing a little homework and where necessary, have a friend help.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think, always having someone to bounce ideas off and get a different perspective to help.
Jack is always available and very good at it.
I am. I'm always available. Yeah.
Now I'm going to come up here.
Oh.
Because before you leave, let's give a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
My pleasure.
And because you're here, I'm so excited you're here.
Oh, boy.
We get to sing happy birthday.
Oh.
Let's do a little happy birthday for everyone on the live stream. It's Jack's birthday, if you heard earlier. So I just want to do a little one. So happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
That's so exciting.
Happy birthday, dear Jack. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate it greatly.
Now, thank you so much, Doug, for joining
it
us.
is a pleasure.
We're going to do a little group photo before you take off, if that's okay.
Great, great.
So, yeah, Nick, come on up if you want.
So, first of all, everybody on the live stream, how amazing was that? And everybody in person, thank you so much. Thank you. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Come on over here.
So we're going to do it in a, you know, you could stay where you are. What we're going to do is do it as this is Mia, who does a lot behind the scenes, Easterseals Disability Film Challenge, a very talented actor, social media manager, and rock star, dancer as well. So those of you that know me know I like doing things to post on social media. So we are going to do a little video, and we're going to say, you know, as we normally do. It's a live stream. This is you're getting to see how it happens behind the scenes. So I'm going to start. We just had our amazing writing and producing workshop at AFI, and then everyone's going to go, woo! So we're going to try to see if we're going to try to move everybody into it. So Mia,
Everyone up here? Should we stand?
Or no, actually, if you guys go this way on the other side.
Let's go. Yeah, that's probably easier.
So what we'll do is this.
Yeah, great. So pause on the live stream for 1 second. Sorry,
Once.
We'll be right back. Great. So everyone, yeah, you can stay.
Yeah, stay this side.
We're going.
Yeah.
So watch what I'm gonna start over here, and then everybody will be in the shot. So it's a one-shot promo. Everyone on this side over to the left. So basically, I'm going to say, we're here at AFI. We just had an amazing writing and producing workshop. Then I'll stand over here and everyone go, woo!
Yeah.
Ready? Everybody in.
Let's make sure we can see everybody, yeah.
Yeah, we should, you mean I shouldn't stand in front of everybody?
No. We're good.
What does he come through?
I'll tell you what do we do?
I'm
working on
do that. Open up the, this is live stream. You're getting to see the, everybody that's on the live stream knows that I love doing these little, thank you, so many great instructors. You guys got to get on the other side. You won't be in it. Okay.
Here, David, okay.
I was just being the mouthpiece.
Stack in, everybody. You know what? I think I like that camera in frame too. It's a nice little prop.
You know, speaking of that camera, Black Magic.
Yes.
If you are interested in cameras for your thing, check out Black Magic and consider purchasing or renting a Black Magic camera.
Ooh.
Yep, right in the middle. Because we're going to back into it. So it's all, everybody will go in, and then we'll just do photos. But we'll see how this, you got to kind of back into that spot right the other side.
Sorry.
That's why I got out of the way. He's a writer, not an actor. He's not used to
He's a writer here, man. This is.
David, I thought you were snubbing everybody.
That's right. He's written on multiple network shows here. I'm his agent as well. I'm happy to.
He writes. He doesn't act. He's not used to that kind of direction.
All right. So, if you could stay in the shot, why don't you go right behind me? Stay in the shot so we get this fully, and then you'll merge with me. Yeah. All right, guys, on the count of 3. And Andrea, if you could slide in more too. Sorry, a little bit more in, guys, this way.
I know, there's a big...
So,
I don't want to get...
we're going to do 2 takes of this to see if we fit everybody, and then it may just be a photo.
We got this.
All right, here we go. Count of 3. We are at AFI. We just had an amazing writing and producing workshop.
Yeah.
Buddy comedy is the genre this year. Thank you, AFI, for hosting. All right, one more take and then a photo, if that's okay.
One more.
Yeah. All right, ready? We are at AFI. We just had an amazing writing and producing workshop. Buddy comedy is Thank you, AFI. All right, and then one photo, and then
beautiful. There we go.
And then a happy birthday again.
No, no.
You got to be in the photo.
Do you people do birthday spankings? That's how we used to do.
Sure, why not?
Line it up.
In that case, it's also, no.
Perfect. Did you just call her Leland? I'm not watching. You're tall. Okay. You're
Perfect.
Screenshot.
Okay, much better. Okay, 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Check the shot real quick. Hold on, don't move. Yeah. Okay.
Beautiful. Well done.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Let me, I can.
Guys, so now it's all about the film challenge and learning the producing the other side related to the paperwork. We can take a 2-minute break if anyone needs to use the restroom, get a drink. To everyone behind the scenes, Mia taking that photo, Carlos on that.
A bunch.
We'll be back on in a couple minutes. Thank you, guys.
Are you going to the
What you said? All right.
Yeah, I was part of the Power Diversity Workshop. So Vance, he used to be the executive director. Hello, live stream! Wow, how amazing of a day. We had the Writers Guild Disability Committee chair right here, rock star that is David Radcliffe, still hanging in there in the back. He's like, what are you talking about? We've had amazing writer-producers. We've had 2 Oscar winners that have given advice. We also have the amazing Mia that has joined. And I wanted you to talk about yourself.
Oh my goodness. Okay, well, let's see. I got paralyzed when I was 15, and that brought me into the disability world, which I actually adore and appreciate, and I feel like getting paralyzed was a gift. So really happy to be here, but that started my journey on trying to change the world's perceptions about disability, which is very, very much needed, as we all know. And luckily, I moved to LA, and I ended up on a show called Push Girls, which also helped change the stereotypes about disability, and especially spinal cord injury, and how it's not the end of your life, it's actually the beginning. And everything in your life continues to go on just as it is, and you do what you love no matter what. So that's kind of been a mission of mine ever since then, to push more for that in the media. And I've been an actor, a dancer, and just, you know, consistently trying to break those you can't kind of mentalities about the world that they think about us. And then I met Nick I met you a few years ago, but then started with the Disability Film Challenge last year, helping Nick out, and love the mission, love the idea of getting people out there, making their own films, taking our own control of the narrative is so important. So I'm really happy to be a part of it, and I can't wait for all that's to come. And buddy comedy!
Full name and also.
Mia Shayna Shaikowitz. And what?
And description.
Oh, my description. My description is I'm a girl with long brown hair. I am in a wheelchair. I have a pink top on and black tights and a pink skirt on that matches. What else? Green eyes. Yeah, that's about it.
And you know, also a graphic designer and doing a lot of behind the scenes. So as questions come in, you may be hearing from me, you may be hearing from Mia, you may be hearing from one of our editors or other people. So there's a lot of people you know, working behind the scenes and doing stuff, and also do an amazing job with social media. And graphics, graphic designer. She's super talented in a lot of areas. So right now, this has been an amazing. Yeah. What? I'm just so used to holding a mic as like a comedian.
I was wondering. I was like, don't we have mics
I have
on?
2 microphones. I'm still like, I just want to hold something. Give me a banana. I don't know. Basically, this is the last piece of this is all about questions that you may have for the challenge. To be 100% honest, last year we had 115 films. Some of that is there's, you know, 15, 20 people hitting with questions. It can't just be me anymore. Mia may be answering some, maybe other people that are technical. But right now is the time. And also, if you live stream or others that are just finding out about this later, Wednesday at Performing Arts Studio West is all about what the challenge is, how you can utilize and learn more. So this is really like a last second around, you know, questions about the challenge or other things along the way. But you could think about those and ask them again, because I'll have a larger, all the prizes, incentives, and kind of talk about reasons to sign up on Wednesday. But I thought right now, and thank you for throwing this amazing website, and also thank you for creating this great graphic in the website. I'd like to go to the challenge tab, if you don't mind. So, and then how to register. So you could go read the rules. And we're going to go again through this in more depth on Wednesday. So for any of you in the room, any of you on the live stream, if you have questions about the rules, about any of these things after going through, I would encourage you to go to that challenge tab, read the rules. It will show you the timeline. It'll show you all the reasons to sign up in terms of prizes, but really familiarize yourself with the rules, the 2024 rules, all these different things. We still have last year's SAG-AFTRA agreement, but that will be coming soon. Pressure is on SAG-AFTRA. Now we're in a live stream. I'm saying we need the new contract. No, but SAG-AFTRA has been amazing in allowing us to use professional talent without paying any upfront fees. So it is incredible You still have to follow all the rules that are related to SAG-AFTRA. We're not going to be able to go through all the rules right now, but you can familiarize yourself with everything in there. There's music in there, in that Read the Rules tab and all that stuff at the bottom. So music, including music by Ramped with Andrea. If people have music questions, I believe you're still a part of Ramped?
I'm one of the founding members.
One of the founding members. Not only a part of, she's one of the founding members here. We got royalty in the house. So there's a lot of different things that the website could talk you through. If there are questions, though, feel free to ask us. You know, to be honest, sometimes I'm not a lawyer, but what I do know is questions related to the agreements here. There's a lot of stuff that may seem confusing. Basically, you give us the rights to screen these films on the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, and you allow us to screen at our partnering festivals by entering the challenge. And you, as the entrant representative, are responsible. You're the lead producer. So the paperwork is in there. I would say to familiarize yourself. And I feel like you would be able to ask more questions on Wednesday when we have more time, and you yourselves have more time. But are there questions about the challenge? If separately you could ask questions to us from things that earlier today, questions to Indy. You know, we want to kind of have this last 10 minutes be interactive. I thought today was just such an incredible day to be able to have insane talent here. People that are, you know, working writers, people that do story, people that know line producing, people from the disability community sharing their experience. This is truly a milestone to be here at AFI, and literally the best film school in the world. You know, I think it was rated that, which is pretty crazy. So it's exciting. Questions from anybody here?
I have a question about the credits. So if, I know the film is 5 minutes, if the film is wrapped up and I have one more joke to tell.
Yes. So you did bring up a great question. So the films have to be between 1 and 5 minutes. But we do say you can use an extra minute as long as the credits start playing. Okay. So this allows us to, you could be creative. You could be, we've seen a lot of times that people start at 5 minutes rolling a credit and saying, you know, directed by this, or starting, and the credit starts going and continue. They just have to continue until the end. So this gives you the opportunity to, you know, continue to tell your story, follow the rules, but also to have your kind of a fun, if you wanted it, a little end credit scene, you know, or, you know, away in there. There are also, we do start with the challenge logo. It will say at some point this was made for the Easterseals Disability Film Challenge on the back end. But that is a great question regarding that. Separate question that I've had before was, what about if there are two writers? Who gets the, you know, because we do get now, this year we're giving out $15,000 production grants to the winning films for each. Now that wouldn't change for the writer, but each individual winner will also get a $2,000 grant, and that goes to, if it's two writers, that goes to the first billed writer. Of course, from there, that's up to you to split, but we can't, you know, give half a laptop or half a, you know, prize. So if that's editor for writer, that's the way it is. For best film, that's going to go to who registered, the entrant representative. For best awareness campaign, where a week later, and that's, you'll be hearing from us. There's a lot happening around captions and caption review and making sure we have that done correctly for that following week. So all of that will be coming to you. But the entrant representative is, it's really fun, I think. I mean, I'm not a good, you know, I would say my talent as a producer is more about putting people together versus like paperwork and, you know, share drives and stuff like that. But this gives you the opportunity to do the hands-on things that you need to do in terms of paperwork and making sure you have your ducks in order in terms of, did everyone sign a release? Did everybody, you're in charge of this production and you're liable. So this is how it works beyond the challenge when you're doing your own TV show, your own features, all that stuff. So other questions? Mia, any thoughts on some of this from the other side of when we're going through captions, when we're going through and tagging people or trying to find what?
Oh yeah, actually, when you are submitting, it's in Film Freeway where you have the opportunity to put the list of your cast. We would really love it if you could put their social media handles so that we can make sure that they're tagged and things. We'll handle that part of it. Also, if anybody has a disability and they're willing to disclose, that's also helpful for us because opportunities come in and we'd really like to be able to submit people for things. And so we have a whole system of categorizing people so that we know who to find when we're getting asked questions about casting. Yeah, so
that's a really important part because I mean we're fielding stuff all the time, working with agents and people that don't have agents, and we're going literally directly from Jack. You have a question?
We have 2 questions from the chat.
Okay, yeah. I love it. I love it.
I'm reading my own sound monitor, and I think I'm talking loud enough.
Yes.
But the first question is: are there any technical requirements in terms of aspect ratio, frame rate, etc.? And also, are we beyond the point of needing COVID safety, for instance? Do we need to keep COVID testing crew?
So those are 2 really good questions. The 2 questions were, what about aspect ratio? The good news is we download the film. So however you provide a film, it needs to be, you'll see how it looks on filmfreeway.com. We will download it from there. So that would really be more of a technical question for you or you. And like
whatever aspect ratio you want, 185, 240, whatever you'd like, there isn't a certain guideline around it.
But we will be putting this on YouTube. You will eventually, this could end up on the big screen. This could be in front of Oscar winners, all this stuff. So you want to give the best quality of it. But also sometimes people shoot, I feel like that it will be down res for the internet. Because the internet itself, YouTube and Facebook and all where it airs on our social media campaign, it will be down res. So don't worry if you're not, this isn't shot on a thing in really, really high resolution, which would be hard to edit and process if you don't have the camera support for it. And COVID protocol, I would say to continue to stay safe, follow the guidelines, but those guidelines have changed. So we are people that we deal with filmmakers around the country and around the world. I would say to follow the guidelines in your local city, your local state. We follow SAG-AFTRA guidelines and union guidelines. So whatever they have that are current, that's what we go by, and we stay by that in safety-wise. But currently, I don't think that SAG-AFTRA has a mandate of testing anymore.
The final question that the chat has from Felicia, which is, are there any existing EDFC group chats for sourcing talent and or crew?
We've been trying to talk about that. To be 100% honest, we can't create that because then we'd be liable for that on the other end. So if individuals want to do that and wanted to source it and take on the role, it is honestly also a bandwidth-wise issue because we don't have a giant kind of team, but where we're able to do that. Or then what if somebody wins and they were connected and we did it? It wouldn't be fair. So that would be something that would be amazing, but that would have to be done on a grassroots level versus me and the challenge ownership-wise.
So maybe someone wants to start like a WhatsApp group or a Facebook group. Discord, yeah, whatever is easy.
But it would need a moderator, wouldn't it?
So that's the thing. I mean, I would say most things usually need a Facebook page, needs a moderator, any of those things.
Does WhatsApp?
What we do though is a lot of times when questions come, we just retweet it. Hey, I'm looking for. I'm happy to be, director, or I'm an editor. Everyone's looking for editors, honestly. Everybody wants to be the actor. We need the editor. We need the camera team. Some of those are harder to get, And when you have that, the sound team, we'll retweet it.
Yeah.
We'll do things. So retweets, Instagram stories are easier. To be honest, especially when we have a lot of things, it's harder to do a post on the wall of Instagram. Or for an individual thing, but a retweet is easy. But if anyone wants to take that on, we've also had other things like Wednesday that's all about meeting people. We also use that as an opportunity where people can, if individuals want to be part of teams or get connected, Wednesday will be a great time. Unfortunately, there will be only a limited amount of people that could be there Wednesday because they have a separate area of safety protocols because it is, they get funding from the state or from the city.
Where is that again?
This is in Englewood, Performing Arts Studio West. David Zimmerman, John Piezas, Diane Elizabeth Jordan, who's won Best Actor, been there. They've hosted us every year. These are great people. There's great resources for you beyond this. There's Ramped, there's Andrea, there's Terry Hartman-Squire, there's Danny Woodburn, the SAG-AFTRA Performers with Disabilities Committee. There's all these other organizations, that are out there, resources. So I would say but main thing I always say, and I'll stress this a lot on Wednesday, you'll hear me say it, is put yourself out there.
Yeah.
You need to be able to find from earlier today, what's that one pitch that, that you were like, Brett that had to leave earlier, he gave this unbelievable story of he went to a bad screening and it was exploitive and he created a project because of it. I mean, if you can't get a great camera person on board from that story, it's you're literally being hey, I'm going to use art to change how things are done. And, for this, it would be through comedy.
Yeah. And speaking of also adding the other workshops, not just next Wednesday, but we have the other workshops. We have an editing workshop coming up. So
some other ones in the works possibly.
That's right.
Yeah. So anything that's coming up that we're hosting, it would be also a great place to meet people and connect. And
you can register at the top of the website.
There you go. Look at that.
Check out our upcoming workshops. Sign up here.
Boom.
Cinematography for Actors booking area. So we have the live stream signups available. And then we have today's in person for this. Editing is full currently. However, keep checking back because as we have dropouts closer to the date, you can sign up. And then for any other workshops, that'll continuously be updated.
So we're talking about trying to do another one, maybe two. We've done a lot, So first of all, I want to thank again your entire team.
Yes.
Haley and Jack and Dorian and Carlos.
Yes. Everyone, the interpreters making this accessible. I got to thank the Adobe Foundation for making this possible, for making this a reality.
Yeah.
Yes, continue to be a part of, honestly, that's something that I think, what I want to do too is be as interactive as we can. I feel like the time is now where we need to just continue to do as much as we can. I love that Sean too, is something else to say from as an Oscar winner that came in here earlier, she was talking at the end of the day, she had these other scripts, these other projects, and you all have that through the challenge. And so we are that community, similar to what she was talking about from AFI and what you've experienced and what others from AFI have had. So let yourselves be that, but put yourself out there and say, I need that extra camera person. Or if you have, I've heard it in the past where we were like, we actually have an editor, an extra editor. Does somebody need that? If that's your situation, or you have extra resources like that, or a school that you work with that has a bunch of editors or a bunch of camera people or other things that may want to be on board, throw that out there in the world and we'll retweet it. And, again, we can't really be involved in helping individual productions because it would be just not a good thing if one team wins and one doesn't. So we don't help source individually. We give general advice of what to do, or we could bring people together overall.
I will say you can DM us.
Yeah.
We have a really big mailing list of filmmakers across the world, but mostly Los Angeles and New York, and some in London. And so potentially putting that out there for Haley and I to think about, but we can do a crew call on our mailing list for people who are interested in volunteering for the Disability Film Challenge this year for collaborators.
And there are also, you guys do meetup events?
We have huge networking events at our studio. Yeah. And at other places, but yeah.
And film festivals too. Holly Shorts, we're doing monthly screening. We're on the same day on Wednesday night. Guess what? When you go there, there's all these other filmmakers there, editors. So being out there networking in places where other crew are and other people are out celebrating their work is the great place to go meet new people beyond your network. So those screenings, there's other film festivals, not a ton between now. I can't believe April is like coming up quick, you know, but you know, Abilities Expo is a great place too. I mean, I feel like, you know, if there is a need for casts, there's a ton of great disabled actors and we have those connections in other areas. Sometimes, to be honest, like you want to start thinking ahead for editors, camera people, equipment, things like that you may need. But again, at the end of the day, it's about the story. So we've had people shoot on, as we said from the camera and directing workshop, we've had finalists on cell phones. I know, are we close to time for the...
We are,
okay.
but if you'd like to go through anything else, we have time. Yeah.
So then do we have one last question?
Anyone else?
Anything else in the chat? Or Andrea, did you?
Can we just talk about captioning best practices? Is that something that you're going to provide?
So the question around captioning, yes, we have a vendor that we hire in 3Play Media. It may be 3Play Media, maybe another captioning company, depending. So we will create caption files. Me, very small team, is looking through 115 films and trying to caption, check things out, if things were, said in a different way, or we're doing the best we can. But also, we're a limited team. So if you want to, for comedy purposes, as comedy, you want to do your own captions, you want to do a font that works good with it, I would suggest the best way to get perfect captions is to do it yourself, and also to do that. And but we have the ability to do it as well. But I think you need to also be ready to review it right away and give realistic notes. Yeah. If you want captions where that don't match the timeline, that's not hard to it's not possible to do, because we only have the technical bandwidth of creating the caption file based on your timeline, versus like getting in and really fine tuning and building out a little bit. Yeah. I would also say to look at audio description. Think about how you can incorporate that into your films, and see if you can make that part of the story.
And ASL interpreting too, as a picture-in-picture would be great. And then if you do have us, if you are relying on us for your captions, I would say definitely focus on your email that week, because we do send out your film with a caption so that you can quality check it and then send it back to us if there's any errors. Yeah, you can burn them in. Yeah.
You could burn them in too. See, the problem is you really want to make sure that you're doing it the right way, because when you send it in, we can't a week later take it down and say, hey, we're gonna no, that's the awareness campaign's begun and we're already on to something else. So what Mia said was very important. This will be the last thing, so that we can also get a chance to hang out a little bit. And also, I have a 2-year-old, so if I get home too late, my wife is going to kill me. And AFI me, I don't know. They've been unbelievable for having us here. So the last thing I want to say is, she brought up a great point. We are going to contact everybody. So what we call really like the tech week. So you make your film and you're waiting for it to go online and you're relaxing. That week is insane for us. We're 115 films. We're dealing with captions, upload strategy, all that stuff. So we will send you an email within the first day or two after that, and then you need to respond right away and be there to take those notes. Not 4 days later, not 2 days later, that's it. But that is also it in terms of time. So
yeah, do we have one last question? Sorry.
Question, asking if extra overall time will be allowed if a team endeavors to do the closed caption by themselves.
If they do closed caption by themselves?
Yeah, if they do all the, they would get more than 5 days.
No. Generally speaking, you will turn it in 5 days. Now, we do send emails out that if there are special circumstances, general email goes out to everybody. If there is a technical issue or something happens, something could happen on our end that could change. But generally speaking, build that captioning in to your timeline. Angel, sorry.
No, you're good. Angel.
Can I ask an awareness campaign question? Or should
Yeah.
we do it another time?
Yeah, you ask it.
So when you're sending in, so for anyone who hasn't done the awareness campaign stuff, at the end of it, you send in all your views, everything that you've gotten traffic-wise, directing people to the YouTube site. So say it's on Reddit, say it's on Twitter, Imgur, you screenshot everything, you show the views. Do different things count more than others? Publicity, media, like getting news stories, or is everything kind of weighed the same?
So we factor that in. So again, so the week after the challenge is 2nd to 7th. Then the following week is a whole awareness campaign, which is going from the 13th till I believe the 20th or 21st. 21st, that's it. And then we'll ask you to send in your forms. And it is a combination of likes, views, shares, overall views, but also we take into account media and other areas. But send in all of that, because at the end of the day, too, look, this was designed to let you be seen. The Casting Society of America is sharing all these films, watching these films. I've seen casting directors go up to random film challenge participants and be like, I liked when you sang, and that was like a small moment in a scene, So they are literally watching. That was ahead of casting, was just watching a random film challenge participant. So they're watching all these films. Get yourself out there. This is an opportunity too. The hardest thing to do as artists is to get people to, to put yourself out there. Hey, watch my thing. I never put my stand-up out, to be honest. But this is a design to do it, so you have to do it. And you're like, look, I know it's all part of the campaign. They're making me share it. And then guess what? People are going to be like, wow, you're so great in this, or she's so great, or that. That's ultimately the mission, is get people jobs in front of and behind the camera, and it allows you to do that.
Awesome. Well, we'll wrap things up today. Thank you so much for attending. We have Mia and Nick, obviously the voices and the people behind Disability Film Challenge in 11 years with Nick Novick is the founder. I'm Indiana, and this is Haley, co-founders of CFA. Thank you for partnering with us on our education by coming today. And for those on the live stream, thank you for attending. We look forward to continuing to educate. And I think we'll find a way of CFA making a film for this year's Disability Film Challenge as well.
So, you heard it here first.
We'll enter ourselves into that challenge.
Yeah.
But thank you all so much. If you have questions, you can email Nick or myself, and we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
And extra questions that may come up. I forgot I got my own mic. Extra questions that may come up that you didn't get answered today. Wednesday is another, that 1 hour where we're going to also watch the winning films from last year and talk. Will be at the end of that. You'll be another opportunity. And, we're kind of open door policy around that, within reason, about questions. Email address? info@disabilityfilmchallenge.com. All our social media is @Disability Film Challenge. And we can't wait to see your films.
Awesome.
And editing coming up soon.
Yay. Thanks, everybody. We're going to sign off now. Thanks. Bye. That's a wrap, folks.
All right.
Now for mingling, you can do it in the cafe outside, because we're going to clear this room and start to wrap. But we should still have